you can see the winds moving in that direction. You can see we're still sampling what appears to be winds that are going to be up around 60, 70 miles per hour, but still that rotation is going to be tightening up within this. Again, it looks like it's still going to have a tornado threat, and I do believe there may be two inflow areas. Probably going to be an inflow area right here and then another area right here. So again, we're kind of working with a very strange tornado potential here. This is not like what we had last week where you could clearly see where the tornado was. Again, this is going to be just right along I-240, and it looks like this is now going to be moving right over Sooner Road. So we're getting awfully close to the Tinker Air Force Base, and we're sandwiched in between I-40, I-240, Southeast 44th Street, Southeast 59th Street. Circulation is going to be spinning right in between just west of Sooner Road at the corner of 59th Street, 44th Street, and you can see we are now getting into the proximity of Tinker Air Force Base. So now we are just about 1 mile west of Tinker Air Force Base where we are seeing the inflow, and it looks like this is going to be right along Southeast 44th Street, south of I-40, inflow coming in here, and again, it looks like this is just going to be right in between 44th and 59th Street and Sooner Road. Right now, and even if there's not a tornado, certainly getting some very strong winds. Again, anyone that is going to be in this area right here, you need to be below ground. Again, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Rusty.
They're going to issue a new tornado warning for southwest Canadian County. Let's look at Advantage Doppler HD. The Weather Service is just not playing around, and I don't blame them. Anytime they see a circulation pop up on the southern side of this thing, Doppler HD, or Doppler 3D, guys, I apologize. If you look at this here, we are on the southwest side of Canadian County. We're west of Union City. We are north of Kogar. This is a new circulation that has developed. This is now going to be tornado warned. I'll see if we picked up on it yet. They haven't actually issued it. This is coming from the NWS chat. So again, this is a new warning. New warning, looking to see if it's coming up. I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track from that circulation. We'll drop it to the south and east at around 15 miles an hour, but it's the same areas. If you live in Union City or Minco, you need to get in your area of safe shelter. A new tornado warning coming out for that circulation that I've just highlighted. This will be south of I-40, headed down 81. This would be on the southern sides of Canadian County and the northern sides of Grady County. Union City, Minco, you need to be in your safe area. Again, if you do not have a storm shelter, try and put as many walls between you as the outside as you can. Cover yourself with a pillow, put on a helmet, a mattress, whatever you got to do to try and stay safe. Again, this circulation has cropped up. The Weather Service has issued a new tornado. And again, Damon, going back to it, they do believe that tornado is wrapping up near Tinker Air Force Base. So let's go back to Doppler HD. Come on back in, Damon. And again, they're really concerned about Tinker Air Force Base right now.
Yeah, Tinker Air Force Base just west. So here's Tinker. All right, Sooner Road. We're looking right here. It's getting real close in here. So here's the Air Force Base, Southeast 44th Street, Sooner Road. Right along 59th Street. This will be south of I-40. Again, we're looking at this rotation right here. Again, with all of the ingredients that we have out there this afternoon and evening, as Rusty mentioned, National Weather Service not messing around whatsoever with this. You see rotation, the potential for this to produce a tornado is going to be there. So we see this rotation right here. Again, this is going to be right along Southeast 44th Street and at the corner of Sooner Road. Sooner Road, 44th Street, that's where the tornado, if there's going to be one wrapped in rain, will be occurring. That's going to be south of I-40, literally about 1 mile west of Tinker Air Force Base. You can see it right here where we continue to see the red and the greens tightening up. Once again, this is going to be the red will be the winds moving our way. Green mean winds moving toward. All right. So once again, you can see here, we put a storm track, and this is going to be right on Sooner Road as we go to the east here. Looks like you had to pull out just a little bit. There you go. Midwest City, 749. So getting your tornado shelter, Midwest City, Tinker Air Force Base at 753. There you can see that circulation right there, 753 at Tinker Air Force Base, and then Woods at 837. So we're watching this area right here. Again, this is going to stay more than likely north of I-240 for a little while until I-240 and 40 meet back up again in eastern parts of Oklahoma County. But our greatest area of circulation right now continues to be just 1 mile west, maybe even a little bit closer now to Tinker Air Force Base, right on Sooner Road, Southeast 44th Street, and Southeast 59th Street. That is where we're seeing the circulation continuing, and it's going to be wrapped up in rain, but it looks like it has tightened up quite a bit. I mean, with the velocity that I'm picking up right now, Rusty, what are we using, OCO or TLX?
This is us. This is on our what we call F5 mode. It just allows us to pick up the strongest winds possible. It's a very fine-tuned radar. This is one of the best in the business that we're using right here. And there may be two areas of circulation, Damon. It kind of looks like there's one here, and there may be one here. And I would probably put the southern one as the most danger. There's also a lot of wind. This is probably the rear flank downdraft, where you're getting winds behind the storm of around 70 miles an hour. This is headed, whatever circulation is within this storm is headed right over Tinker Air Force Base. The winds, you know, I've got maybe 70 to 80, maybe a little bit stronger as it tightens up and as it cycles, it will pulse up and go back down. But this whatever this is going right over Tinker Air Force Base. One other danger, Damon, real quick, is that the roads across the metro on the southern side are completely jammed. I don't know why anyone's on the road right now, but you got to get off the road. There are additional tornadic cells that'll be moving back into southern Oklahoma County, all right, and into the northern sides of Cleveland County. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Way too many spotter reports of them not being able to move. Our storm chasers are having problems following these circulations because they're getting stuck not on back roads, Damon, but on major highways and interstates.
Those are supposed to be the roads that are supposed to be the quickest to go down, but again, the circulation can be right on Sooner Road. Chris Lee, we have you on the phone right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're I-240 and Anderson Road, and as you said, traffic is just horrendous. We're trying to get off here at Anderson to turn around and get a shot of it, and of course, traffic is so bad, we're even on the shoulder trying to get to the exit, and we can't move here either. As you said, I don't know what all these people are doing out here running ahead of a tornadic thunderstorm, but we're having, it's almost gridlocked out here. Looking back at that storm towards Tinker Air Force Base, we did see the power flashes earlier. I don't see them, I have not seen any recently. I was concerned of the area a little bit south also, because it did appear that area was getting some rotation to the south of 240 just a little bit. So there's a lot of rotation, just seems like everywhere out here, and very, very strong rotation.
Yeah. All right, Chris. Yeah, and of course, your storm, you're chasing to relay messages, and you're trying to do it so that you can let people know what it is you're seeing. Too many people on the road right now. That is not what we want to see. We still expect to see many areas of rotation. Let's go back over to Advantage Doppler HD here, and the reason why we're on this is because it looks like we might be getting a little bit of circulation, all right, just west of Moore. All right, so west of Moore, this would be still on the Oklahoma City side here, east of I-44, but it appears that there probably will be some circulation just right around southwest 119th Street, southwest 134th Street. That is going to be just west of Moore. Again, certainly no confirmation that there is anything there, but this is still part of the area that has a tornado warning, so we still have to treat it pretty seriously. Again, a tornado could certainly kick up any moment now, but still we're looking at this. All the storm track will be taking it from the northwest down to the southeast. Again, this type of radar signature, again, is one that would put the greatest circulation there. Would probably be just east of I-44. Right on the county line here. This will be the county line right here, and you can see certainly not a very clean-looking rotation, but again, here we are right here. Again, you look at this and you see where these red and these greens kind of match up right here, and it just kind of goes ahead and puts that alarm in your head that says, you know what, this might be an area that we do have to watch pretty closely. This would be just north, it looks like right along east of May Avenue here. We're still in the Oklahoma City metro limits, so Shields Boulevard right here where you branch off on I-35 if you're driving northbound, and it kicks off to the west a little bit there. But this center of circulation would be just south of Southwest 89th Street, north of Southwest 119th Street. And again, these are going to be in the Oklahoma City metro limits, which is why they're given the number Southwest 119th there. They do get new numbers and new street identification as they go into more. Still nothing that says that is going to be a definite tornado right there, but again, you see this type of rotation, and you just can't put your guard down on it whatsoever. So south of Will Rogers World Airport, again, just west of Moore, right on I-44. that's going to be one area of rotation that we see here. Let's see here. Looking at some of our chat services that we have available, trying to see what our storm chasers are talking about. And again, it looks like there's going to be a circulation there. All right, as we draw a circulation here, right where that green and that red are coming together here, that would probably be more into more there at 759, and when we say more, that is going to be in the town limit there, where the downtown is. So downtown more at 759, Norman at 815, Franklin at 827. Again, looking at this rotation right here, it looks like right now the center of rotation would be just west of Moore here, still in the Oklahoma City limits. It would be at Southwest 134th and Southwest 119th Street. Again, that's going to be Southwest 134th and 119th. Let's see here. It looks like they have canceled the tornado warning for Oklahoma County, canceled for Oklahoma County right now. Rusty, what are you seeing?
Damon, the Weather Service is saying that storm spotters are tracking a confirmed tornado 4 miles northwest of Moore. All right, so at least for a time, this circulation was on the ground. So, if you live in Moore, you got to get below ground right now, get to your safe area. At a time at least, they have a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. It's moving east-southeast, so this will be going through Moore. This is the circulation of tracking. And Damon, to be honest, there are so many circulations on the southern edge of this massive supercell, I can't keep up.
No, absolutely not. And so for those of us who are familiar, Southwest 134th Street, as it goes into Moore, that has been renamed South 4th Street. So we're still talking about areas that were impacted last week, but Southwest 134th Street would then become South 4th Street. So we're still going to be right on the Moore, Oklahoma City lines here, but that would be right along 4th Street. And I believe we're getting up just a little bit there near just north of Westmore, again with the circulation. Storm spotters in the chat that we had coming in said that they did indeed have a tornado. They didn't tell us whether it was a very large tornado, but they have a tornado. Let's zoom in real close here, Rusty, and put on a track here so we can look at this. This is 134th Street, which becomes 4th Street and more. Again, this area of circulation. Let's go ahead and put the area of circulation just west of Shields Boulevard. All right. Okay. Well, maybe it's a little bit farther to the east now. I tell you what, this is not like last week's setup where we could clearly see the circulation here. Once again, seeing the circulation, the winds. Southwest 134th and Southwest 119th Street. Remember, Southwest 134th is then renamed South 4th Street and more. We'll probably see the circulation right at the Oklahoma City, Moore County, or Moore City, Oklahoma City limits right there, right on, this could be Penn Avenue there. So again, looks like that's where the circulation will be. If you're in Moore, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, if you're in Moore, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, as we're still detecting what appears to be circulation that's going to be just at Southwest 134th Street, which then becomes South 4th Street and more. Inflow into this area where we're likely going to see if there's going to be a tornado or one trying to develop is going to be on 134th Street, and this is going to be right on May Avenue. Southwest 134th Street. That's still the Oklahoma City metro limits, but it then will move quickly into Moore City limits there. And again, Southwest 134th Street becomes 4th Street and Moore, which is going to be this area right here. Again, you can see the rotation is not very tight, but it's still evident there. It looks like many people, let's see here, many people are still reporting that looks like, yeah, there's definitely some rotation within this storm. Again, we don't have a confirmed tornado with this, but go ahead and just be safe and go into your tornado shelter. If you're living in Moore, without a doubt, you're definitely going to get some strong winds up around 70 to 90 miles per hour. All right, looks like, let's look over at Tuttle, at Tuttle, and see what's going on there right now. It looks like we're getting some reports of a tornado that passed over Tuttle. Some people saying that there may have been some sheet metal kind of getting tossed around in there. Again, it looks like the sirens are sounding in Minco. Sirens sounding in Minco right now. I certainly don't see a clear tornadic signature that would be in Tuttle, but you can see some of the green and the red that is going to be paired up right next to each other. Rusty, go real quick. I'm going to take a drink of water.
Yeah, Damon, I mean, let's go to Doppler 3D real quick. And I just want everyone to see the extent of this one supercell. And here's the issue. Up and down the southern edge, you have inflow notches, you have areas of rotation. Any one of that southern edge could produce a tornado. I mean, that is just the environment that we're in. We continue to try and follow all the reports of all the different areas of circulation. There is one in Moore right now. You can kind of see the inflow notch. Here it is, kind of coming into the west side of Moore. So when we see that void, you can certainly notice that on the west side of the metro. Again, that was a storm spotter confirmation, at least for a time, of a tornado that was on the ground on the western side. Well, not on the western sides of Moore, but to the northwest of Moore. There's another appendage sticking out near the tunnel area. That's another inflow area. That's another possibility of another tornado spot. If you live in Bridge Creek or Newcastle, be aware of that. Down the line, the storm has barely drifted to the south. Again, right now, there is a tornado warning on the southwest side of this line. It includes southern Canadian County and the northern sides of both Caddo and Grady counties right now. This is headed towards 152 and 81, Minco and the Union City areas. And again, that one, there still is some rotation with that, Damon. That one is still broad, but this is the environment we're dealing with, Damon. There's going to be multiple vortices along the southern flank of this supercell. Each of those could produce a lot of wind and a possible tornado. The secondary issue with this, Damon, we're starting to get some flooding reports. It is raining so hard out there. Several inches of rain is going to cause a lot of flash flooding.
You know, we're picking up probably going to be between 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. When we look at these radars, and again, we're dissecting these storms live on television for you, so we got to look at all sorts of products. And again, we have all these inflow areas where tornadoes are likely just going to spin up. You can see some spinning right there, maybe a little bit of circulation going on right around Tuttle, just north of Newcastle, west of Moore. And while we have all these circulations, you can get a tornado that spins up pretty quickly, but this is not like last week where we were watching one area that was moving in and you could clearly see the tornado within that. This is not that type of event. This is a completely different type of situation. And so while we do have the potential to see some spin-ups here and the potential for some tornadoes, all these are likely going to be rain-wrapped, so you need to go into your tornado shelters. Again, if you're living in Moore, you need to go back into your shelters. Again, this is still going to be a situation we got to watch. Let's go over to Advantage Doppler HD. Advantage Doppler HD. So here we are right now. This is going to be the inflow. This is going to be a tornado warning area. This is going to be for Moore. All right, so southwest 4th Street. This becomes 4th Street and Moore. 149th becomes 19th Street and Moore. Looks like right now we're getting winds that are going to be up around 60 miles per hour, gate-to-gate velocity around 80 miles per hour. This is going to be some of the same regions that were impacted by last Monday's tornado there, but still, we are watching these velocities very quickly because we know just how fast a tornado can pick up here. So again, we're analyzing this live on air, and you can see all of these, it's very pixelated, but still, if there's going to be a tornado or rotation, it's going to be right in between 149th and 134th Street. That is going to be right along Western Avenue, and that is going to be moving to the southeast here. That's going to be southeast, and now it looks like the circulation is going to be passing over 19th Street. So this is going to be moving down to the south. This is going to likely cross the circulation area. It's going to cross just south of the Warren Theater. It's going to be just west of the Lowe's. This is going to cross over 19th Street here. It's going to move over I-35. Again, it's more than likely going to pass just maybe a block south of the Warren Theater, and then it's going to move over Broadway as it crosses over I-35, so Broadway, and then crossing the Indian Hills Road. So this is going to stay south of, this is likely going to stay predominantly south of 4th Street and Moore, and this is likely going to continue to make its way into Norman. So 759 and Moore, and then the northern sections of the Norman city limits there, probably about 805 or so. Chris Lee, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we are really stuck in traffic here. If you look at my stream, and I know it's very dark, this is underneath the bridge on Hiawassee at 240. Traffic has just stopped. People are actually abandoning their cars and going up underneath the bridge here to take shelter. I don't know why traffic is stopped. It's where we merge 240 and 40, everybody going eastbound. What I would like to show you, just to notice, you look at the traffic coming westbound, there is none. It's shut down. I-240 westbound is shut down, as it should be. I'm just not sure why this the road is so clogged up going to eastbound. We are hearing tornado sirens going off. I'm not sure if this is Oklahoma City or if we're still hearing Tinker. We're a little ways away from Tinker. But we're seeing any kind of rotation at this time because we're really not able to see the. We're starting to get in the rain. We're not able to see the definition on the storm that we were.
Okay, Chris. Well, and just kind of looking at the Moore situation, we have been getting reports of a tornado coming down. It appears that just from what we have seen within our radar products here is that it might be one of those that kind of briefly touches down and comes back up. Certainly nothing like what we had last week, okay? But still, we are getting reports of tornado kind of coming down, then spinning back up, and then coming down again. From the reports we've heard, they're not very strong tornadoes, but a tornado is a tornado. And again, we do need to make sure that we are in our shelters and more. Again, the velocity has not been anything that would tell us that this would be anything higher than an EF1 tornado if there's going to be one in there. That still can change, but still, I know in Moore, still very sensitive, as many of us are across the entire metro and state here, that there might be, again, some spin-ups that are coming out of this storm that's coming now through Moore. It even looks like we might be getting some winds that are rushing out of this line here. Again, it looks like we might be getting some gusty winds that are now kind of pushing right on through Norman, but still, nonetheless, we have lots of circulation areas within this, and to say that there is a definite tornado within any of these, it's very difficult, but treat them as if there's going to be a tornado in there and just wait until we've given you the all clear. But still, you can see circulation looks like there's going to be one that's going to be over Lake Stanley Draper, I do believe. It's going to be this right here. That's going to be where you see the red and the green. So it's over Lake Stanley Draper. That's going to be one area of circulation. This is going to be back into the Oklahoma City metro limits here, which means 119th and 134th Street just west of the of Stanley Draper here. That's going to be one inflow area. Got another inflow area that's going to be right at where 40 and I-240 come together here. Okay, this is going to be, as you're still in southeastern parts of Oklahoma County, okay, this is going to be just north of Southeast 89th Street, Indian Meridian. Now we're looking at the circulation. If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right at the interchange of I-40 and I-240. This is moving to the east-southeast and will eventually cross over Peebly Road and eventually into Newalla there. So that is one area of circulation. And then as we go out to the west, there's another area of circulation. All of this area right here will likely see some circulation. This right here, just around Minco, I do believe they are sounding the sirens in Minco. Looks like inflow coming in right here, and again looks fairly. Let me look at it over here on my computer here. Looks like it's still fairly broad, but it's still within that. So Minco looks like circulation coming in, and again that is going to be another area of concern. The winds can come up into this anywhere. I mean, really, if you're anywhere on the leading edge of this, from basically Minco to Tuttle to Newcastle to Moore, the potential for there to be a tornado is going to exist simply because all these winds, these strong southerly winds, are coming in, and you're going to get that rotation. Once again, let's see here. We're still watching this area right now. Let's see. Norman's going to be here. Moore looks like a little inflow area just now well east of Moore. We're now back into the Oklahoma City metro limits. So now we're back into Oklahoma City metro limits. Let's see here. Jeremy Carter. Someone get in touch with Jeremy Carter. He just tried calling me, so I'm on the phone because he's probably got something important to say. But still, it looks like we got one inflow area near Newcastle, more inflow just east of Moore. Moore, I do believe, now looking at all the velocity data that I have coming in, if there's going to be any type of tornado, something trying to spin up, it is going to be closer to Indian Hills Road. Closer to Indian Hills Road. Okay, yeah, so here we are. Looks like this is going to be south of 19th Street, Broadway Street. This is the same, this runs out of 19th, and then it kind of cuts a little bit down to the southeast here. Broadway, 19th Street. This is going to be right at the intersection of 19th and Broadway. So this is going to be, there's a PetSmart, Best Buy right here. So we're behind, we're on the east side there of the PetSmart and the Best Buy right along Broadway. Chris Lee, what do you have?
Yeah, we are just to the, where 240 and 40 come together. As you said, an area of rotation right here, just to the south of the road. You can see kind of the inflow area, that little finger kind of sticking over the road. It is not down to the ground, but that motion is from left to right into the circulation just to the south of the highway. But still very slow going out here. It looks like 40, it looks like there's almost no traffic on 40, and I'm not sure what they have closed down up here ahead of us that's causing problems. But there's it's still a lot of traffic problems. And like I said, we're looking in this area right here, just off to the south side of the interstate, to see what kind of rotation there is there. Nothing on the ground, but we're watching it to see what it's going to do. Fortunately, it looks like some of this rotation in this area is not as strong as it was earlier in the day.
We have a new tornado warning right now, and this is going to be more for Cleveland County. It does include Norman, so we had a circulation area. We've also got a ton of rain. Right now, we're going to have a flooding threat going on, and what appears to be near Yukon, they've already picked up 5 inches of rain almost since this storm started. So we've got close to 5 inches of rain in Canadian County, and then we've got 2 to 3 inches of rain coming into the metro. Flooding will be an issue. Jeremy Carter, you're on the phone right now. Where are you and what are you seeing?
Damon, I look back to my left. It is a very obvious wall cloud. I'm in Norman, or I guess I'd say back behind me, in northeast Noble. We're stuck in traffic, and we've just been doing all we can do to keep from getting caught up in this storm ourselves at this point. We're virtually just more or less part of the running crowd.
Well, yeah, you're kind of telling us the same thing there, Jeremy, that we've been hearing a lot, and this traffic is unbelievable. Again, this is a tornado warning that has now been issued for western McLean County, central Cleveland County. Now, this is not a tornado emergency, okay, so we do not have a tornado emergency for this. This is a tornado warning here, but you can see this is going to be for those of us in Norman, still Moore, so Norman, Moore, Noble, Slaughterville, Goldsby, and Lake Thunderbird. Again, this has the potential for this storm right here to kick up a tornado. Even if we don't see a tornado kicked up out of this, we're still likely going to see some very powerful straight line winds coming out of this. Winds are likely going to be up around 90 miles per hour with this on this leading edge. So Norman at 824, Franklin at 832, Noble at 841, Denver 845, Lake Thunderbird 850, Little Axe at 855. This seems to be moving more just down to the southeast here. So this area of circulation will more than likely be south of the areas that were hit by last week's tornado and more. So we're now south of that, right along I-35, and this is going to move down into Norman. So again, we're likely going to see a little spin up, try to kick up right here. Again, the threat for tornado could still increase with this, but still, even if we don't see a tornado out of this, with the amount of inflow that we have coming in, little spin ups, the potential for some powerful straight line winds is still going to be quite high as we watch this slide down to the southeast, and what appears to be even a gust front might be trying to kick up out of that right ahead of it. And we're now looking just west of Minco, north of Pocasset. Let's see what we have within it. This is still a tornado warning. Let's see here for this storm. Looks like this is going to be, again, for this storm that's still getting some rotation just west of Minco. Just west of Minco within this. The rotation is not very tight. It's not very tight, but it's still enough that we could still see a spin up and a tornado produce. A lot of the tornadoes that we had reported this afternoon and evening have been quick spin ups. They come down, they pick up. However, earlier in the evening, we did have a very large tornado that was picked up as you make way south of El Reno. So the environment is still very much able to produce tornadoes. However, as we get later into the evening here, okay, we're now approaching sunset, the tornado risk will slowly decrease. Now, we can't put our guard down yet, but just kind of give you an idea of what I see happening over the next couple hours here, is that the tornado risk will go down. The heavy rain, large hail threat is still going to be there, but we still continue tornado warnings. And once again, looking at velocity here, it looks like we have some winds that are really rushing out ahead of this line of storms there. It looks like that will actually hopefully help things out a little bit, just a little bit. Still have a tornado risk, though. But you can see inflow coming into Newcastle. So I would go ahead and say south of Moore, south of Indian Hills Road, as you make way just in the northern parts of the Norman city limits there. It looks like there is some rotation going on, but I see a lot of the rotation right now maybe being really west of Stanley Draper. Again, we've been saying this all afternoon and evening. This has not been your textbook severe weather day. We had that last week. Very easy to pick up the rotation and where the tornado was. This is not one of those days, but I see this right here, this red. that looks like it's going to be winds rushing out of the storms, because here are the winds, but if we go over to reflectivity there, Rusty, where are the winds rushing out, and then where's the rain? You can see this line right here. All right, you can see it's very faint, but the green line, those will be winds kicking out, but the rain is still well out to the west. Rusty?
Yeah, you know, on the southern flank of this, Damon, it is beginning to gust out, and that is good news. You'll probably feel that cooler rush of air before the storms actually hit you if you live in Blanchard, Dibble, Washington, Norman, Noble, Little Exeter. I mean, Norman's already had that cold air rush through. That should suppress the tornado threat somewhat. I mean, we still have active warnings. We don't want to, play around with this, but perhaps, we may not have too many more additional warnings. Let us cross our fingers. As Damon said, one of the big issues now back up north where the tornado threat is quickly diminishing north of I-240, we are going to have a major flooding threat. Radar estimates puts over 5 inches of rain in some portions of Canadian and Oklahoma counties. That is going to lead to imminent flash flooding. It is going to be a very dangerous situation. If you know of your travels and it takes you to those low-lying areas, more than likely they are just inundated with water. Looking at Advantage Doppler HD, as I get back in a little bit closer to Tinker Air Force Base, I mean, there still is a lot of wind north of I-240 and maybe just a little bit of circulation, but nothing nearly as prominent as it was. That being said, though, right on I-240 south of Tinker Air Force Base, these are going to be extremely strong winds. These are 70-mile-an-hour winds just 700 feet above the ground right now. So you're probably going to have some straight-line wind damage in the southeast sides of the metro, regardless of if a small tornado did move through your region. So there's going to be much more widespread straight-line wind damage as opposed to some of the spin-up tornadoes that we've had, Damon. So, that's the latest that I see, but I agree that right now it's going to be, in some ways, a needle in a haystack. Another issue is that both of our radars are just stuck in some extremely heavy rain. So they're having to cut through a lot of very heavy precipitation to give us those views.
1 to 2 inch rainfall rates an hour, okay? And right now, looking at some information coming into Oklahoma County, we picked up well over 1 inch of rain in the last hour. We will have a flash flooding risk going on. We've had a flood watch. Anyone that's on the road right now, there is going to be some significant flooding likely going on. It's going to be very quick. Looking at some pictures right now at Village Drive in the Village, looks like we definitely have a flooding potential going on here. So winds are rushing out of this storm, and as Rusty was saying, needle in a haystack, basically trying to find this tornado here, if there's going to be a tornado produced. Certainly not a guarantee, but we can tell you how much rain we're going to get. We're getting lots and lots of rain coming out of this. This is going to turn into a major flooding event for the areas that especially flood a lot out here when you pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 inches of rain. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Okay, Damon, thank you very much. We are getting some information about where the injured are being taken. This involves the highway.
And this information is coming from EMSA. They're telling us that multiple units are headed to I-40 and Banner Road, and that troopers are taking injured people to that location to be transported to hospitals. I-40 and Banner Road, it's right there in between Yukon and El Reno. So that's what we're hearing from EMSA, Damon. Multiple units headed over there.
Okay. Okay, well, absolutely. We certainly do have a major issue as far as the roads becoming slick. All right, the roads becoming quite slick, and the amount of traffic that is just out there right now. So many people on the roads. We've been talking to our storm chasers, and what they have been telling us right now is that they can't get anywhere. Rusty?
They did issue a tornado warning with the storm that moved through Tinker Air Force Base. If we go over to Advantage Doppler 3D, guys, just real quickly, I do want to say that does include places that have been tornado impacted, Shawnee and the Bethel Acres area. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, that has the history of producing a tornado, and as you can see, it does include the Bethel Acres area, this new tornado warning. So this is going to be going into northern Pot County. Let me get a time on that for you. The warning will go until 9 p.m. That does include southeast Oklahoma, northeast Cleveland, and northern Pottawatomie County. But again, it does include tornado-impacted areas of Shawnee and Bethel Acres.
Okay. So yeah, Shawnee, Stella, Tecumseh, McLeod, Pink, Johnson, Brooksville, Dale, and as you mentioned, Bethel Acres, all going to be part of this storm here as it's moving to the east. Once again, there's a lot going on with what we have going on this evening between a flood threat, a hail risk, lightning, and again, just a lot of people even just being out on the roads right now. This is not the night that you want to be out on the roads, as we're having all of this energy and moisture and just this severe weather moving in. Again, don't get on the roads right now. Again, the roads are just at a standstill. Chance Cold Iron, where are you, and what's traffic like where you are?
David, we're on Highway 9 just west of the casino, and we've seen 10 or 12 power flashes in Norman, probably close to I-35. We have no visual. There is an area of circulation. We can't see anything on the ground. I don't know if it's just high velocity winds, but we do have winds out of the south on Highway 9 going into the storm.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get a lot of wind areas there, Chance, and so we have been seeing some power flashes, and we cannot confirm whether or not these power flashes are either from a tornado or from some straight line winds. A lot of the reports that we have been getting have been some straight line winds rolling in with winds over 90 miles per hour, so that can do quite a bit of damage here. Here's Newcastle, I-44 as it becomes the H.E. Bailey here. All right, so we're looking, going to be the inflow area right here, right along the Canadian River. So the Canadian River is going to be snaking its way now just west of Norman. But to kind of give you an area of concern that we are watching still, where this tornado warning will be just just around from Newcastle, just west of Norman. Anyone that's in Newcastle right now, or even within the city limits of Newcastle, just even outside the limits there of Newcastle, go ahead and go into your tornado shelter for the time being. Again, it looks like we're going to get this storm that's going to more than likely produce, if not tornadic damage, some straight line wind damage. So as we put a storm track here, moving down to the southeast, not very quickly here. This moves into Hall Park at 8:41, Norman at 8:57 there, Denver. So Denver's going to be right over here, just west of Lake Thunderbird at 9:08, and Noble at 9:22 here. But overall movement of this will move it down I-35, and as you go into southern parts of Cleveland County. Again, certainly not a classic setup. Not a classic setup, but still one that we have to watch pretty closely. Let's check out velocity right just in between Minko and Tuttle here, just so I can get an idea and see just how strong these winds are and see just how much rotation we have going on. Again, it does not, let's see here, it doesn't look huge, but we still have enough rotation and maybe even some straight line winds coming in right now between Tuttle and Sooner here. So a little bit of inflow. Okay, I've heard from people here that say Sooner is just really a dot on the map and that no one lives in Sooner. But if you travel between Tuttle and Amber, then you know where probably the sign is that says Sooner. It looks like the rotation is going to be just north of Sooner, southeast of Minko. Certainly has some hail coming in right now, right down 81, and this storm is overall going to probably move more to the east-southeast, which will put Bridge Creek into play here, and then just northwest of Blanchard. We got all these rotating areas, icons on our radar, which doesn't surprise. This can surprise me considering all the inflow areas that we have, but still, we're dissecting all of this right here live on television for you. So again, we see these little rotating areas, but nothing that says huge tornado, significant tornado being produced. The chance is still there. However, as we get later into the evening, as we were saying earlier, the tornado risk begins to kind of go down a little bit. It's not zero, but it still looks like it decreases somewhat. So it looks like here, lots of areas of rotation. We no longer have a tornado emergency in effect. We no longer have a tornado emergency for the metro or for any of these tornado warning storms here. So no tornado emergency, but we do have tornado warning. And again, this newest warning does include Pottawatomie County here. It would be for right here. It does include Pink, Shawnee, Bethel Acres, McLeod. And again, it's going to be moving right along I-40 here as you make your way into Pottawatomie County. You can see we have lots of tornado warnings that are kind of just lining up on this storm right here in this leading edge of the storm. But whether or not we're going to see an actual tornado, if one picks up, it's going to be rain wrapped. But still, we can see a little spin up. So right around Stella, probably going to see an inflow area between McLeod and Stella. Just south of Woods, you can see this tornado warning, and this is going to make its way into places like Bethel Acres, Clark Heights, just around McLeod. Put a storm track to the east here, and this is going to probably make its way into Stella at about 8:21, Newalla there at 8:34, Bethel Acres at 9:03, and Shawnee at 9:26. I know many areas right within here were impacted by Sunday's tornado, and again, you're still back in another tornado warning as we watch these storms march to the east here. But all in all, again, I am not picking up any type of significant tornadic icons or any type of significant tornado spin-ups on my radar that I have over here on my computer, but still, we may see one, but what's helping us out right here is this yellow line that we've drawn out. Outflow is kicked out ahead of this. That's going to help at least choke off the inflow somewhat from these storms. We're going to see some, but you can see as long as this rush of cool air comes out of these storms, that's going to help bring the tornado risk down. And right now, while I do have areas of circulation being depicted on our software here, I'm not seeing anything that's very, very tight. It's going to be some broad rotation. Rusty.
Damon, that storm that's tracking towards the Norman area, we're getting reports that it's a gridlock in Norman as well. It doesn't matter, I think, where you're traveling in the metro. For whatever reason, there are just way too many people out on the roads, and the damage is done. Now that there's so many people clogged, it's like a domino effect, and you're just not going to be able to clear those roads in time as the storms are moving through. This is still a very dangerous situation. The news is improving as we look at the radar. The radar does not have a lot of tight velocities with it anymore, but let's be honest, there are still several active tornado warnings. I've got 3 active tornado warnings, and that huge yellow polygon is an entire severe thunderstorm warning. And again, the severe thunderstorm aspect of this could be just as damaging as a small tornado. Straight line winds of 70, 80, even 90 miles an hour are still possible on the southern flank of this. So if you live anywhere south of where you see that line, and that's from Gracemont to Tuttle, Newcastle, Norman, if you live south of there, deeper into Grady and Caddo and McLean counties and southern Pot counties, you need to keep a really close eye on things right now. So again, we're keeping a real close eye on things. We are getting power flash reports out of Norman, Damon, so we got to keep a real close eye on that. I mean, this still is a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, and we're probably going to get a lot of straight line winds coming out of this, which can still kick up some enough wind that it can bring down some power lines, which is why we're probably going to see these power flashes from time to time. Also do want to quickly mention just the amount of rainfall that is coming in right now. Looking at reports within the last hour, northwest Oklahoma City has picked up over 3 inches of rain. So we're going to get a flooding threat coming in with this, and you can see it looks like we're going to have some rotation around Norman. Again, not very tight, but enough that still we've got to watch it pretty closely. Chris Lee, we have you on the phone right now. Chris, where are you and what are you seeing?
We are Highway 102 and I-40, just a little bit east of that towards Fire Lake Grand Casino. Seeing traffic has gotten a little better. We were seeing that rotation to our south. We've passed it, gone on ahead of it, but there was circulation as we passed into Pottawatomie County just to the south of the interstate, maybe even a funnel. It's very dark in that area and hard to tell. But we do have rotation to the south of I-40 moving east into Pottawatomie County. We're going to get off here at the Bethel Acres exit and kind of try to take a look and see what we can see. But we definitely did see rotation in that area, that inflow area that you've been pointing out, headed for the Bethel Acres area. Looks like it's south of 40 going a little bit south of due east.
Okay, and a lot of the reports that we've been getting some very strong wind reports. It looks like wind reports over at Tinker Air Force Base have been well over 80 miles per hour, it looks like, coming in. So straight line winds, definitely getting a lot of that right now. And it looks like we're even going to get some winds that are now rushing into Pottawatomie County. It looks like these winds are going to be up in the 60 to 80 mile per hour range, especially just west of Bethel Acres. Still seeing some rotation, but nonetheless, whether it's a tornado or not, you're going to get some strong winds coming in here. Franklin at 821 with this leading edge of the storm right here. Again, this is moving down to the southeast, right down I-35. So Franklin at 821, Noble at 835, Slaughterville at 853, Purcell 854, and then Lexington at 931. Again, we're still looking for closely for a tornado threat, and we still have some ongoing tornado warnings. We had one tornado warning for Cleveland County. That does include Norman. That one is in effect until 8:30, so for about another 9 minutes for the tornado warning in Cleveland County. And then the one for Norman, that is, the tornado warning that includes Pottawatomie County, that one will be in effect until 9 o'clock here. So we're getting later into the evening, And as we get later into the evening, as we were mentioning earlier, the overall tornado risk was likely going to be decreasing, but the heavy rain and hail risk would be increasing within this. So as we zoom into Norman right here, all right, here's going to be Highway 9. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, no, this is, okay, Highway 9 drops down to the south here. But right here, Classen Boulevard, 35 right here, okay, West Robinson Street. So we got Sooner Mall. Looks like the rain is now coming in. All right, so we got the heavy rain coming in. As we continue to look here, it looks like 77, and as we get even closer here, 74A Main Street, that takes you into Norman there. Again, that's going to be starting to see the rain now picking up just east of Main Street there. Again, so West Main Street coming up. All right, looks like the rain is now going to be just north of Goldsby here. Still seeing some rotation within this right here, but it's certainly still quite broad. But still, as we zoom in here, you can see Classen Boulevard, Porter Avenue. And Porter Avenue actually is known as Sunny Lane as you're up in Moore. So as you drive down, it becomes North Porter Avenue. We got some pockets of moderate rainfall that are now in the Norman area. The circulation not very tight with this. But it looks like what we have circled right now, just in Norman, looks like rain coming down to some circulation there. Rusty.
Yeah, Damon, I mean, there has been some spotter reports of a tornado touching down from time to time on the northern sides of Norman. So this is a very dangerous situation for Norman right now because it's even hard to pick up on radar. But I've switched it to a mode on our KOCO radar where I'm getting a little bit of an appendage. If nothing else, it's a little bit more of a higher reflectivity, which may show that it's beginning to wrap back in. So if you live in Norman, you do need to be in your area of safe shelter. There is an active tornado warning. Hopefully you've already done that. If you haven't and you live in central or the east or southeast sides of Norman, get in your area of safe shelter. This is from our live radar, Damon. You can see it's picking up a little bit in intensity right now. So this is certainly an area of concern that I have in the Norman area.
Yeah, we still have, as mentioned, the tornado warning. And again, while we haven't had any type of textbook warnings here, if you're mentioning that you are getting some spotter reports of brief touchdowns, then that at least gives me an idea of what we're working with here. Again, these reports are very helpful. Again, radar can only tell us so much, but if this is going to be a tornado trying to form, again, it would be right over Norman here. Again, it's going to be right down in downtown Norman, right down near Campus Corner. As you make your way just around the Campus Corner area, and that's going to be just north of the OU campus. Either or, however, it looks like, again, this tornado risk, it's still there, and while it's still not a sure thing, you can see as we zoom in here, you can see the velocity here, and you get the red and the green kind of coming together. Looks like a Rock Creek Park. We're going to look just south of Rock Creek Park. Again, this is going to be just north of 77 Sooner Road here, so we're looking for circulation right along Porter Avenue, so that's going to be just north, I do believe, of Campus Corner there, just northeast of Campus Corner, but again, right along Porter Avenue as you're driving into Norman. Again, you can see we got the red and the green, and it looks like it's not very tight, but still it's enough there that, again, we might see a quick spin up. We might see a tornado kind of come down and then come back up. But yeah, that's certainly the issue right now with what we have ongoing in Norman. Again, in Norman right now, you can see as far as more, things are looking okay. Looks like the threat for any type of tornado is not going to be in Moore. Looks like it's going to be well south. But other than that, it looks like, yeah, we still have this potential here, although winds rushing out ahead of this storm. Again, you can see the winds that are rushing out right here is going to prevent any type of significant tornado trying to produce. Jeremy Carter, we have you on the phone right now. Jeremy, where are you? What are you seeing?
I'm at Slaughtersville Road and U.S. Highway 77. I'm looking back to the northwest at this storm. We've got a lot of low clouds. I don't see anything that looks like a tornado here at this point.
Okay, so and Jeremy, again, where are you right now?
I'm on U.S. 77 at Slaughtersville Road.
Okay, so 77 in Slaughtersville Road there. All right, so he's down in the Norman area. Yeah, you're in a good position there. So Jeremy, we'll be touching base with you. That's his shot coming in right now, and you can see there, as he mentioned, he didn't see anything that looked like a tornado, but still he's in a good place. And again, we'll go back to his shot and see what he has. Not only that, it looks like let's see here, this tornado warning. Let's see, this one for Norman will expire in 4 minutes. We'll have to see what they do with it. Rusty.
I just want to ask Jeremy, if he can still hear me, did you experience the outflow coming out from that? How strong were the winds? How cool was the air behind it?
Right now we're getting some cool winds. If you look up here, I think this is a rotation, good air rotation, but we begin to get, we're getting out slow winds right now, and that's a good sign for everybody here.
Yeah, absolutely is a good sign. Again, those winds that rush out of the storm kind of help cool the air down and kind of help prevent a lot of wind trying to come back in the opposite direction there. So again, that's good for helping keep the tornado risk again down on the at least down on the low side. However, we're still going to get some pretty powerful straight line winds. Again, winds are likely still going to be up around 80 to sometimes 90 miles per hour with some of these winds that are rushing out of these storms here. So even if there's not a huge tornado risk, there's still going to be a straight line wind risk, and we're likely still going to have the chance of a couple spin ups coming in here. Right now, it looks like we may be getting one that's trying to go up in eastern parts of Oklahoma County here. Hey, Rusty, let's see what's going on right here. I just want to see. This is just an area where just west of Clark Heights there, just Newalla. Yeah, you know, you see this right here, just right around Homer Lane, which this is going to be east of Stella, and you kind of see this type of red and green and kind of this little hooking in right here. And of course, that's still an area that could still see a tornado try to produce here. Again, not exactly a huge tornado potential yet, but still just south of I-40. I see this image right here. I see this kind of this bending in right here, and that looks like something that would have to be watched pretty closely. We're just northwest of Bethel Acres. Homer Lane, I recall Homer Lane being impacted by a tornado that was on the Sunday before the Moore tornado, so May 19th there. But you can see there's still going to be some type of trying to bend in here. It looks like something that might be trying to spin up. Again, not a sure thing, but with any storm that's still moving east of the metro here, the potential is still going to be there for there to see a tornado spin up out of this. As we put a storm track on here, moving to the east, and a lot of these storms have been moving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. That puts it into Bethel Acres at 835, Shawnee at 857, Johnson 917, Earlsboro at 929. This is not a guaranteed tornado, but anyone that's going to be in this area, go ahead and go into your tornado shelters until the threat has diminished there. Again, we'll let you know when that is, but just, again, seeing these type of little inflow notches coming in here, there may be something, again, that's trying to go up there, and certainly something that we don't want to put our guard down on just quite yet. So this will be moving down I-40 into Pottawatomie County, where we still have a tornado warning, and that tornado warning is in effect until 9 o'clock for another 30 minutes. And even if we don't have a tornado, we're still going to see some powerful straight line winds, 80 miles per hour. Let's jump over to Advantage Doppler HD right now. Again, Advantage Doppler HD. And what we're looking at right here would be this inflow area. That's going to be just northwest of Bethel Acres, just literally probably a mile or two just south of Newalla. So you can see there's going to be that vicinity right there. And I believe this right here is going to be... that right there would be just northwest of Bethel Acres. And again, we're looking just west of Shawnee, and we're looking right now into the Shawnee Reservoir. That's where this area is going to be right here. So Shawnee Reservoir right here, winds coming in, and it looks like the potential for there to be a tornado is still going to be there. Again, this is not a very large tornado that could be produced, but still, seeing these red and these green couplets next to each other in this fashion, I would go ahead and say Bethel Acres, Shawnee, good time to now go into your tornado shelter until this passes on through. Again, you can see, if anything, even if there's not a tornado, we're certainly getting some pretty strong winds. Hey, Rusty, just out of curiosity, just right around McLeod, how strong are these winds that are coming out of here? Because I bet we're going to have some wind reports that are going to be up there. Let's see here. As we sample this right here, yeah, it certainly looks like getting some pretty powerful winds, about 67, 70 mile per hour winds. So there's definitely going to be some pretty strong straight line winds coming in here right around McLeod. All right, so McLeod, we're going to get some strong winds rushing right on through there. How about down near Franklin? All right, when you see these bright greens on the map right there, I mean, that's certainly going to be some pretty strong winds right there. This will be up around 60 miles per hour. So we got some pretty strong winds. That's 70. Let's say 70 miles per hour just around Franklin.
70 at about 1,300 feet. But the Mesonet site down in Norman had a 66 mile per hour wind gust, okay? So, if you're viewing us on the south side of these storms, you're going to get the outflow. It's going to be a rush of cold air. Temperature will drop. Then you're going to get the winds associated with the thunderstorm, the very heavy rain, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, the flooding threat, and winds that are still above 60 miles an hour, so damaging straight line winds regardless of rotation up and down that line, Damon, are going to be possible.
I think the overall, if we just look down the line here for the next hour, I think the potential for there to be a significant tornado still on the low side. I think straight line winds will be a tremendous threat with any of these. I mean, 80, 90 mile per hour winds are going to be a huge deal. Any tornado that tries to produce here will be brief. All right, I think we're dealing with a brief tornado threat for this evening now, but they will be embedded in rain, so you're more than likely not going to be able to see them. But I believe that is what the overall threat is now transitioning to now. About 4 or 5 hours ago, we were still very much concerned about there being a significant tornado risk. However, as we go into this time of the evening, I think the overall potential for there to be a large tornado risk, it's slowly decreasing, and again, I think now we're transitioning more into a brief tornado, rain-wrapped tornado risk. You can see here, it's, they did not extend the tornado warning, so they did not extend the tornado warning into Norman, I believe here. That one expired at 8:30, so the tornado warning is no longer in effect there for Norman. We still have one tornado warning, though, in the KOCO viewing area, and that is going to be for this one that's in Pottawatomie County. Again, it's going to be for this polygon you see right here. Certainly have quite a bit of rainfall that's still extending basically from eastern Oklahoma City, east of Moore. Still have potential for some hail within this. May not be significant hail. Even looks like the hail threats come down. Overall, if I'm looking at this right now, we still have, again, the potential for there to be a tornado with this right here. Again, not a very powerful tornado. Straight line winds. Straight line winds, 80, 90 mile per hour winds. Look like that's becoming an increasing threat with these storms. And some heavy rainfall as well. As you can just see here, red on the radar. That is always going to be a lot of heavy rain. Some areas likely going to see some small hail. But even as I look at the hail product, Rusty, put on the hail product just out of curiosity. I want to see if we're even dealing with hail anymore. If we might have some hail within that, but yeah, it looks like down to the south, however, probably going to be melting quite a bit as it in between Moore and Norman and west of Denver. Our radar may be sampling a $50 to golf ball size hail, but I believe that a lot of that might be melting as it's falling down to the surface here. Still, however, we do have some hail within this, but they did not extend that tornado warning for Norman. But I tell you what, we're still having some strong winds coming out of here. Some people probably going to report brief funnels. You know, the potential for there to be some brief funnels are still going to be possible with these. But overall, you see all this rain. I mean, you want to talk about getting a lot of rain, 3-4 inches of rain as these storms are very slowly drifting to the south-southeast. That will lead to a flooding risk. I know I've seen pictures in the Village right now. Those areas that tend to flood, and you know what I'm talking about, each kind of city has their own areas that are just prone to flooding. Those will be flooded here in the metro as we're getting, again, inches of rain coming in here. Some very powerful winds coming in as well, 80 to 90 miles per hour. But all in all, I see the tornado risk that is going to be coming down, other than maybe a brief, weak tornado that's going to be embedded with rain. Again, the overall tornado threat for this evening, thank goodness, looks like it's on its way down as we are now past sunset. And all in all, again, it looks like this is going to be a heavy rain and somewhat of a hail event. Again, a heavy rain and a somewhat of a hail event right now. So that's what we have right now across the metro. We continue a tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning will be until 9 o'clock. If they're not reissuing for this section right here, I'm not exactly too confident they're even going to extend the tornado warning in the eastern parts of Pottawatomie County here east of Shawnee. Something that we will still have to watch. But, again, that tornado warning expires at 9 o'clock. And now we're dealing with a very heavy rain event. And you can see here severe thunderstorm warning. Downtown OKC, Moore, Norman down to Purcell. As you make way into Dibble, Chickasha, Amber, Tuttle, you can see a large polygon that we have right here. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Corey Inman, we have you on the phone right now. Corey, where are you and what are you seeing?
Damon, right now I am just on the east side of 177 on Hardesty Road on the south side of Shawnee, looking back to the northwest, just to the north of Bethel Acres. We did have a large bowl-shaped lowering. Looks like it's trying to recycle now. Rotation's pretty broad. There's no real centralized area of rotation. Haven't seen any funnels come out of it, but we'll sit here and watch it for you.
Yeah, and now it's getting pretty dark, so of course storm chasing becomes something a little bit more of a challenge. Let's go over to Advantage Doppler HD right now, and let's kind of look at what. Again, there might be something trying to spin up still just west of Lake Thunderbird. You can see right here. Again, we're kind of watching this little area right here. We've been kind of seeing this type of image on the radar for a while now, and probably going to get some spin ups right within this. Again, you can see here winds trying to come in just over Denver and then moving just right along State Highway 9 here. And this is going to be, looks like now, east of Norman, east of the Weather Center, east of the University of Oklahoma, right over at Lake Thunderbird. Again, something trying to spin up. It's not going to be, at least as of right now, anything that is huge, but still, let's track this out to the east here. Looks like Lake Thunderbird at 842, Little Axe at 850, Pink at about 909. Again, the tornado risk is not zero right now with these storms that we have, but it certainly has come down quite a bit. But this is still an area that may have some rotation that we are seeing right now. Looks like a lot of the areas of rotation that we are seeing right now are going to kind of quickly spin up and then come back down, and then spin up and then come back down. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're getting some new video in. We want to show it to you. 23rd and Broadway is where we're talking about. David's been talking about all the rain that is coming in. Just look at this coming out of probably one of the underground waterways right there. We've got Dan Ryan on the line right now. Dan, we're looking at this video. Tell us about it.
This is the intersection at Northwest 23rd and Broadway. That's a manhole cover. The drainage system is just overloaded. You see a car stuck in the water there. That's water gushing out of the drainage system. The storm sewers are completely overwhelmed. Further down this way, under the bridge, you see a Jeep down there stuck in the water. I think the water down there under that bridge is a railroad bridge there at 23rd and Broadway. The water under there is probably 5 to 6 feet deep. Yes?
And well, I was just going to say, have you been able to tell if the cars that are stuck, if the people inside were able to get out okay and safely?
I saw somebody, and I can't get that close. I mean, it's
there's
just
another one.
It's a lake here. Yeah, there's another one. Here's somebody that I don't know if I can get that off there. Hang on.
Hey, Dan, tell us some of the stores that are around there at 23rd and Broadway to kind of give folks an idea of exactly where you are.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I want to know the stores there. I know that's the liquor store right there, right?
Yeah, Byron's Liquor.
Byron's?
Yeah, I'm in the McDonald's parking lot.
And the Carl's Jr.'s across from right there.
Yeah.
And on the other side of the overpass is where that on-queue is. So that's where you're talking about right there, all that water. Look at all of that.
Does it look like the roadway is flooded for as far as you can see?
Yeah, it's flooding in all 4 directions from this intersection. You see that guy, he may have came from that Jeep. That Jeep is deep in water.
Yeah, I just saw someone climb back into that vehicle there.
Wow, it's just incredible all the water that is down there. And this is just from inches of rain. Some of the heaviest rain that we've been talking about in the Weather Center, they handed me, was in El Reno. They've had more than 4 inches of rain. Much of Oklahoma City's had 2 to 3 inches.
And as we're looking at this, you mentioned El Reno. I talked to the Canadian County Emergency Manager. He says it's really hectic there right now. You know, they had a tornado out there. Several homes were hit west of El Reno by the airport, as well as east of El Reno. He did say it was a sparsely populated area, but no word on injuries out there.
You see the guy running there. Let's bring in Christy Yeager with the City of Oklahoma City. Christy, what can you tell us right now about all this flooding?
Well, I've been in contact with emergency management and flooding around Oklahoma City. We are going to dispatch Public Works full out as soon as we can get to we always have is that we don't want to become a problem.
Okay, Christy, your phone is a little bit in and out. We also, I've seen some tweets of flooding in the underground downtown. Can you confirm all of that? What's going on down there?
I
want to stop you real quick. Look at this guy driving through this water right here. Look at this. The water is all the way up past the hood of the car. Our picture's freezing right there. I'm sorry, Christy. We're just looking at this video.
You know what? There is flooding throughout all of downtown. Sorry, I was just in a safe and couldn't get online, but there's flooding all through downtown. We're going to, with dispatch people, we wanted to wait until it was safe enough to do it so we're not becoming a part of the problem. And that we're a part of the solution. So, but we know that there are widespread problems throughout Oklahoma City with flooding.
And Christy, you mentioned you're saying widespread problems from flooding in Oklahoma City, but what are some of the worst areas that people need to be aware of that they should not drive into those areas?
I don't have that information right now, but I think most people know in their area what typically floods. If they've driven around much, they know that. So they need to avoid those areas in their neighborhood that floods. And we do have certain areas that we know always flood, but anytime we get this much rain this quickly, it always causes problems for our city streets.
And what about any structural damage?
I don't have any reports yet of structural damage. I'm sure that's going to come in over time, but the last time I checked with emergency management just a few minutes ago, they haven't gotten any reports, but I know we're going to get some.
And can I ask you about, do you have anybody trapped that you know of that is in any sort of danger that you guys are trying to get to right now?
I don't have that information from police or fire. Dexter Nelson would be a good person to talk to about that.
Okay. So, Christy Yeager with the City of Oklahoma City, the best advice right now is just to stay put in where you are, because you see these guys in this deep water. That's a dangerous situation, really, you know, just to even get out in it, because that water is probably moving very, very quickly.
We've seen many situations like this where people have had to been rescued before. It's not necessarily even safe in some cases to get out of the vehicle and try to make your way out. It's better to stay put if you feel like you're in a dangerous situation and just call for emergency response.
Dan Ryan live on the scene right there, and you can see the water just gushing up out of the manhole cover, out of the manholes right there in the city. This is 23rd and Broadway, where you come off that exit right there, and the Byron's Liquor is there, the McDonald's, I think it's a Carl's Jr., all of that stuff is right in that area.
And just really quickly, I wanted to mention Norman Fire Department. You know, Damon had talked about some power flashes, perhaps out in the Norman area. They did report those. They said there was some possible structural damage from straight-line winds. No major damage, but possible structural damage there near Rock Creek and Flood Road. So, Damon, that's an update from Norman, but it seems like in Oklahoma City, flooding is the biggest issue.
Absolutely, and what we have seen in here, really, if you look at some of the rainfall reports that we have had since, and probably really in the last hour for Oklahoma City, we've seen up to 3 inches of rain. I have a 3-inch rain report coming in from southeastern Oklahoma County, and that is all within 1 hour. So heavy rainfall. There is still some circulation that we are seeing right around Little Axe, right along State Highway 9. Not very tight, and again, it's not that we have a tornado risk out there, but the risk is still very low. It looks like it's coming down as these storms come through here. While we can still see a spin up, maybe something that's going to be brief, it looks like more straight line winds. Look at these winds right here. This is southwest of Franklin here, just right along East Tecumseh Road, north of Little Axe. Our radar at about 1,000 feet is picking up straight line winds of over 80 miles per hour. Over 80 miles per hour with these winds. So we're going to get a lot of straight line winds, no doubt about it. With these, again, that looks like the straight line winds will do tornado-like damage, but again, straight line winds. Circulation is not very tight, but we are getting a lot of heavy rain out of this. So 80-mile-an-hour winds from what our radar is sampling right now at about 1,000 feet above the ground. How much of that comes down to the surface? Probably going to be a little bit less than that, but this will do some serious wind damage. As you're coming in here, even south of Lake Thunderbird here, south of Highway 9, it looks like we have about 70-mile-an-hour winds, and there's a lot of tree density down there, so that's going to push down some trees. 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds just south of Lake Thunderbird here. As you see, Highway 9 kind of wraps back up and eventually puts you in the Pottawatomie County here, right near Pink. So I would go ahead and just prepare for some very powerful winds. Things that are not tied down outside will blow. Within this, they're going to blow off in these powerful straight line winds. Again, we still have this tornado warning that is in effect for about another 15 minutes for Pottawatomie County, although looking at the velocity within here, not seeing a lot of tightening up, but we do have certainly some inflow areas. So from Hara to Dale, make your way down to Bethel Acres, Pink, and then west to Franklin Norman here. You can see here we've got lots of areas where winds are coming in, and we are going to see some strong winds along here, but right along I-40 here as you go into Pottawatomie County, looks like a lot of heavy rain. You're going to get some very strong winds coming in. Again, it's going to be a lot of straight line winds, but really the big story is going to be the flooding that's going to come in here. When you see 3 inches of rain reported in less than 1 hour, you absolutely know that is going to do some significant flooding damage there. It's going to really rise those waters pretty quickly. Look on the right-hand side. That's a manhole cover, and you can see how the rain is just rushing out of that right there. So flooding absolutely going to be an issue with this. All in all, straight line winds also going to be certainly an issue with this. These winds 60, 80 miles per hour. We'll have some hail thrown in here as well. Looks like hail sizes are likely going to be in the range of quarters, half dollars, nickels, and dimes right now. So again, that is going to be certainly an issue with this, and we're still going to have some powerful winds coming in as well. You can see what looks like right here going to be some inflow right around Dale, so some heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning and thunder in Dale to Bethel Acres, and you can see as well certainly going to have some powerful winds coming in, maybe even a little bit of hail just around Stella. As we look now in the Shawnee here, as we sample the velocities, notice how we don't see a lot of those red and those greens together, but still we are going to have some powerful winds that are moving east here, east on Highway 9, so from Tecumseh to Earlsboro, all right, east of Dale, Shawnee. Looks like these powerful winds are going to come rushing in here at speeds about 60 to 80 miles per hour, and all in all, it looks like this is really going to be transitioning into a straight line wind event. Again, a straight line wind event as this is coming in here. Not only that, but also going to have quite a bit of heavy rainfall. Once again, as we mentioned, we're talking about easily going to be getting some winds up around 60 to 80 miles per hour, and some rain about 1 to 3 inches of rain rates per hour. So kind of looking at some of the reports that we have coming in right now. Looks like as far as Oklahoma City goes, we're getting lots of reports of flash flooding, heavy rain coming in here. Fortunately, while the tornado risk is not zero, it is quickly decreasing as we head later into the evening here. Remember, this tornado watch is still in effect until midnight. All right, but we have this one tornado warning for Pottawatomie County here, and we're going to be continuing to watch this again very closely as it moves across Pottawatomie County there. Jess, over to you.
Hey, Damien, want to go out now live to KOCO's Morgan Chesky, who is along I-40. Morgan, I understand there are some semis that have been blown over there. Tell me your exact location along I-40 as well. Okay, maybe Morgan can't hear me right now. If we can get Morgan Chesky up, he is on the scene there along I-40 where he has been reporting that semis have been blown over. We'll see if we can get that live report from him so we can show you some of those pictures. Of course, Damon, the issue has been flooding. We have crews out, so we'll try to bring you some more pictures just as soon as we get them.
Yeah, the issue absolutely has been flooding, and we still continue a severe risk, and even getting a hail risk as well. I do believe that the hail threat's coming up. If we can go over to Advantage Doppler 3D here. I want to show you some of these hail cores that we have. What our radar is sampling now, looks like the hail kind of quickly spiked up here, but from Franklin to Little Axe to Stella, our radar right now is still sampling about 2-inch size hailstones. That's going to be larger than golf balls, going to be approaching smaller than tennis ball size hail, but still this is going to be a lot of hail, a lot of heavy rain. So right along Highway 9, right over Lake Thunderbird, you're going to get some huge hailstones coming down here from Pink to Little Axe, Stella. All right, you can see here this is going to be in eastern parts of Cleveland County, and that hail is going to continue to move into Pottawatomie County. Rusty.
Damon, and again, this area still has a tornado warning associated with it. I do have good news for the folks of northern Pottawatomie County. The warning will be allowed to expire at 9 p.m. So in the next 9 minutes, we will see this tornado warning expired. If there are no others reissued between now and then, there will be no active tornado warnings for the first time in several hours in the metro area. That, of course, is still that is very good news. Rainfall will continue to be an issue. The very heavy rain as well. well. Like you said, 1 to 3 inches of rain. I can't fathom the amount of rain that has fallen in Canadian and Oklahoma counties so far. So many of the sites that we have over 3 inches of rain, and it all came in a very quick amount of time. There have also been some other issues in addition to the flash flooding. There have been some lightning strikes that have caused some structures to be set on fire. Of course, that happens a lot of times with severe weather that comes our way. We just have so much lightning associated with them. You're looking at a live picture on the right-hand side. I believe that was a 235 interchange of some kind. And Damon, I think this is going to be a very common sight across the metro, especially south of I-40, where you're going to have a lot of low-lying areas that are just absolutely flooded out. The water system just couldn't handle the amount of rain that we got in such a short amount of time. So this is good news that we're transitioning from talking about tornado warnings and very damaging winds to talking about more of a flooding threat, only because we're back up kind of on the lower end side of some of that stuff. And of course, the reports that we are getting is that the major thoroughfares across the metro are still absolutely stuck. People just can't move right now. Just so many people are there on the roads, and unfortunately, there were some injuries because of that. But again, right now, the tornado warning that is currently in effect, it's technically for southeast Oklahoma, northeast Cleveland, and the western sides of Pottawatomie County will be allowed to expire. That's in about 7 minutes. As long as no other warnings are issued between now and then, that will be the last active tornado warning in the area. We still continue with severe thunderstorm warnings, though, all up and down that line as that continues to push off to the south. Damon?
Yeah, and when we talk about the rainfall that we have had in here, just literally within the last hour to last 90 minutes, the Oklahoma City Metro has had over 3 inches of rain. We know how the Metro handles 3 inches of rainfall in 1 hour. Things will flood, and we're definitely seeing that. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Damon, we have been, you heard Rusty talking about people on the highways. Well,
Yeah.
they're still crowded, and part of it is because of the situation from these storms.
Let's go live to KOCO's Morgan Chesky along I-40. Morgan, give us your exact location along the interstate there, and we understand that there are some semis that have been blown over.
Yeah, Paul, Jess, right now we're at a way station that is about halfway in between Yukon and El Reno, just off I-40. And this is where we're starting to see some considerable damage. We have about half a dozen semi-tractor trailers surrounding me on the feeder road, which would be the entrance to that way station, and they are overturned on their sides, some blown off the road completely. Had a chance and walked around amongst them. The driver's not there. Fortunately, did not see any sign of that anyone was inside these tractor trailers when they were thrown off the road. Their contents are spewing across parts of the road. We have 7-Eleven cups littering a large area here. Traffic appears to be back open on eastbound and westbound I-40, although it is very tedious driving right now. We have a lot of emergency vehicles that are slowing folks down, and I would say folks are probably averaging about 20, 25 miles here on this part. We also, in the distance, are seeing some structural damage as well. I know a photojournalist and I were driving past a couple silos that had the tops ripped off. Several barns and sheds that we've seen are pretty much flattened here in this kind of rural area between Yukon and El Reno. So that's what it's looking like right now. Paul, Jess?
Well, Morgan, what kind of rain are you seeing there right now?
The rain is lightning a little bit, but we are seeing considerable lightning come down to our east right now. That would be towards you guys. But the rain is diminishing a little bit here. We've been here about 20 minutes. I finally was able to get a call in due to some cell phone issues that we've been having after that storm. And in that time, the rain's gone from almost a downpour to nearly a drizzle.
And Morgan, I missed your exact location there along I-40. I know you said between Yukon and El Reno, but we had heard there near Banner Road that EMSA had been sending out multiple units to bring the injured to hospitals. Have you seen anything like that or heard any reports along those lines?
We passed Banner Road on our way to this way station, which is where we are right now. There's a gas station there at Banner Road. We didn't see any emergency vehicles as we drove by. We have seen considerable traffic of emergency vehicles going back and forth to that area. Again, we knew to look for that staging area, and we saw some, I believe it was OG&E trucks that were positioned there. but no emergency vehicles there at the time we drove by.
So, and the damage that you're seeing is big trucks. You're not seeing cars and things like that are flipped over right in that area.
Correct. All the damage we've seen are tractor trailers, semis that are off the road. But let me tell you, I mean, to just get a sense for how powerful these storms were, I don't know where their original location was, but we have one that's pretty much almost in a field entirely, and you can see the road is considerable distance from that. And then the others are toppled over in different positions all along the road, content spewing out.
Well,
okay.
We'll have to see if we can get some video or pictures of that. Morgan, thanks, and call back if you get any new information. We also have some information coming from Will Rogers World Airport that we want to pass along.
That's right. You know, they had evacuated the entire place and got everybody down in the tunnels. Well, now we can tell you that people are being allowed to leave that area. But here's the situation. There's no power at the airport.
Right, no power. So right now there are no flights that are leaving Will Rogers right now at this point, and they believe that there is some damage at the airport. At this point, they are assessing that, trying to get a better idea of just how bad it may be. But the people who were in that safe area have now been able to come out, and hopefully they can head home safely.
Also want to mention the power I said was out there. Well, there are about 53,000 people without power across the metro, and it's going to take some time. I mean, you know, one of the first things they've got to get rid of is all of this flooding from all the rain that is coming down.
Right. We had been showing you some of the streets that were flooded in Oklahoma City. I know specifically Northwest 56th in Penn has been flooded, and traffic has been having to divert and turn around, not go across that intersection there, specifically along Penn.
It is just a mess. Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane's been tracking it. Damon, you said more than 3 inches of rain has fallen right there.
Yeah, 3 inches of rain, literally probably in the last 90 minutes. And so, as we all know here in Oklahoma City, this is not an area that can handle a lot of rain that comes down that quickly. Now, it will flood very quickly, but the flood waters will usually recede within a couple hours. So we're not, at least Oklahoma City is not an area where we're going to see flooding for days and days and days. What we have here in Vantage Doppler 3D, this is going to be a rainfall product here, and kind of sampling where some of the heavier rainfall reports have been coming in. Just right now, looking at some of the Mesonet data that we have. Again, southeast Oklahoma City measured 3.55 inches of rain. Northwest Oklahoma City there, 3.3 inches of rain. And then in El Reno, Doppler radar estimates of over 4 inches of rain. So 4 inches of rain just towards Canadian County, Oklahoma County, and in Cleveland County. And again, this will be this will help fill the lakes up. But I tell you what, the droughts for some parts of Cleveland County is long gone, all right? So this is just going to be some more bonus rain coming in right now. But we can now say that all tornado warnings, I do believe, all tornado warnings are about to expire, and I do not see there being any more tornado warnings issued for this evening. Now, we're still going to have some areas of rotation and some pretty strong winds coming out of this, but as you can see here, the radar picture is just completely cluttered right now with heavy rain from Woods south to Denver, Pink, Pottawatomie County, to make way with Bethel Acres, Shawnee, Norman, Moore, Valley Brook, still getting some heavy rain coming in to downtown Oklahoma City, Newcastle, south of Blanchard, Mustang Tuttle, Sooner, and then Yukon. The rain looks like it's lightening up there. But this is a lot of heavy rain. All this is moving to the east-southeast. So right now we can say that there are no more active tornado warnings across the KOCO viewing area, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning will be until 9:45. So it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning is going to still exist for this, and again, it's be until 9:45. That will replace the tornado warning. So let's just go ahead and read off this new severe thunderstorm warning that will be east of the metro. This will be for northeastern Cleveland County, southern Lincoln County, southeastern Oklahoma County, Pottawatomie County, and Seminole County. This will be for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So we're talking about storms that are kicking out 80-mile-per-hour winds, and still the potential has some very large hail size. Looks like the hail's really come up, especially in Pottawatomie County here. Golf ball to softball size hail possible with this severe thunderstorm warning that is moving into Shawnee and around Bethel Acres. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Okay, Damon, let's take a look at some pictures now, some video live happening right now of all of that flooding we've been talking about in Oklahoma City. Photojournalist Dan Ryan is along this way. Dan, you are there near I-235 and 23rd. Just kind of give us an exact idea of where you're positioned.
Well, I'm at the McDonald's parking lot right now. I'm looking at the on-ramp, the northbound on-ramp for I-235 here, and you can see these cars got stuck. The water was a lot higher earlier, and all these cars are having to turn around because it's still really deep right down there. I did see an 18-wheeler go through there a minute ago, and it made a huge wake. The water was up to the windows of that Suburban right there. I wouldn't recommend that. I was surprised he even tried it.
Dan, it looks like this water. It looks like this water has moved out of there pretty quickly. I mean, last time we talked to you, that water was very deep, even around all of those vehicles.
Yes, it was. It's gone down quite a bit. The rain has let up a little bit. I want to turn around here and show you the intersection of 23rd and Broadway. You can see this is the manhole cover that water was just gushing out of earlier. It popped the whole manhole cover off of the hole. And I've actually seen a couple of cars hit that. You don't want to hit that. It'll probably blow out your tire. Now, we still have people driving down here thinking they can go into that bridge, and they can't. As you can see here, that's what you're going to run into. That's gone down as well, but I can tell you that is 3 or 4 foot deep of water. That Jeep is not in the deepest part of it.
It's amazing how quickly it has receded, but you're showing us at least 2 spots there along 23rd near I-235 where it's still pretty high, and cars, it's just not safe to go through.
And it looks like that Jeep is going to be stuck right there for quite a while as that water continues to recede. And Dan, the traffic that is coming along through there, when we noticed earlier with you, it didn't seem like a lot of traffic was backed up right there. Now all the traffic seems to have come into that area. Did all the water seem like it receded down into that manhole? Is that where it went?
It's receded into all the storm drains around here, except for these under the bridge. That really hasn't gone down much. They must be clogged or something. I don't know. It's just overwhelmed the drainage system around here.
Dan, I got to tell you that it has really changed a lot very dramatically in a very short amount of time. We've been seeing all of this flooding. We were talking to Christine Yeager with the city of Oklahoma City when we were looking at this earlier, and one of the things she said, crews had to wait for a few minutes for them to get to the scene. The great news is right there you can see it's going down and the power is on.
And I just want to quickly mention, there was an Oklahoma City Barons hockey game tonight. We know that has been rescheduled. They were waiting it out there at the Cox Convention Center. I actually saw a picture from a dressing room that had some flooding inside the building as well. So we'll work on getting some more information on that. And I believe the Women's College World Series game, that has been postponed. No games tonight. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing on Twitter, at least right now, from them.
Everything is going to be such a soggy mess. And Damon Lane continues to track this. And Damon, look how fast that water has moved out of there, man.
And that's very typical here in Oklahoma City. I recall even a couple summers ago, some of the summers that we did get rain. I know last summer we didn't really get a whole lot of rain, but we have had a lot of flooding storms that have come in over the past couple of years, and we see places quickly rise with water, places like Lightning Creek, and then that water quickly recedes. Oklahoma City is notorious for seeing that happen, where, again, you see a quick flooding threat. You let the rain let up for a little bit, and then the rivers and the flood control areas do their thing out here. But still, we have a severe thunderstorm. We have a couple of severe storms. Pockets of large hail look like that is going to be the main threat now. We no longer have any tornado warnings across the KOCO viewing area right now, but we're probably getting some pretty large hailstones that are just south of Shawnee here in western parts of Pottawatomie County, right over Bethel Acres. The likelihood that this is probably going to be producing baseball-sized hail is probably definitely going to be there. Yeah, oh man, I hate to see orange on this right here, but this is going to be for some very large hail sizes there. This warning actually is going to be for hailstones between baseball and softball size. So We're talking about some huge hail from Bethel Acres, the pink, as you make your way northwest of Brooksville, west of Tecumseh. What we have right here are some powerful winds coming out. You can see about 50-mile-an-hour winds as these straight-line winds rush out ahead of this. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Okay, Damon, thank you very much. Hey, we want to go and talk about the highways because we saw them just jammed up. Trooper Betsy Randolph joins us right now. And Trooper, last time we talked to you, people were in a mess out there on the highways.
Yeah, and they really still are, to be honest with you. I-35 and I-40, several spots are impassable, whether it's high water or power lines that are down. We've had multiple crashes, some of which are probably going to be there for a while as we're unable to get records to clear the roadway.
And right now, just give us an update on the situation on the interstates, because you were telling people just to get off earlier as the storms were moving through, and it really caused quite the traffic jams for people. Are you still asking people to stay off the interstates right now?
We really are. Let me tell you something. If you're on the interstate and a tornado comes through, you are in the worst possible place to be. We know that a mother and a child were killed tonight on I-40 in Canadian County, and I cannot stress to you just how important it is that if people don't have to be out, that they stay inside and seek shelter. There is no place that's safe when you're traveling and a tornado is in your area. We ask people to abandon their vehicle and to seek shelter, whether it's a low-lying area, a ditch, or anything like that, because you can get sucked out of your car. There's just no safe place to be except underground when a tornado is present.
And Betsy, you just said that a mother and a child were killed when that tornado came through. Can you give us any details on where they were? Were they along Interstate 40?
They were. I have a little bit of confusion as to whether or not they were at Cimarron Road or were at Banner Road. I know it was in Canadian County. Yes, they were traveling. I don't know how many people were with them. Someone was there that was able to tell the troopers that a mother and child was missing. We heard that broadcast around 6 o'clock that a mother and child were missing out of a crash at that location. We know that the storm picked them up and sucked them away. When the troopers found them, they were both deceased. And so it's so heartbreaking. And I cannot emphasize enough just how important it is that people stay off of the interstate. And if they happen to be out and happen to get caught in the storm, that they abandon their vehicle, because you just cannot be safe inside your car when a tornado is present, when a tornado is right there on top of you.
And Betsy, I mean, that is it is very sad news to hear all of that. Yeah. When you guys even went to procedures to shut down the highway tonight. Tell us about that, because, you know, even after you did it, there was still so much traffic on it.
Well, right. As you can imagine, all the exit ramps and entrance ramps to the interstate, it would be practically impossible to shut the entire interstate down at every single entrance point to keep people from getting on the interstate. But our troopers acted quickly and responded to the scene to shut the interstate down as best as they could and to let people know not to drive into the storm. Oftentimes we see people that will drive into the storm unawares, and we know that that's what happens. They'll get in there, and because the storm is rain-wrapped, they'll get the heavy rain, they'll get the hail, and then the next thing they know, they're in the center of the storm, and there's no escaping it then. It's too late. And so, yes, we did shut down the interstate. We've had to do that on I-35 and I-40. So that's why we're telling people. There's portions of I-40, especially I-40 and Air Depot, and I don't know if that's high water or if it's power lines that are down, because the storm essentially tracked I-40, paralleled I-40 from El Reno into the city, and then east of I-35, and then it continued south on I-35. So we've had a lot of congestion on the interstate.
And Betsy, can you give us any information about any injuries with all of those vehicles that were on the interstates? Any injuries or reports of crews having to rescue anyone from a vehicle that was thrown off the roadway?
Yeah, we have had a lot of injuries tonight. How many, I don't know. It'll take a while to get those numbers for you, but we were actually taking people, troopers were picking up people out of crashes there along I-40 pretty early on, loading them in their cars and taking them essentially to a triage area there at I-40 and Banner, where IMSA personnel were staging and essentially just providing immediate first aid to people that were injured. How many? I don't have those numbers for you.
Okay. Okay, Trooper Betsy Randolph with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. And that's the situation, Jessica. I mean, you have to heed those warnings, get off those highways, and just not travel. I mean, you know, we talked about it all afternoon. You have to get shelter, and you have to get to your place early.
Yeah, it is just heartbreaking to hear that a mom and her child were killed when they were there along I-40 when the tornado came through. So 2 fatalities from that tornado, and we have also heard from Union City Police that another person in that area was killed when they were in their vehicle and the tornado came through as well. So just heartbreaking stories, especially when you hear about the loss of life. And now, of course, we have word of people who are injured as well.
Yeah, and so much damage that we're starting to assess with this, and so much of it does seem to be right along the highway. I mean, loss of life and just property damage with vehicles being on the roadway. And you can see here, traffic is still backed up. This is the Broadway extension, and coming in towards town from like Edmond, okay? So that's the Broadway extension right there, and you can see the traffic just stacked up and very slow in that area. Hey, I want to, Damon, I've been following Twitter as well, and I wanted to ask a question because I've got somebody asking me. They are in Norman. They're in their shelter. They're afraid to come out, but the warnings are okay right now. They've expired, right?
The tornado warnings have expired, yes. Now, in Norman, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have been getting a lot of straight line winds. And certainly, yeah, you know, you want to make sure that you are still treating these very seriously, because even though we don't have a tornado warning out, the potential for there to still see weak spin-ups from time to time are still certainly possible. So officially, tornado warning is not there, but go ahead and, again, stay in your shelters in Norman. So Cleveland, Grady, McLean, Pottawatomie County, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about another 15 minutes here, or about another 3 minutes there, and we're still going to be seeing some strong winds that are coming in to Norman right there. But overall, tornado risk in Norman has really gone downhill pretty quickly there. So to answer your question, they can stay in that shelter if they feel safest in that shelter. Again, only you know what sounds best when you're listening to the winds kind of rushing in, and whether or not you kind of have that gut instinct on whether or not you should be in or out. However, the threat for tornadoes in Norman has really gone down pretty quickly here, Paul.
Thank you very much, Damon. Appreciate that. So I'll get that tweeted out to those folks. Yeah, you're under a shelter. You're listening either at KOCO.com online through the Tornado app, through the live streaming coverage, or, you know, people are tweeting us and asking us questions. We're trying to get those answers as quickly as we can.
Right, and we had mentioned some possible damage there at Will Rogers World Airport, trying to see if we can get on the phone with them just to get an update. They were assessing the situation just to see how bad it was, but they had let everyone out of that safe area where they were taking a precaution as the storm was coming through there. But right now, no flights are going to be taking off from Will Rogers. They don't have power.
Right. It's just a mess over there. You know, we also want to see your pictures. If you have snapped pictures of the clouds of hail like this right here. This is coming in out of Hinton. Look how big that is. That is baseball hail right there. Yeah, those folks sent this to you local. It's you local at KOCO.com. Is that
giant.
One piece of hail?
Yeah, I mean, these
Wow.
are snapshots. I mean, just giant pieces of hail that people are sending in. That can do some major damage. Yet another picture, that one from the El Reno area. So send in your photos, your videos as well to you local at KOCO.com. And the pictures just keep on coming. Just massive chunks of hail. Another one from El Reno. And yet, I mean, this just covers what looks to be a man's hand.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of damage there. Not only roofs, but cars are just going to be destroyed. This is coming in from the village.
The
Look
flooding.
at this.
Yeah, the flooding has been a big problem across the Oklahoma City metro area. You know, the village is one area that tends to flood, and you can see from this picture just how bad it was there. We had some crews out looking at the roadways, showing us that it had receded quite quickly.
Bricktown Ballpark, look at this. They, you know, took shelter down in the low areas of the ballpark, and, you know, it's a bad night when I don't know that I would have even tried to make it out there.
I believe that was a Red Hawks game that was going on there at the Bricktown Ballpark, and they had people just seeking shelter in some of the safe areas, and you can see all of the water there, just like we were talking about the Barons game, that they had some issues as well with water coming in.
More hail pictures. Look at this. This is from Billings, and this is big enough to do some damage right there.
Yeah, giant pieces of hail. Billings, El Reno, Hinton, we've seen so many photos from all across Oklahoma. And here we are, downtown Oklahoma City. You know, Christy Yeager with the City of Oklahoma City told us that that was an issue in downtown Oklahoma City area. She said many of the streets were flooded there. This has been a while, though, since we last checked in with her. We have a crew just north of downtown Oklahoma City, and they had seen the water really start to recede.
Wow, look how deep that is. Yeah, we have seen the water go down very quickly. There are reports that there's water in the underground tunnels as well. So just trying to figure out exactly where that is, because everything, when you get all that water there, it's hard to tell exactly where that is. But the traffic's still backed up on the Broadway extension. It's a very slow go, and I'll bet you there's some flooding issues going on down in that turn just past that, you know, where it always floods right there in that interchange of what is I-240 and I-44.
Or I-44 and I-235 right there. That's what we saw last time we had lots of rain. They had a major flooding situation out there. And just kind of looking out from one of our tower cams perhaps across the city, you know, we're not hearing lots of reports of structural damage for Oklahoma City, which is good news. We do know out in the El Reno area, though, however, they have had some structural damage to some homes just east of El Reno as well as west of El Reno over there by the airport when the tornado first came through and touched down.
Well, let's get a situation update right now. Andy Lee with State of Emergency Management is joining us. Andy, what can you tell us?
At this point, we know that we have multiple routes, roads that are closed in Canadian and Oklahoma counties, and we're also encouraging people just to stay off the road because the driving conditions are so bad due to the debris and down power lines. So we've got some flooding issues to deal with, and the best thing we could say is stay home.
You know, Andy, we've had lots of people contacting Paul and I on Twitter saying, hey, is it okay for me to drive on this roadway? Do you know any specific areas? We know that there's just been widespread flooding issues, but any specific areas where you're seeing lots of problems where cars may have gotten stuck?
To be honest, no. I don't have street names that I can tell you to stay away from, but if you really, really want to help, I would say stay home because you've got to have places for emergency vehicles to get to. You need to make sure that the people who need help can get it. And I think that's the concern.
Any areas that you guys have identified yet as far as damage beyond what has taken place on our highways? Any structures?
No, I'm sorry, I can't make those reports, but I have heard from the emergency manager in Canadian County that they know that they have some homes destroyed and possible injuries, but we don't have data at this point.
What about power outages? Have you guys been able to get a hard number on the power outages for customers across Oklahoma City Metro?
Sure. Let me pull that up for you. Matt Skinner is one of our people that we rely on at the Corporation Commission, and I'm trying to pull that up for you real quick, and of course, it's eluding me.
And we know that you guys, with State Emergency Management, you're working with emergency managers from across these different counties, and they have crews that are out assessing the area. So it takes a while for the information to come in. They have to make sure it's safe for their crews to get out into these areas to look at the damage.
Plus, we want to make sure we're accurate. You know, we don't want to give out false information, so we make sure and confirm everything. I found the information you were asking about from Matt. Matt says that at this point we have statewide totals of just over 74,000 outages, 74,000. And let's see, OG&E in the Oklahoma City Metro alone, we have 59,000.
Wow.
And we have roughly almost 9,000 out in South Oklahoma City, Moore, Yukon, Norman, and Goldsby.
And Andy, as the evening goes forward, what is the plan from emergency management?
Well, we're here to coordinate all the resources that are needed. So we're waiting to hear back in from all the emergency managers about what they need, so then we can activate everything and make it happen.
Okay, Andy Lee, thank you for calling in and giving us that information from emergency management there. Right now, she said, tens of thousands of people in the dark with no power across the state, about 74,000 customers with no electricity. Of course, the structural damage that we're hearing is out there in Canadian County when that tornado, the first one that we saw out there in the El Reno area.
That one was the one that was just so scary because we saw it going through there, and it was just traveling right down I-40 and, you know, headed right towards Oklahoma City, and everyone kept thinking, where is this thing going to go? And then it headed towards more.
And you're looking at our live stream from one of our crews out there on the roadways, looks like one of the interstates. Perhaps we can get them on the line just to get an idea of how it has been for them as far as the driving conditions. We can see the roads are very wet there along one of the interstates. And, of course, the side streets, that's where we're seeing some heavy flooding.
Yeah, flooding there. You know, it does look like the interstate's moving along pretty good right in this area. But, boy, that shot of the Broadway extension where we were showing where the traffic is just going so slow. You know, where are all these people? Where are all these people going? It's 9:20 in the evening, and we've had such rough weather.
Remember, there were two games that were not canceled, the Red Hawks game, the Oklahoma City Barons game. So a lot of people headed downtown for those games. And there have been just traffic gridlocked on these interstates. So you can imagine some of these folks have just had a hard time getting back to their homes because of the severe storms that moved through here. So they have been stuck in traffic for quite some time.
It may be just the end result. Can you imagine? Probably through rush hour, these could be people that were just trying to get home.
And you can see how slow going it is. I do want to mention Morgan Chesky had reported along I-40 there in between Yukon and El Reno. So many different, he said, I think half a dozen semis and tractor trailers that were blown over, and not just blown over right there on the side of the interstate, but blown over into fields, just to give you an idea of just how powerful those winds were that came through there and just picked up those semis like little toy trucks and threw them around. Of course, we're also hearing some reports of some injuries in that area, and certainly the hardest to hear is the loss of life. And we know at this point that 3 people have been killed, and we understand that they were in vehicles along roadways whenever tornadoes came through.
And Damon, I know it looks like much of the rain is at least letting up right around this area around 2:35.
Yeah, the rain is letting up right now. However, if you go over to Advantage Doppler 3D, I want to show you the huge hailstones that we have ongoing right now. Get over to Advantage Doppler 3D, and you can see this is our hail product. And just east of Noble, right around Slaughterville, this is going to be hailstones that are going to be larger than baseballs here. So south of Norman, we're going to have some huge hailstones again. Right now in Norman, we have been getting some reports that there's about some dime-sized hail that was coming in with these storms. But you can see as far as hail cores, we have a couple of them that are just kind of dotting the landscape here. Pottawatomie County, looks like we got some large hail. That is going to be south of Shawnee, south of Tecumseh there. Again, we're probably going to see hailstones that are going to be around golf ball size there. We're going to see even larger hailstones just around Noble and Slaughterville, and then a few more smaller hail cores that are right around Bridge Creek, west of Newcastle, and then in between Minko and Tuttle. As far as radar looks like right now, you can see heavy rainfall from Tuttle to Newcastle, and then as we look just around Norman, still have the rain coming down, and the rain is going to be enough that it's still going to lead to a flooding threat. While the overall tornado risk is coming down here, if you look at the last 1 hour or so here when we loop this, you can see how a lot of the rain is just hanging over the same area. Right now, the rain may have let up a little bit, but you're going to see that rain that's just west of you in western Cleveland County. That's going to roll right on over. So I still imagine that we're going to see at least another healthy 1 inch of rain on top of what we've already seen. On top of that, probably you're going to see a few areas isolated pick up another 2 inches of rain. So the rain is quite heavy. It looks like most of the rain is going to stay south now of I-40, but nonetheless, I mean, the Canadian River is going to be running pretty high here because a lot of this rain is going to be right over the Canadian River. Still have quite a bit of wind coming in out of this as well. Even looking at some of these wind reports that are going to be coming in, looks like you can clearly see where the strongest wind will be running just right from Seminole as you make your way just north of Stratford, and then you can see the other wind line that is going to be just right around from Purdy. So as I kind of draw out, we're going to see some some gusty winds that are going to be right where I just drew this yellow line right here. And if we're going to put some velocity in here and kind of sample how strong the winds are, you can see it looks like down this line, well, it looks like at least the wind may be coming down a little bit, which is certainly what we want to see there. Right around Seminole, looks like 50-mile-per-hour winds. And then just around Purcell, looks like we're still getting some severe winds around the Purcell area. 60 to 65-mile-an-hour winds are still likely. As we go up into Norman, the winds do drop off significantly, around 30 miles per hour. But it looks like still the most significant part of the storms right now are going to be the wind and the heavy rain and the large hail. And all that right now is cluttered just in between Purcell and Noble, where we're likely going to see hailstones larger than baseballs. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Damon. I mean, we have seen some of that baseball-sized hail. It's just incredible. Look at the water right here.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a location on this one right now. You can see a police crew there as so many cars are driving through that high water. I believe we have Captain Dexter Nelson with Oklahoma City Police on the line with us. And by the way, this is the Broadway extension and I-44, all of that traffic moving through. And Captain Nelson, first off, just give us a situation update when it comes to Oklahoma City and the aftermath of this storm that moved through.
Well, in light of the storm that hit last week and the one that's going through town right now, we're basically asking people to just stay off the streets, stay in their homes, and let the emergency workers and vehicles get to the places that they need to so that they can really help people. And trying to take shelter in some of the convenience stores like people are doing is not really a good place for shelter. The whole front of those places are full of glass, and they're full of flying objects if the wind does come in. So, again, we're asking for people to stay off the streets tonight to try to stay inside.
And, Captain Nelson, we are looking at just tons of traffic right now going through the waterways, and some of these people have not been able to get home. When the traffic gets to a point like this, what does that mean for your officers? How in the world can they get a handle on this at all?
Well, just like the citizens are trapped on the road and can't get around, our officers can't either. And they're trying to get to locations to clear intersections and to emergency calls. It even took me 2.5 hours to get home from downtown. And in some cases, I saw the troopers that were turning cars away and having them drive in the opposite direction on the highway. So the traffic is very problematic for us, and it's just that much more dangerous for everyone when they're on the roadways.
And, Captain, are your officers getting a lot of phone calls about people trapped in their vehicles, perhaps some high water rescues that need to take place?
Well, right now, I don't have a lot of contact with them because they're busy working, but I can tell you that we are getting a lot of phone calls. Most of them are national and international media calling to check on these storms. It's just way too early for us to give any assessments of any damage. It's dark and things are still happening.
Captain Nelson, during this storm, do you know if you had many reports of anybody trapped in high water? We saw some really deep water right there at Broadway and 23rd Street. Any water rescues that you're aware of?
None that I'm aware of, but again, you have to understand that things are happening right now as we speak. There are several areas around town that have water flooding problems, but I'm not aware currently of any rescues that have been made.
And what about any specific locations? Do you know any intersections where it's extremely bad?
Not right offhand. I know one area that's always bad is that one there along the Broadway extension near 50th. It always floods. But there are several areas around town that flood regularly, and a lot of that's going to depend on how much debris was already on the roadway.
Okay. Captain Dexter Nelson, thank you very much with the Oklahoma City Police Department. So just checking up, you can see an officer right there making sure people get through this waterway very slowly, because that's some deep water to drive your car through if you don't have a four-wheel drive or an SUV. And once again, this area is
I believe I-44 and the Broadway extension. I believe that is the same area that we saw some flooding like this not too long ago when we had heavy rains move through Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it is just, it always is a mess right there. And so to get through that area, which probably is the reason why we're seeing such slow traffic from our big tower cam shot right there. It's probably all ends up right in this area. You can see how deep it is and what people have to get through to make their way.
And we want to let you know we're awaiting a phone call from the governor with some new information, so stand by for that. We hope to be talking to her soon as we are looking at some of these pictures. And actually, she is here with us right now, Governor Mary Fallin joining us. And Governor, we're hearing some reports about the loss of life. What information can you give us about people who may have been killed from these storms tonight?
We've had some reports of some fatalities, and of course the storm is ongoing right now, and there's been such a wide field of the storm itself hitting so many different communities that there's a lot going on. Of course, we still have a storm that's still active down around the Shawnee. There's still some coming in around the Moore area, and so we're watching it all. But there has been a report of possible fatalities down around the I-40 Banner Road area and possible fatalities down around the I-40 in Union City. But I want to wait until we get total confirmation on that, but it is possible. We know we've had some injuries during the storm, too.
And, Governor, as we got into this day and began to prepare for it, how did you get crews ready around the state? Emergency management, what came into play today?
Well, we set up our emergency command center immediately this morning. We had it all ready to go. We had everybody in place, and we also worked with our Department of Transportation to use our electronic billboards on our highways that gave warnings. And in fact, I made a quick run down to Norman late this afternoon about 4:30 to help my son clean up his dorm room after he got through college last week. And as I was driving down there, I could see the billboard saying, storm possible today, be weather aware, keep your radios on. And so we were already giving storm alerts early in the afternoon before the storms actually hit. And there was actually nothing on the radar at the time, but there was lots of clouds, and we knew the conditions were getting ripe for some possible storms. So we did that. We certainly have had our highway patrol out. Our local law enforcement people have been out on the roads and the highways with their lights, their sirens, warning people that there is severe weather moving into different areas. Of course, it's been a hard day because we've had a lot of traffic that was on I-35 and I-40 and 240 as the weather moved in and became very serious. And, of course, it also came in around time that people were getting off work. And so it made a lot of traffic jams on the highway, which was very troublesome. I'd called the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Highway Patrol, and they were doing everything they could with their highway patrolmen and the local law enforcement, and also talked to our National Guard Adjutant General. And we do still have our National Guard on standby, and they've been out helping also with our roads. And certainly the Department of Transportation has been highly engaged. And right now, I just finished talking to both our Emergency Management Director and our Department of Transportation Director, and they are working on diverting some traffic off I-40 and I-35 and looking at the flooding problems that we're now experiencing through these various areas. And we know there were some cars that were damaged along the roads, but we're still actively in a storm right now, and so we don't know exactly everything we're dealing with, and we're monitoring everything and going out and assessing what services we may need to provide.
And, Governor, I know this storm went through, and it looked like a big storm, and it is a big storm that is going across our state. But compared to, a little more than a week ago when the storm came through Moore, the reports that you're hearing, it's quite different?
It is different. And one of the things that our Emergency Management Director has told me so far, and once again, we're still evolving, trying to get information because there were so many communities and major interstates that were being hit during this time, is that we can get a good sense of what's going on in our state by social media. People who tweet messages out, who Facebook pictures, communities that will call in and say, hey, we need help here at such and such location, send out forces. And we've had less calls for help compared to what we had during the May tornado that hit in Moore, Oklahoma. So that's encouraging news, but we still are in the assessment stage. We know that we have still some severe storms that are active in our state, and we have a lot of flooding right now.
And, Governor, what words can you offer to Oklahomans as we are nearing the end of week 2 of just horrible devastation from tornadoes here in Oklahoma. It has been a very trying time for so many people. What words can you offer people tonight?
Well, it has been a very trying couple weeks for our state. We may be knocked down, but it's only temporary, and we'll be back up on our feet. And we have a lot of wonderful people that we saw come together last week to help their fellow neighbors. And you know, one of the things I've been telling people, Oklahoma is an absolutely tremendous state, and if you're going to have something like this happen, you want to be in Oklahoma because our people are resilient, strong, and compassionate, and they'll do whatever it takes to help their fellow man. And that's when we see Oklahoma shine, is during tragedies like this. And it's encouraging to see how Oklahomans care for Oklahomans and how we just get busy and take care of whatever the issue might be.
Governor Mary Fallin, thank you for taking the time to talk to us tonight. We appreciate the information. And, you know, you heard her say Oklahomans taking care of each other, but you also heard her say in this particular day, they've had less calls for help. She's encouraged by that from what we had in Moore just a little more than a week ago. And, you know, and that is good. That is good news in that. The bad news is we still had some loss of life tonight.
Right, and she could not give us any confirmation on the number of people who may have been killed in this storm that blew through. We do know from OHP, they did tell us that a mother and child were killed as they were there along I-40 between Yukon and El Reno when the tornado came through. And also Union City Police, they have told one of our crews that someone else in a vehicle when a tornado came through was killed as well. But the governor's still just awaiting word on official confirmation of perhaps any more fatalities. We'll, of course, be in contact with her and emergency managers as well.
You're looking live right now at just some of our crews that have been out assessing the damage and just looking at some of the flooding. You can see the water that's going down just a little bit right now. We've also asked you at home to send us your videos and your photographs, and we're going to go to that here. This is a local video you're about to see. This is a live look. Here goes this video right now.
This is from the village, and you know the village floods. It seems like when we have lots of rain like this, and it looks like there are some emergency crews out there, perhaps a car that may be stuck in the high water. Again, the village, someone sent this in to youlocal@KOCO.com.
And now we want to go to a photograph of folks in actually this is a video. This is the Cox Convention Center seeking shelter underground where all the automobiles are parked.
Yeah, the underground parking there. We do know there was a Barons hockey game there tonight that went on, and they moved people there to the underground parking just underneath the Cox Convention Center. They were waiting out this storm as it moved through. You can only imagine what they were going through, how they were feeling when this massive storm was moving through Oklahoma City. And at that time, it was very difficult to tell if it was a tornado or not because it was wrapped up in rain.
And you know what's difficult about all of this is we want to bring Damon back in on this conversation. There were so many people. This storm, it was 4 o'clock this afternoon. People wanted to do their plans. They wanted to go out. But this thing just ramped up and just rolled through late in the afternoon, really.
It did. We started watching the storms develop at 4 o'clock in Canadian County. And, of course, rush hour traffic, Friday afternoon, everyone's trying to go somewhere. And that was, again, probably the worst case scenario that we could see here, because when you have a storm that moves into Oklahoma City, traffic slows down. You get these massive pileups here, just, you know, lots and lots of just miles of traffic, and no one can move very fast. So that was an issue. Now that the tornado threat is quickly diminishing, we still have more rain coming in, and you can see we're continuing to watch thunderstorms popping up just west of the Oklahoma City metro here, and this is all going to move basically to the east here, and it will roll back over areas that have already been impacted by rain. So now it looks like more storms and even some hail cores. We can still see them in between Yukon and Mustang right here. It certainly looks like there's hail, looks like more rain, and it's all going to spread to the east here. And you can see it looks like just continuing to see more storms kind of popping up just west of Union City and west of Powers. But all this rain moving to the east, we're likely going to see another 1 inch of rain come in here, because you can see see how it's very slowly moving to the east here. So downtown Oklahoma City, Yukon, Bethany, Mustang, Wheatland there, more rain coming in. And while the tornado risk is really coming down, and more than likely, I believe the Weather Service is working on removing some counties from the tornado watch here, we still have heavy storms moving in, and we're still likely going to see more flooding becoming an issue here. So right along I-240, I-40, right around the airport, you can see lots of heavy rain. All this is going to move right over. I would not be surprised if some of these areas get up probably another 1, 2, 3 inches of rain. Certainly look like a pretty good bet here. We're just going to see this rain train over the same area. And what we mean by when we say training is that basically it's almost like train tracks. You just see rain storms moving down the tracks, and they just keep going over and over and over and over. So definitely flooding will continue to be an issue for this evening as we watch this rain coming in. So as we just look right here from basically Yukon, Mustang, east of Moore, as you go into Pottawatomie County, it's almost like there's an axis there that's just going to continue to see storms develop. Quite a bit of lightning, quite a bit of thunder. There's going to be some hail. Rusty, let's look at the hail products within this, because I believe we have a bunch of hail cores that are going to be all within this. You can see right in between Powers and Union City, our radar is still depicting looks to be some fairly large hailstones right there. Going to be up around $half the golf ball size. So hail core right around Tuttle, south of Mustang. Another hail core right over Union City. This will produce likely some golf ball size hail, and then we're likely going to see some pretty large hail that is going to be south of Norman there. We're likely right in eastern Cleveland County and the western parts of Pottawatomie County. You can see still depicting some very large hailstones just around Etowah there, east of Slaughterville. That's huge. That is quite large. That's going to be up approaching grapefruit size hail. So hail, heavy rain, and strong winds likely out there tonight, but the tornado risk is really decreasing pretty quickly there. Paul, Jess, over to you.
Okay, Damon, thank you. We want to go to one of our crews who is witnessing this flooding firsthand. KOCO's Kim Passoff joins us now along I-44. And Kim, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing.
Well, Jessica, right now we are on I-44. We're looking at the westbound lanes of traffic right before the Broadway extension. Obviously, a major interchange for the city, and there is just a lake on the westbound side of the freeway. Traffic is almost at a standstill while people slowly try to go through that water. It does look like they have part of the highway shut down. We've seen just a few cars going on the eastbound lanes. That's closed off before the Broadway extension here on I-44. So again, eastbound lanes, it looks like it's closed off completely at this point. And westbound lanes, we can see it looks like a lake right before you take I-44 onto the Broadway extension if you're going eastbound. Again, traffic at a crawl, and this is certainly a traffic nightmare. Lots of police in the area. It does look like they're trying to shut down this road, but obviously a lot of traffic going through here. If people can stay home right now, that's the best idea to do, because even though the major hail and rain has passed this particular area, obviously the cleanup is still underway, and law enforcement needs to be able to access these roads the best they can, but there are a lot of people out on the roads right now. Paul, Jessica?
And Kim, we're looking at a live picture from I-44 and the Broadway extension, and we can see traffic is just backed up, slow going in that area. We know that you've been across Oklahoma City metro area. How have roads been in other spots on your drive to get to I-44 and Broadway extension?
Well, we've actually been all over central Oklahoma today. We started up in Stillwater, where the roads were flooded up there as well. Tons of water coming down. It felt like it was a hurricane with the winds and the rain, so much water just being dumped on the highways. Getting back here, we took the Turner Turnpike, which actually wasn't too bad, but coming back into the metro, you can definitely see that there is a good amount of water dumped onto the roadways, and traffic, like I said, on I-44 headed westbound right before the Broadway extension is at a crawl at this point, because it looks like there's a lake in the middle of the highway.
And Kim, let me ask you, in all your travels today, did you happen to see any damaged areas?
Lots of tree branches down in the northern parts in Payne County, Logan County. Because the winds were so strong. Obviously, there was a couple storms that were tornado warned, but never anything that developed up there. But definitely, it was still a significant event, even though there was so much going down here in Oklahoma City, because those winds they felt like hurricane force winds that were just, even though there were straight line winds going through town, lots of tree branches down and debris in the roadway as we traveled through.
And Kim, we know you guys are there in your vehicles and you have scanners there. You hear lots of traffic over those scanners. Have you just heard reports of high water rescues or people trapped at all in the Oklahoma City metro area as you guys have been making your way along?
I haven't seen that yet, but I could certainly see where it could come to that situation with, like I said, it looks like a lake in the middle of the highway. So we do know that there's some troopers sitting there monitoring the situation, trying to get people through here. And I'm not sure how they're diverting traffic over to the eastbound lanes of I-44 because there's only one or two cars that we see coming through there. We can see a huge backup right before the Broadway extension on I-44. So I think that they're letting just a couple vehicles through at a time, and it's just a traffic nightmare. If you don't have a good reason to be out on the roads right now, you should be staying at home or wherever you are because even though the hail has passed through this area and the rain, it's still a nightmare out here on the roads.
Yeah, this is just one of those nights. It's better to have stayed home. You don't want to be out there with your family or your friends or whomever because you never know what can happen, especially when the roadways look like this.
You do hope that these people maybe are the ones that are still just trying to get home and haven't headed out after this. And, that might be over in this part of town, but there's still a lot of storms out there. Kim was saying it reminded her of hurricanes. I lived in Florida, and I remember looking out the window here at the station just a short time ago when this thing was going through, and that's what I thought. This is torrential rains. Damon, you were tracking these things going through, and that's exactly what it looked like. I mean, it almost looked like hurricane-type rain.
It was torrential rain, which we still have going on right now, too, by the way. But it was rain and then tornadoes that were wrapped up in the rain. And again, I don't care how good of a chaser you are, when you get a setup like this and you get these rain-wrapped tornadoes, you're not going to get into and be able to see this very well. Now, there was a brief moment this evening when we did see the tornadoes, at least not so much wrapped in rain. That was earlier in the evening, and Chris Lee was actually right in the perfect location. You can see right here, this was going to be, this was a tornado that was south of El Reno. This is what it looked like before it started getting wrapped up in rain, but you can see it's kind of spitting right there in the distance. But again, that didn't last long before the rain wrapped around within this, but still, again, that was Chris Lee's shot, and look how close he is. I mean, even from my vantage point, even that looks pretty too close for comfort, but look how big that quickly picked up there. This was what prompted the tornado emergency for Oklahoma City as we were watching these storms move to the east. So again, that was certainly a very large tornado. It was in the stages of likely getting even larger before the rain wrapped around it, but nonetheless, that pretty much lifted as it moved into Oklahoma County. We still have lots of rain going on right now, and it looks like we're probably going to set the night up here for another 1 to 2 inches of rain for Oklahoma City, as we're just seeing these storms just training over the same area right now. So basically from Lake Stanley Draper to Moore, Mustang, Yukon, El Reno, Union City, this is all rain, and probably going to see heavy rain with hailstones mixed in with it. The radar is likely going to sample big raindrops and probably going to think of it as sometimes as being hailstones. So probably going to see rain and hail mixed in. The radar may be depicting hail sizes. It might be a little bit larger than it really is, but still, we still have hail just west of the metro. All this is going to continue to move to the east, as well as some very heavy rain. So the flooding threat is not over yet for Oklahoma City. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay, Damon, thank you. Let's go to some of our crews now. Morgan Chesky, last time we checked in with him, he was driving there along I-40 between Yukon and El Reno. And Morgan, we know that the El Reno area has some structural damage to some homes. What are you seeing there?
Paul, Jess, let me tell you, now that it's nightfall, it's making it really difficult to try to get a hold on just how much damage is in this area. We're running into the same obstacle that a lot of the folks who live around here are, and that's that you're in a rural area, you're driving on the roads, and what we're running into is a lot of downed power lines. And because the rain is picking back up here, we have a lot of folks that are traveling down roads trying to get to either friends or family to check on the condition of how folks came out of the storm here. And we're having people turn around on very narrow roads that are covered with 6 to 8 inches of water when they reach these power lines that are down in a lot of places, in at least 3 instances in just the past half hour across these roads. We're on Jensen Road right now. That's about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile south of I-40. And this is what we're seeing here. And we have emergency vehicles that are trying to make the most of the situation by navigating through this water. And I haven't even really had a chance to talk to a lot of the first responders here just because they've been sirens blaring going from point A to point B, and everyone else is trying to kind of just make their way through these water-covered roads and in the meantime dodge these electrical wires that are down in several places that we've noticed already.
Morgan, as you go through there, I know you're talking about things on the roadway, but as you look around to the sides, and I know it's kind of dark, but can you tell, if anything, if there are any houses that have been flattened or anything like that?
Sure. You know, this situation kind of takes me back to Kearney when we were there. It's a rural area. We have noticed some isolated damage, but because it's not really densely populated, I haven't really seen any homes in particular that have been damaged. I have seen some barns. I have seen those silos that I mentioned earlier. Obviously, there's been some wind damage, just some debris thrown across the roadway, some fences down, the power lines down, things of that nature. But other than hearsay, nothing confirmed right now as far as home damage, at least in the neighborhoods that we've been driving around here, south of El Reno. Particularly where we are right now off of Jensen Road. We are seeing damage. It's spread out in kind of an isolated nature here. And so that's what we're seeing right now. Again, I can tell you that the timing that this storm had when it hit is making it incredibly difficult to get a handle on just what it left behind because unlike areas in Moore that were kind of easily accessible, it's somewhat compared to this, we're in a very rural setting. It's pitch black. You can see about as far as your headlights reach in front of you, and that's it. There's no street lights, there's no road lights, and so a little bit of confusion here as we kind of navigate through debris on some of the roads. You see the emergency vehicles that are driving around, obviously with a clear-cut mission, still trying to get a handle on what that mission is right now. I know that whenever we were coming out of El Reno, we're already seeing signs of other areas that are coming to help. We had the Weatherford Fire Department that was in what looked to be a staging area right off the side of the road. They had about a dozen vehicles there, and they just looked to be waiting to be delegated somewhere in this area in hopes of being able to help out over the night. Right now, I know in the metro, you guys have had a drainage, a flooding problem, and if the rain keeps coming down here, we may see that as well. The water, fortunately, has been able to go off some of the roads, but once you get off the main thoroughfares here, we have had some serious water-covered roads. I would say close to a foot. And if it's already like that now, it's only going to get worse as the night goes on. Paul, Jess?
Okay, Morgan, yeah, it is going to get worse. Morgan is down around the El Reno area, and our crews are spread out all over the place. We've got Michael Seiden joining us now. And, Michael, tell us exactly where you are.
Paul, we are in front of the intersection of 10 and Southwest 22nd. This entire intersection right now is flooded. It honestly looks like a river is running through here. There are cars submerged in water. In fact, some people have just abandoned their vehicles. They have the hazard lights on, but there's not a driver in them because it is just a mess out here. And right now we're actually watching an ambulance. First responders are trying to get through here right now, but there is so much traffic. And like I mentioned before, people have just abandoned their trucks and their cars. And so emergency vehicles are trying to get through, not to mention all the power's out, so you don't have traffic signals. So people are basically treating, when you get to an intersection, they're acting like it's a stop sign. So it's just a mess out here. As I continue on with photojournalist Andrew Donnelly, we drove through a couple neighborhoods that are just near this intersection. Streets are completely flooded, and again, there's no electricity out here, and it's just a mess out here.
And Michael, we can't see your shot right now. We're looking to I-44 and Broadway extension, but where you are at Penn and Southwest 22nd, can you just kind of look around and tell us how many cars, how many vehicles you see stuck in the water?
Oh, yeah, there's at least a dozen that are stranded right now. And as far as if there are drivers actually still in them, I can't see because it's pretty dark out here. But I would say out of the dozen that are stranded, I've counted at least 3 or 4 that have been abandoned. And you guys mentioned 44. Andrew and I were trying to get down the southwest side, and we were up on the northwest side looking at the interstate is just bumper-to-bumper traffic, flooding all over the city. But I don't know if you can hear the sirens right now, but that is really challenging right now for first responders. Obviously, we've had multiple reports of people being stranded, trapped in their vehicles, and first responders are trying to get to them to rescue them. But there's so much traffic here, they just can't get through.
Okay, Michael Seiden, live there down South Penn, and I mean that's right in the city. He's talking about so much power outage that's going on right there. I mean, in all, over 70,000 people, but in the metro last we had 59,000 people without power.
Right, and I believe over 70,000 across the state with no power right now, and it's got to be difficult for those crews who are going to assess some of the damage, but also get into some of these flooded areas to help people. If you're in the dark, no street lights or anything like that, it makes it extra difficult for them to try to do their job. Let's go now to Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane to talk about the storms right now. And Damon, just give us an idea of what we're looking at now south of the metro.
Well, we're still looking at a heavy rain threat coming in here. We're probably going to see, when all is said and done, over 5 inches of rain for the Oklahoma City metro. We're also getting pockets of hail coming in. And Ariel Reshef right now, we have her. Ariel, tell us exactly where you are and how big the hail is where you are right now.
We're heading westbound on Route 66. We just turned off of Highway 81 coming from Union City into El Reno, and there was a pretty sizable pocket of hail that we went through. Our satellite truck actually had to pull over to the side of the road because this was creating some havoc there on the roads. And obviously we've been hearing that there are drivers on the road still, regardless of the fact that it is very, very treacherous out here. We've seen quite a bit of cooling on the sides of the road, and we're actually following emergency management right now, and it's a pretty significant amount of water on the roads. The visibility incredibly low. We can probably only see about 6 to 10 feet in front of us at this point. Trying to be safe, of course, as we follow this law enforcement, but we want to make sure we can assess some of the damage from the earlier storms, and we'll get all of that to you as soon as we can. Back to you guys.
All right, Ariel, so what we're looking at here is more rain coming in and still pockets of hail. We still have hail cores. You can see one right here, right in between Union City and Powers. I do want to emphasize again, the tornado threat is really going down. However, the threat for some very heavy rain is going to continue as we are still watching these storms developing. They are back building, and they're moving right down I-40 here, and areas that have already seen 3-4 inches of rain are likely going to see another 1 to 2 inches minimum. All right, so we still have a lot of rain coming in through Canadian County now east of El Reno. Notice how we still see storms still building here, and then as you watch the overall motion as these are going to the east, again, here's going to be Lake Overholser. This is going to be Lake Hefner. Both of these lakes are going to be quite full when all is said and done here. These are going to be lake fillers and drought busters, definitely, especially considering that with the rain that we saw last week, 8 inches, and then 5 inches plus here, more than likely. Again, we're going to be seeing some waterlogged soil. The soil was already pretty wet before the day even started, and so more rain just adding to the flooding threat here. But just like we always see out here in Oklahoma City, we will see places that quickly flood, and then the water will recede, but as fast as it recedes, it can still flood again. And so, again, areas that are likely going to see some flooding, probably going to be as you're going up, if you go up just north of the Capitol, again on the highway there, and you go under the train tracks as you get ready to approach the Broadway extension and the I-44 interchange, you know the area I'm talking about if you travel it often there. That's probably going to see some ponding coming up here pretty quickly because the sewers are already filled with water as it is, so just more rain is going to add to the flooding risk there. So you can see all this rain. Isolated severe hail is going to be embedded within all this rain, but Valley Brook, Moore, Franklin, down to Norman, plenty of heavy rain coming in here, and again, that will certainly be a pretty big risk that we're going to deal with here is flooding late at night. Again, you can't see just how deep the water is, and we were saying earlier, now is not the time to be on the road, and we still want to make sure that people know that traveling tonight is not going to be a good idea with all this rain. You can see how slow traffic is moving on the right-hand side of your television screen there. So lots of heavy rain, isolated severe hail, tornado risk really going down, but still we got to watch out for all of this rain that's likely going to stay here for at least a few more hours. And you can see even from Bethany, as you make way to Britain here, the town of Britain, there's actually a kind of an area on Britain Road that's known as the town of Britain there. And then Witcher, Edmond, looks like this rain's all going to move in this direction. It's going to move to the east. And so a lot of us will be getting rain, and this will be the type of rain that you do not need to turn your sprinkler systems on for probably a couple weeks here. So go ahead and make sure you turn that off there. Let's conserve the water that we have coming in here. Chris Lee, we have you live on the phone right now. You're now watching KOCO 5 News at 10. And, of course, the big weather story that we had today was the severe storms that moved on through. Chris Lee, you shot this tornado. Kind of give us a breakdown of how this tornado developed and just how long you were watching it.
Yeah, David, we saw the storm go up along the dry line. We've been talking about it all day long. It went up in northern Caddo County to the west of El Reno. We took the road that goes from the airport south of and west of El Reno and took that out as far as it'll go to the river, and we watched the storm kind of tracked back with it, watching the rotation, and it put down the tornado, as you can see, multiple vortex, two tornadoes down, kind of twisting around the main circulation until they formed a much larger tornado. This was about 4 miles west of the airport at El Reno, and it was traveling pretty much straight east. From there, it just it turned into a much larger tornado, and we had a pretty good visual on it for a while. We were driving kind of alongside of it. We had to get a little bit further away because, as you can tell, it was pretty close when it started. But we paralleled it just a mile or so away, and after a while, probably about the time it got to the airport, it started to draw a lot of rain around it, and the whole circulation wrapped up in rain. And I'm never sure whether it had a tornado like what we saw there for that first 4 or 5 miles. Again, I know that's where a lot of the damage is, and I know there was certainly a lot of wind and circulation that went across I-40. But we talked a lot about how non-classic it was, the fact that it had so much rain that you really couldn't see what the tornado was doing. We followed it through south of Yukon, just to the north of Will Rogers Airport, and it had rotation, very strong rotation, and wrapped up in the rain, basically from about Yukon all the way back, all the way through, Damon.
And I do remember earlier this evening when we were talking to you, you're also talking about these winds that rush out on the backside of the storm, the rear flank downdraft. You got caught in that. How strong did those winds feel?
We got winds, I'm estimating, and I can guess winds, 50, 60 miles an hour. This was much stronger than that. This was, I hope it doesn't lift the car off the road kind of winds. I'm guessing we had winds at least 80, maybe 100 miles an hour. The power lines were bowing, and it was a very unpleasant place to be. This is right after that tornado formed, because that whole area kind of got in there. Chasers call that the bear's cage. That's the area that makes that hook that circles around the tornado, and there are very strong winds in that. And I've been hit by those a few times doing this, and it's never very pleasant.
Certainly, we were hearing a lot of reports about, again, just how strong these rear flank downdraft winds were. Jeremy Carter, we were talking to him roughly around the same time, and he too was talking about saying he had never experienced winds as strong as they were, and we have his video as well. Again, this is coming in from Jeremy Carter, and his video, he too was on this storm right there. There you go. That's Jeremy Carter's stream, and from earlier this evening, and he was looking as well into this tornadic thunderstorm. And once again, the winds that he said he experienced were just unbelievable. He said at least 80, 90, perhaps 100 miles per hour. Again, we make sure that we ensure storm chaser safety at all times, but sometimes Mother Nature can certainly throw us a couple curveballs. And again, we don't want to see a situation like this again where we get our chasers in these 100-mile-an-hour winds. But yeah, that certainly was quite phenomenal there. Again, as we were part of these way too close to these storms. But that was the situation that we had. today. Severe weather, and we still have storms that are still popping up. Let's put up a radar right now. Again, Advantage Doppler HD. Again, Advantage Doppler HD, so we can show you what we're getting ready to encounter. And again, more heavy rain from El Reno, moving now over Oklahoma City. This is going to continue to move to the east. And once again, 5-inch rainfall amounts when all is said and done. Probably going to happen, again, right around the Oklahoma City metro area. We're going to get some significant rainfall amounts in here, and that will lead to an overnight flooding risk. Again, those areas that typically do flood. What is that on the, oh, that is, what are we looking on the right-hand side there? Is that downtown? That's Brickdown Ballpark? Okay, bring that up full if we can, because I'm just looking at it from a small television screen there, but how high is that water right there? Okay, okay, I see what we're looking at here. All right, now that we've gone full here, all the rain coming down. You can see Sonic off in the distance. All right, so yeah, the Brickdown Ballpark, more rain coming down, and it looks like, you know what, these areas that tend to flood are likely going to flood again overnight. So we continue to watch this rain moving into the Oklahoma City metro, probably not going to let up until well after midnight. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay, Damon, and yeah, because of all of that rain and the flooding, OHP has just been telling people just to get off the roadway tonight. It's best to stay at home. There's some areas right now where they say flooding is a problem, so I just want to kind of run down those. I-240 and the I-35 junction, I-44 and the I-40 junction, as well as I-40 and Air Depot. They're saying it's impassable right now with high water. Another issue, as we take a look here you can see all of the congestion there on the interstates. They're saying there's power lines down at I-40 east and westbound near mile marker 129, and that troopers are working several collisions and also just weather-related incidents there with injuries as well. They're saying multiple injuries, no numbers that they can give us at this time, but they're really just discouraging people in Oklahoma City, greater metro area, to not travel, to just stay at home. And you can see one of the big problems there on the roadways, just all of that congestion.
And most likely these are people that were caught in the storm, have been trying to get home all of this time. And we want to go out to Dan Ryan right now. And Dan, I know you've been in an area there, Broadway and 23rd is where you were. Where are you now?
I'm on South Meridian, just north of Airport Road. The police have the street blocked off here, and I'm going to zoom in. There's a lot of debris covering the road. This is Meridian Avenue. It's completely blocked by debris. I remember earlier Damon saying there was a tornado passing just north of Will Rogers Airport. That's where I am, and this is some of the damage it caused. There are power poles snapped over here, and I haven't been able to determine what that debris is, but it's something big, and it's covering the whole road.
Okay, Danielle, we were asking that same question as you said that. So that is there on South Meridian, 3800 South Meridian, and it looks like it's metal that's all mangled up in that big pile of debris.
Yeah, it's really raining hard out here, and I literally just pulled up on this and called in to tell you guys about it, to get some pictures on TV and let people know Meridian is impassable here. I'm going to try to go up there and figure out what it is and maybe talk to the police here in a minute, and I'll get back with you and let you know when I find out.
Okay, Dan, and you can see that rain in his shot was picking up. We can hear the rain picking up here at the television station. And Damon showed us that radar. It is all red, and there's still going to be a lot of rain coming in. So folks are still going to have a hard time just getting home, getting through all this. And so much of the city is in the dark. We're talking about more than 50,000 people right now just in Oklahoma City alone. We talked to Morgan Chesky. He was down in the El Reno area, and he says there are power lines all over the roadways, especially once you get off the interstate and get onto some of the side streets. It's just a mess.
And one thing that Morgan had mentioned as he was driving out to El Reno, there in between Yukon and El Reno along I-40, he passed semis. He said about half a dozen semis that were blown off of the interstate into a field. It just goes to show how powerful that tornado was as it came through there. And he was making his way into the El Reno area trying to get a better idea about the damage out there in Canadian County. He said it's just hard to see because it's so dark. We had talked to the emergency manager out there for Canadian County. It's been a bit, at least an hour ago, we spoke with him. He said It was very hectic at the time. That was a quote, just hectic. He said several homes were hit west of El Reno by the airport there. And you'll remember when the tornado was making its way across, that's one area Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane was specifically talking about, the El Reno airport. He also said there were some homes in barns damaged east of El Reno, but he did say it was a sparsely populated area just on the outskirts there of town. But of course, one of their issues, power lines, just tree limbs and things like that across roadways.
That's
too.
Dan Ryan right there running out in the path of this rain right now. He's trying to get some information about what's going on. You can see the roadway is blocked. There's something that has fallen or been thrown right onto the street right there, and it's a huge looking piece of metal just in front of that bus right there. It's very difficult to figure out exactly what it is, and you see the water coming down on roadways and lawns and grassy areas that have already been inundated with a ton of rain this evening.
Right. We know that I just saw ODOT tweet this out, that crews are working with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol to close highways as necessary. But again, all travel in the metro, they are discouraging at this point because of issues like this and also the flooding on the roadways. And Dan Ryan, who just ran out to see if he could talk to emergency crews and get a better look at what that debris is, and it's just beyond those flashing lights that you see right there in the middle of South Meridian and the 3800 block of South Meridian. He said some power poles had also snapped out in that area. But you see lots of rain coming down right now. Still, we certainly don't need any more after all that we got already that caused so much flooding. And it looks like he may be making his way back to the vehicle now to give us an update on what he found out and what he saw as he made his way through all of that rain to take a closer look at that debris pile.
You got to hand it to our crews. They are willing to go the extra mile and get soaked in the rain to just try and find out what the answers are for us. You know, you see the rain coming down right there, and I'll bet you there's a good chance we're going to see some of these road closures continue to stay closed, and then some more coming in with the rain that we have coming down right now.
And as we're awaiting word from our photojournalist Dan Ryan on exactly what he saw there, let's go to KOCO's Kim Passoff. And Kim, give us your location right now.
Paul and Jessica, we are headed south on I-40 right now, just at the Amarillo Junction. We can see that traffic is at a standstill headed on I-44, headed westbound. We can see that at this point. And the roads are just flooded at this point. There's so much, the rain is still coming down in buckets. It's hard to see, hard to drive, but there's still a lot of people out on the roads. Not sure why there's so many people out of the roads, because it's still really difficult to drive at this point. And the rain is still continuing to come down. We have heard of cars floating through water over the scanners. So we do know that this is not a good time to be out driving, and the water still is continuing to come down, causing a lot of havoc for drivers.
And Kim, right now, you tell me where you are right now one more time.
We're headed southbound on I-40 right now.
Right around the Amarillo Junction, right?
Yeah, we just passed it. We passed Whitewater Bay, so people might know that.
Okay. And the traffic's just stopped right there.
Yeah, it was completely stopped at one point. We're moving slowly right now, but I don't know if you can see from our live stream, the water is still just coming down. The windshield wipers are going as fast as they can, struggling to keep up so we can keep a view of the road, because the water is just coming down in droves still at this point. And we do know that there has been significant flooding in this area. So we'll continue to check it out and bring you some live reports. Paul, Jessica.
Okay,
Kim Passoff at the Amarillo Junction, and and it's this scene through much of the metro right now as the heavy rain continues to come down. Damon told us it was going to be coming in. He showed us all the red on the radar, and you can hear it.
You can hear it coming down here at the station. I was trying to get an update from OG&E, just checking their system watch. It's temporarily unavailable at this point, just to get an update on power outages, because you keep hearing our crews talk about lines that are down, and it's just really dark in some of their locations. At last check, the governor told us, I believe, about 74,000 customers were without power.
Let's go out to Morgan Chesky, right now. Morgan, the last time we talked to you, you were south of El Reno, not far from I-40, just trying to make your way. What have you found out?
Well, Jess, we haven't made it much farther since we last spoke, but I have learned some valuable new information. Just got done speaking with Lieutenant Adam Flowers with Canadian County Sheriff's Department. And right now we're about a quarter mile down the road from OKC West Stockyards. That's just south of El Reno. And I'm told that OKC West Stockyards, which is comprised of multiple buildings and barns, was hit by that tornado. There is a lot of structural damage there. The reason they're keeping us about a quarter mile away right now is because when it was hit, there was a gas leak, and that made it pretty difficult because they tried to have a search and rescue effort at the stockyards and then kind of had to retreat right now. So I'm told that they are in the finishing stages of making sure that that gas leak is closed up. About a quarter mile away from here, across the road, is the Canadian Valley Votech. And Lieutenant Flowers told me that there was a direct hit there. He says heavy structural damage. He believes the building's a total loss, but being in pitch black, it's hard to tell just how far the damage goes. He says that they are still in a search and rescue mode right now. He personally was there at the tech school whenever just a few minutes after the tornado hit, and he said that there were 12 people inside at the time. Fortunately, that school had a basement. They were able to go down, seek shelter. They had plenty of warning, and they had to be helped out because debris had made it difficult for them to get out of the basement there. And he also said that that's one of the things they're running into. He did confirm that there are homes damaged here in this area, and he says that one thing they've had at least a handful of times are folks that are being trapped in their storm shelters due to debris. He did tell me that he believes there are 3 fatalities from the tornado right now that he could confirm. He couldn't tell me anything more on that end regarding the situations surrounding the deaths. And he says that right now they're continuing to work through the night. OG&E is here trying to get power back to folks who've lost it. ONG is here trying to make sure that gas leaks in the area are handled here just south of El Reno. But I told you last time, a lot of confusion here. We have rain, hail is continuing to come down here. And so with the down power lines blocking a lot of folks as they try to make their way around these rural areas, it's just adding to the fact that people don't have a whole lot of information about where they can get to places from here and what's going on. It's such a wide expanse, kind of a rural area, and it covers so much territory that we're just kind of piecing bits of information as we get them here. Paul, Jess?
Okay, Morgan Chesky reporting down around El Reno. And we want to go out to Dan Ryan right now. Dan, I know you've been checking on to find out what is in the roadway right there. We saw you getting into the rain. What'd you find out?
Well, I found out this is a parking area for the airport. It's off the airport, but this is where you can park your car and drive to the airport. This bus in the street there, that's actually a parking shuttle. And all this debris in the middle of the roadway there, that is the awning. It was covered parking for people going to the airport. And that is just mangled and in the roadway. It's completely blocking the road. The police have set up here because people keep trying to go through. There's also power poles snapped on the other side of this street. Anyway, this is, I don't know if you can see the railroad crossing down there. This is just north of the railroad tracks, which is just north of Airport Road on South Meridian. And it's completely impassable. It's going to be a long time before this is cleared up.
Okay, Dan Ryan, and he's kind of zooming in there. It's hard to see right now because it's so dark, but you can kind of see if you look closely just a pile of debris. And as he said, it was part of the covered parking there, just thrown about.
And that seems like so much of the damage that we have. Let's go out to Trooper Betsy Randolph right now. Betsy, the rain is coming down, and there's still a lot of traffic out there.
There really is. It's so congested on the interstate. We're asking folks, please stay off I-40, stay off I-35, 240, I-44, not much better. We still have a lot of collisions that we haven't even made it to. We know that there are people that are trying to get a hold of their loved ones and the phone lines are tied up. Really, if you can stay off the interstates and stay somewhere safe, we sure encourage you to do that tonight.
And Trooper, can you tell us just about the traffic, just all of the congestion? We're looking there at I-235 and I-44, and it's been the same scene for quite some time now, just bumper to bumper traffic of people trying to get through.
Right. I mean, we've had so many different collisions. We've had the interstate that was shut down, I-40 shut down because of power lines that crossed the roadway, high water that has crossed the roadway. I don't know that it's going to get better anytime soon. People that are already out that are stuck in traffic, we know that you need to get off the roadway. If you're probably like me and you've been wanting to go to the bathroom for the last hour, we understand that. We want you to get off the interstate. We want you to get somewhere safe. We're doing what we can, including pushing vehicles off of the roadway because the wrecker services are inundated right now and unable to come to our locations where we've got crashes. So we've got troopers pushing cars off the interstate just to clear the interstate up. So please be patient with us as we try to get that cleared up and get you underway and off the highways tonight.
And Trooper Randolph, is that rain that I'm hearing in your vehicle right now, how's that coming down?
It's coming down pretty steadily, not too terribly hard. I'm just north of I-40 on Highway 81 out in the El Reno area. It has been, it's been crazy all night long, but thankfully I've avoided any hail. A lot of my partners haven't been so fortunate tonight. We've had a lot of damage to patrol cars from the large hail. We've had some that got waterlogged, some that were stuck in mud. I don't think we've had any injuries as far as troopers are concerned, but we have had some of our units damaged tonight.
Well, and you hate to hear that because your crews are getting out trying to shut down roadways and keep people safe through all of this, and they themselves find damage, with their patrol cars as they're making their way through. Have your crews had a difficult time getting through some of these congested areas as well?
We've had troopers unable to get to different crash scenes. They may have been trying to shut down the interstate. And a lot of the time when we were trying to shut down those interstates, it was because we were trying to keep people from driving into the storm. 1 minute they think that they're just driving into a rainstorm, and they were driving into tornadoes. So we have put ourselves in harm's way tonight. Of course, that's what we signed up to do. That's where our calling is. We just ask folks tonight if they will stop and think before they get out and start driving around. Check the weather forecast. Listen to the radio, not just your iPod or your iPad or anything like that. Listen to what the weather forecasters are saying, and then heed those warnings, because this is about people being safe, and sometimes we have to keep people, protect people from themselves.
All right, Trooper Betsy Randolph, thanks as always for your information. You stay safe out there this evening. Let's go live now to photojournalist Billy Dry, who has some information from Canadian County. Billy, what are you learning?
Right now, we pulled up at the Canadian Valley Technology Center, and it is pouring down rain. There's so much rain coming in, we can't even get out to get the camera rain gear on the camera, obviously. But we're starting to pick up dime-sized hail right now. Every once in a while you see nickel size. But what I'm looking at, as lightning flashes around, you can kind of get a glimpse of what actually happened here. There's structures that are out here that you can tell were houses or barns or something, because there's sheet metal just wrapped all over the place. Now, when I look at the Canadian Valley Technology Center, you can actually tell the roof has been lifted off of this building. The only thing that I can see visibly standing are the walls. And you can probably hear some of the hail hitting the top of my the SUV here we're in. But there's power lines down, and there's just an enormous amount of rain and just debris here. So, you heard Morgan talking about folks who were trapped here earlier. It's very likely that it took them a while to get them out because of the amount of debris that's here. Imagine how much goes into the building of a roof, and that's exactly what is all over the ground here and probably even collapsed inside of the technology center. So it's getting pretty intense out here right now.
Billy, you touched on this, some of the search and rescue efforts that Morgan had mentioned not too long ago. He said they were still underway, but you're there seeing it firsthand. Does it seem like the search and rescue efforts there have ended at the Canadian Valley Technology Center?
It appears that there are some crews that are just now leaving. I just had, just as you were asking me the question, there was a guy that pulled by that I wouldn't go in there if I were you. And the hail's actually starting to pick up. We're starting to pick up about quarter-size hail now, and it's hit me in the legs. But as I look off in the distance, I can see several crews with spotlights. I can't tell if they're OG&E trucks or if they're county vehicles, but they have the spotlights flashlights that are attached to the vehicle, and they're shining their light on buildings, trying to determine if there could be anybody in there or what kind of damage is there. Now, I also see off to the left here, you can see some of the lights from El Reno, and you can see some of the vehicles that were out here that I believe they appear to be overturned right here, and it looks like very large, like cattle vehicles or something like that they've used. Morgan was also talking about the smell of gas, and it is very strong out here, and it is also very the livestock smell is pretty intense out here as well too. So it's very surreal. Just looking out with the lightning flash, you can see the damage in little glimpses and little pieces. But it's definitely something where people want to stay away, because as we were coming in, power lines are actually down across Highway 66 as you come in here.
Okay, Billy Dry over in Canadian County, and you can hear the rain. We've heard it in the trooper's car, we've heard it in his, and hail, and we saw it in Dan Ryan. So let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane. Damon, it's coming down right now.
It is, and let's first look at the tornado track, and then we're going to talk about today's what's going on right now. This is the preliminary track of the tornado. You can see it kind of snakes up along I-40, and then just south of Overholser here as it moves really close to Will Rogers World Airport. It looks like it lifted a little bit, and then it picked back up again just west of Tinker Air Force Base. So this is the preliminary tornado track coming in from the National Weather Service right now. But we still have heavy rain out there right now, and I'm still getting some pretty large hail reports now in Seminole County and southeastern Potawatomi County. Let's jump over to Advantage Doppler HD so I can show you what I'm talking about here. We still have rain just lined up here, and right now, again, as you look, Shawnee, we're going to get some pretty large hail there going into Seminole County, but then more rain still coming right on through Oklahoma City. That rain's going to eventually spread on up into Edmond. Edmond, I know we've been kind of seeing the rain on and off throughout the evening. A lot of the heaviest rain has been down to the south. Will Rogers World Airport, since 7 o'clock, is now up to 5 inches of rain. So we've had almost 5 inches of rain here in Oklahoma City at the official reporting site there since 7. So 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 5 inches of rain. That's why we have flooding going on. But you can see heavy rain right now moving over Wiley Post, Bethany. We are likely going to see isolated hail cores within this, probably nothing larger than quarter-size hail. You can see in between El Reno and Yukon here, but the largest hailstones are now going to be actually down here in southern parts of Seminole County, just right north of Kanawha here, south of Seminole. More than likely going to see probably tennis ball size hail still with this right here. So more storms continue to move on through. I don't expect the rain to let up for the metro until after midnight. 5 inches looks like a pretty good bet when it comes to rainfall totals for tonight. At least 5 inches. That will lead to a flooding risk after midnight. It's going to continue, and just like we have seen throughout the night, the flooding will quickly occur, and then the water will recede once the rain lets up. But we still have a lot of heavy rain. Tornado risk quickly diminishing tonight. I'm not really too concerned any longer here with the threat for tornadoes, but still the potential for large hail south of Seminole. Looks like another hail core is going to come just west of Bethel Acres, just east of Stella. That's going to roll back into Potawatomi County there between Bethel Acres and Shawnee. And then more rain right now over the metro. Again, it looks like we continue to see this heavy rain coming through here. If you have to travel tonight, which I really suggest that you don't, please stay on main roads, ones that you're familiar with, because, again, you know the areas that are likely going to flood when you see this much rainfall. If it's flooded before, more than likely it will tonight as we still see all this heavy rain moving on through. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay, Damon, thank you. And let's go to one of our crews right now, sports reporter Brian Keating. He is out in the field for us. Brian, thanks for jumping out and covering the storm for us. We heard the thunder there. Tell us where you are right now.
Hey Jess, we're at Southwest 28th and May, and you can see the lightning, you can see the thunder. We've had hail here in the last few minutes. I must say, with all the electricity here, it does make me a little nervous to hold all this stuff. But let me show you just a little bit of what we're seeing. And as we drove here on Hefner Parkway, we saw power lines down. We saw a number of cars stranded. The flooding all the way down what I guess would be Southwest 29th is pretty heavy, and we're kind of bombarded up against some shops here at a Pizza Hut here, but the rain is unrelenting. There's no doubt about that. And I said we have seen the hail, but we've seen a lot of cars stuck. The movement around here is very slow. It's very ominous and dark because you don't have a lot of electricity. The street lights, as you can see, are kind of out. People slow moving, we have seen a number of people just kind of walking up and down the street, and I'm going to assume the few that we've talked to have been stranded from their cars, and they're just looking for somewhere to go. So it is a bit of a scary scene as far as the flooding, guys. Unrelenting is the word that I would definitely say, and you just kind of hope this thing will let up. But right now, it is coming down, and it is scary out here in South Oklahoma City, guys.
Okay, Brian, we don't want to keep you because we know that lightning threat, it can be an issue with our live trucks that they have there.
Right.
So maybe call in next time if the lightning is still pretty bad in that area.
Yeah, and the rain is just coming down. Let's go out to KOCO's Kim Passoff. And Kim, where are you right now?
Well, Jessica, right now I am looking at MacArthur. If you can see my live stream, there's a big black box. We're on MacArthur, just south of I-40. The road is completely flooded, and there is a trailer that is flipped over in the middle of the road. We just saw a fire truck go by, and it's actually not stopping to attend to this because there's so much going on right now. The road just looks like a river. People are driving. I saw a Mini Cooper go through, and it was up to the headlights on the Mini Cooper. It definitely was struggling to get through sea of water that is on MacArthur right now, just south of I-40. We're actually at this location because this area was hit by the tornadoes earlier today. Power is out to this area right now. I'm looking at the Comfort Inn. It doesn't appear to have any damage to the structure itself from what I can see, but there are trees down in their parking lot. Again, no power in this area, and the rain is coming down still in buckets, and we did have for a brief time about quarter to maybe a little bit smaller than ping pong size hail, people trying to seek cover over the overhangs over here. But at this point, the worst thing is there's road flooding. It just looks like there's a river, and you could probably see the cars just struggling to get through it at this point. Paul, Jessica?
Okay, Kim Passoff, thank you for that report. And you're looking live there now at I-44 and the Broadway extension. We're starting to see some of the traffic move a little bit. It had been bumper to bumper for quite some time there. You actually see one of the Highway Patrol cruisers make their way out of that area, so perhaps finally starting to see some relief there.
We hope that's a good sign.
I-44 and Broadway extension.
But we're going to see some more flooding in these different areas when you've got, look at the lightning just coming down right now. That lightning seems to have really picked up in just the last little bit. And we saw Brian Keating out there in the lightning and the thunder. And over here on Britton Road where we are right now, we're not seeing near the lightning that they're over in the southern part of the city.
And let's go live to Andy Lee with emergency management for the state. And Andy, it's been a bit since we have checked in with you, or you've checked in with us. So can you just give us the rundown of what you're hearing as far as just the situation update for Oklahoma right now?
Certainly. At this point, we have roughly 80,000 people without power statewide, and out of those, we're looking at that use OG&E in the Oklahoma City metro area alone is almost 65,000. So the rest are further south, Moore, Norman, Mustang. They have roughly 9,000 people without power, and then the rest around the state.
Andy, the number has gone up since we checked with you last time.
It certainly has. And that may be, who knows why that is, but straight line winds may be a part of it. It could be also the flooding problems. I'm not really sure, but that's most definitely a problem across the state.
Have crews been able to get out and find out about any of the damage so far?
We have not had damage reports sent in to us. My guess is that emergency managers out in the communities are so busy, doing their job that they have not had a chance to get on their computers if they have power and give us that information. We have had some contact with Canadian County, and we understand that there are some injuries and some damaged homes and businesses there, but we don't have real numbers. I really think that will be most likely starting to come in a little more realistically tomorrow morning.
And it's also so difficult for them when it's dark, you don't have power, the rain is pouring. Some of them are still trying to help out in these emergency situations. So when morning comes, when the sun comes up, we'll have a much better idea of just how much damage there is in these areas. Andy, so you guys have been, I know you are in contact with several different emergency managers across the state, and you said you haven't had some damage reports coming in yet. Have you had a chance to touch base with some others other than Canadian County, though, just to kind of hear what their plan is, what kind of needs they may have?
We have been in contact with others, but we haven't had reports of where we need to step in. We've been coordinating efforts and monitoring the area. In fact, I can tell you that the Red Cross has opened a shelter. It's a temporary shelter, but it's at Christ Church in Yukon, and that's at 620 Vandament in Yukon. And we have heard from the Red Cross that that will be open until the highway is completely reopened to help stranded people.
What church did you say again?
I believe it's called Christ Church.
Christ Church.
And the address is 620 Vandament.
Christ Church, the Red Cross has opened up a shelter there in Yukon for people who just need a place to get out of the rain, people who may be displaced because of the tornado that came through and damaged their home.
Andy Lee, thank you very much for talking to us tonight. We appreciate it. So people may have to head to that area because if this flooding keeps up, they may not be able to get home. Let's go out to Michael Seiden right now. Michael, where are you?
Well, right now we are near Southwest 22nd and Penn, and I tell you what, that rain just continues to come down. We were at one point getting pounded by some hail, probably dime-sized hail at one point. We also saw a water rescue. I know we don't have a live picture for you guys right now, but to describe the intersection, it's essentially a river. Multiple cars submerged in the water. Some people just abandoned them, but we saw one driver. She was stuck, and Oklahoma City Fire Department rushed to the scene. They got her out. She seemed to be talking. She looked like she was okay, but there's no electricity here. We've seen down power lines. We have seen, I saw one tree that was split in half, was in the middle of the road, and I know Damon and you guys have been stressing this all night, but if you don't have to go anywhere, stay off the roads because it is chaotic. I mean, at that intersection, multiple cars just doing U-turns, trying to just get through the water, and it's completely flooded. And it's very, very dangerous out here, and especially with this rain and a little bit of hail that we were seeing, it is just not a situation you want to find yourself in. But the biggest problem, I would say the big story out here, first responders trying to get the drivers who are stranded, trying to help them out, and they can't get anywhere. It's so backed up. There's so many vehicles. There's small vehicles and people just trying to get through intersections. And so these emergency, you can hear the sirens and you see the flashing lights. They're just like us, trying to get through these neighborhoods and these flooded intersections. So, again, if you don't have to go outside, stay in your house and don't go anywhere. Paul and Jess.
Michael Seiden reporting live there on the south, right down there around South Penn, where the power is out, the rain is coming down. You know, we saw Brian Keating on the southwest side not long ago, and it looked like the power and the lights were out, but it looked like some of the restaurants had some power. And I've just been looking on Twitter, and I think a lot of people have no power at their house. They're making their way to some of the restaurants that do. And I just saw a guy said he's been in line for 30 minutes at a fast food restaurant just waiting for people to get through the lines right there.
Well, we know statewide there are about 80,000 customers in the dark right now with no electricity. As for the Oklahoma City metro area, 65,000 without power. So the majority of those statewide are in the Oklahoma City metro area. That number has actually gone up in the last couple of hours as well.
So let's check back in with KOCO's Kim Passoff. Kim, I know you've been making your way around, and we see you now. Where are you, and what's going on right there?
Paul and Jessica, we are still on MacArthur, just south of I-40. You can see I-40 in the distance right here. But this road at this point looks like a river. You can look right behind me and see that it is pulling up. It just is completely flooded from end to end. And cars, we've seen them going through this water, trying to make it through. Mark, if you could pan down there for me. Look at this car trying to go through the water right now. You can see it is almost up to their headlights. And there is a trailer flipped over in the middle of the road because we know that the tornado came through here earlier. Power is out to a bunch of the hotels in this area. Again, MacArthur off of I-40. It is completely flooded. It is impassable at this point. These cars are risking it going through here. We've seen cars having to stop and do a U-turn, and it's a very dangerous situation at this point. Look, you can see this driver here in this truck that we are looking at. he is thinking about going up through this water, and it is just dangerous. Any one of these cars could stall out and people could get stuck. Again, this is more of a river than it is a street right now, and it is not safe to be driving through here. But as you can see, there are still people that are attempting it. There's wakes. Look at that. It looks like there are boats instead of trucks going through, because you can see the wakes of the vehicles that are going through here. So obviously a very dangerous situation. The rain is actually coming down a little bit. I'm trying to step back because it feels like I'm at a beach here in the parking lot. Mark, if you want to pan down to the water, it's coming up in waves in the parking lot of the hotel that we're at right now when cars go by. So obviously just a lot of water on the roads, and this is what we've seen throughout Oklahoma City. This is the story. So there is no reason to be out in the roads unless you absolutely have to, because we've seen a lot of first responders trying to get through this water as well and having to stop and slow down because people are out here on the roads. Paul and Jessica, back to you.
Hey, Kim, we see it's dark and the power's out, but tell me where you are again and what some of the stores right around you are.
Okay, we are on MacArthur right now. We are just south of I-40 at this point. Look at that truck going by. There are a bunch of hotels in this area. Comfort Inn is in this area. This is the Green Carpet Inn over here. This is the Microtel Inn and Suites. You can see power knocked out to all of these areas around here. And there are tree limbs in this parking lot, and complete trees we've seen that have been knocked down as well. So obviously this is an area of devastation at this point, and people really should try to avoid it. Again, MacArthur, just south of Interstate 40. Paul and Jessica?
Okay, Kim, a lot of damage. Well, a lot of deep water right there is what really seems to be the huge problem in that area.
Yeah, we can't stress enough. Just don't be out on the roadways if you don't have to tonight. And one place that you're definitely not going to be able to get into, the airport. We just got word that Will Rogers World Airport is closed right now. At this point, they're still assessing the situation as far as damage is concerned, but no flights in or out of there tonight and also tomorrow morning.
So this is what they're looking at. They tell us they've got debris on the airfield right there. They've got, they know that booking and rebooking is going to be a problem. So the flights aren't leaving tonight. They're not leaving in the morning. You know, they just got to get things settled down over there. And they got to get power.
Right. They don't have power right now at the airport. And at this point, they just don't know when the airport will reopen. So for sure, they're saying tonight, no flights in or out. And tomorrow morning as well, flights will be canceled. So we'll keep you posted as soon as we hear any word. Of course, tomorrow morning, they'll have a better idea as far as damage is concerned. Right now, it's pouring rain. It's dark because they have no power. So they're still trying to figure out what situation they're up against at this point.
Can you imagine if you were one of the people who were trying to catch a flight out of there? There's a very good chance, and I saw it on Twitter, that people are going to have to spend the night there. So you got to spend the night in the dark airport. And if you leave right now, we have seen the traffic that people are dealing with, and so they're probably going to have a very difficult time getting home anyway.
Maybe better just to stay put.
Yeah.
Let's go now to photojournalist Billy Dry there in Canadian County. And Billy, we know when that tornado came through, it certainly caused some structural damage to homes as well as a school.
Yeah, this is the Canadian Valley Technology Center. You can see some of the debris right here I'm looking at. And as the lightning is striking, you can kind of see what's left of the rooftop there. It's not there. As I was telling you earlier, you know, when the lightning actually flashes, you can see bits and pieces of what's actually out here. And one of the things you can actually see, I'm going to show you over here in the distance, you see some workers. They look like they're trying to assess and see what kind of damage is done over here on power lines. There's a lot of them down. Now, there's crews that are still coming and going out here. People are coming in. There's a crew that just pulled up behind me, and they're checking out the damage as well. And one of the things I'm going to show you right here in front of us is actually a downed power line that is, it's just right here, literally probably 15 feet from us. And the water is, as you can probably see in the background, the water's just flowing right through this parking lot here. So we've had a lot of rain that's come up very quickly, and they're really trying to make sure that everybody's out of there. So all these lines are disconnected from any kind of power source. But right now, it's just it's a mess, and there's really no other way to put it. The people that were in here, are, as Morgan told us earlier, are safe though.
Okay, that's good to hear. The people who were inside are safe at the Canadian Valley Technology Center. And can you give us an idea of just how bad the damage is structurally?
Structurally, I mean, obviously I'm not a structural engineer. I've seen a lot of buildings that have been hit by tornadoes and things like that. O&G is pulling through right now, but, the roof, from what I can tell, is completely gone on this side of the building. It looks like I'm on the west side of the building. It looks like just the west side of this place is hit. Now, obviously, there's going to be wind and debris and other things like that are damaged all the way across here. But as far as actually taking a direct hit, it appears that just the west side was the one that's the worst damaged.
Okay, Billy Dry over there by the Technology Center, thank you very much. They've got quite a bit of damage there, especially to the roof of that building. And it's not just there. Tinker Air Force Base, that this storm went right over them.
Yeah, that's one area that Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane was specifically calling out. We have Darren Husel with Tinker, who's joining us right now. And Darren, do you guys have any damage there at the base?
Yeah, we had some minor roof damage to several of our hangars and just some general pockets of debris around the base and some flooded vehicles, but really no significant damage to our aircraft reported. Of course, it's dark and we'll probably have a better assessment in the morning, but that's what we know at this point.
And Darren, as this storm approached this afternoon, how did you guys handle it with personnel? What did you tell them?
Well, we have our procedures in place for any type of incident. Of course, tornadoes, we have certain specific procedures in place for that. So everybody went to their tornado shelters and kind of hunkered down until the all clear.
And Darren, were you at the base when this storm moved through? If so, can you just give us an idea of what it was like as far as the wind and any hail as well?
Actually, I was not. I live in Yukon, and I was in Yukon, and I can tell you it was pretty hairy over here. It was a volatile situation, and I was, kind of hunkered down here as well. But I was monitoring the storms on the TV as you guys were tracking those, and when I found out that it was going towards Tinker, I kind of held my breath for a little bit, but I think all in all everything's going to be fine, and we're fine, and so I'm happy about that.
And
okay.
that's what's most important.
It is.
That
Darren
everyone's
Husel
okay.
with Tinker Air Force Base. Thank you very much for talking to us. We appreciate it. You've been sending us photographs, and we've gotten some pictures actually from the Barons that we want to show you right now. Just look at all of the water and the mess that they're having to clean up. They had planned to have the game tonight.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City Barons hockey game scheduled for tonight. They had people there. Lots of people showed up, and this is at the Cox Convention Center, and you can see all of the water inside there, as so many people, we understand, had to take cover as well. And look at this picture. You can see it coming from the top there.
In there like crazy.
Yeah. So thank you to the Oklahoma City Barons for sending in these photos of what they dealt with. We do know that people had to take shelter in the underground parking garage there just below the Cox Convention Center. Lots of people there waiting out the storm, waiting, watching, hoping that they would be okay. It looks like most of the issues they had to deal with flooding.
And, as this came in, there was the tornado threat, and then we've got the flooding. It was something that Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane told us it was going to happen. He said this is going to come in waves. He said the first wave is going to be the tornado threat. The next wave is going to be the rain and the flooding that's going to come in, and certainly we have seen that all night long.
Yeah, we have. That's been the biggest issue, of course, right now. The flooding, our crews have seen it, one after another. Cars getting stranded on the roadways, and just seeing crews having a difficult time making their way through. We have different crews, so many of them out there taking a look at the damage and giving us some firsthand reports.
So let's go out to, I believe it's Michael Seiden first, and see what he's dealing with.
Right now we're at the intersection of Penn and Southwest 22nd. Take a look. The entire intersection is flooded out. The big story out here are first responders trying to get to people who are stranded. In fact, I believe that fire truck right now is trying to rescue someone who is trapped in that car. Now, we have seen multiple vehicles just stranded, submerged in the water. Some people have been able to get out and just swim off to the side and trying to get help. Other people are just stuck, but electricity is out here. There are no traffic signals. It is an absolute mess. People are getting stranded, and we've also seen other people who are helping the people who are getting stuck in the water. That is the very latest out here. Back to you, Paul and Jess.
Okay, you can see it coming down.
Michael Seiden, and let's go now to KOCO's Ariel Russia, taking a look at what she's seeing. I believe she's in Canadian County. Let's take a look now.
We're here at the Canadian Valley Technology Center, just outside of El Reno. We can see, even though it's pitch black outside, that there has been significant damage sustained to this building and to the building next door, which appears to be completely demolished. If I pan over here, you can barely see, just by the glow of the lightning, what I am talking about. We are experiencing some significant hail right now, probably within a range of about a quarter size. There's debris strewn all across the roadways, and as we were driving here from the city of El Reno, we could see power lines down everywhere. Again, debris strewn all across the roadways from those storms that moved through earlier today. Ariel Russia, KOCO 5 News.
Okay, Ariel, thank you. And KOCO's Kim Passoff is live right now. And Kim, you're in an area where there's been lots of high water.
Well, that's right, Jessica, but I actually want to bring you someone from the Comfort Inn. This is Carla Andazola, and you actually saw the tornado go by earlier today.
Yeah, it was right across the highway. I saw it heading south, and they said it ended over here by Southwest 15. And then by that time, I was just rushing to our shelter, getting with our guests.
Okay. And you were telling me the hotel is sold out right now for the softball
we had
tournament.
a full house. We have softball girls all the way from ages from like 5 till like 18. We also have like Twin Peaks employees training here, over here. We're just full.
And all the hotels around here are like that because
this whole area is sold out. We share rooms with each other, move people around. But yeah, every hotel here is sold out.
And Carla, what were you thinking when you saw that tornado go by? What were people doing at the hotel?
People were sitting down facing the wall with pillows over their head. I had some comforters on top of them. We tried to get as safe as they could.
Now, I know you had some slight roof damage here at the hotel, is that right?
Yeah, I think we did because our lobby is flooding right now. Like, it's coming leaks. The apartments next to us as well, they have some tile missing, some roofing. They have some gaps in there, too.
Okay. Nobody hurt, though, here, right?
There's no one hurt, just people were scared. We have people that come from, like, other states that don't get none of that, so they were scared.
Okay. Well, Carla, thank you so much for talking to me. I know it's still raining. I really appreciate just a moment of your time. Paul and Jessica, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay. You see all that rain?
Yeah, feel for you guys. It's just coming down there. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane. And Damon, you have Chris Lee, our storm chaser and photojournalist, who's been with us for decades now. And Chris captured one of the tornadoes making its way across.
Yeah, Chris, when we were watching your video earlier, of course, one of the things that we noticed was there was a lot of traffic, and then how close you were to this tornado. It kind of, again, walk us through not only the traffic situation, because you kept mentioning just how bad the roads were this evening, but also the storms, the visibility. Kind of walk us through your story there.
Well, originally, we were after this is video when it's crossing the Highway 81 south of El Reno, north of Union City, and you can see that the tornado is it's not defined like the Moore tornado was. There's already rain starting to get in between where I am standing. You can see the circulation, but it's not the same kind of a defined look. The Highway 81 that was shut down at that time, right. The Highway Patrol, Canadian County Sheriff's Office had blocked it off. But we had come from the airport. The video that we showed you earlier, where the tornado first started, we'd been on it since before it started, when the storm first started up on the dry line, and there were a lot of cars, and it was a 2-lane blacktop road, and it was just amazing how many cars ended up out there and then once we got back into town, and I'm not sure whether it was because the highways were partially shut down and things like that, but I-40 going east was just
absolutely at a standstill. I mean, it was almost impossible to go in, and had that tornado, as you see it there, still been on the ground, it would have run right down very close to the interstate with cars just stopped and unable to move.
How nerve-wracking. I mean, when we had Chad Browning, our Sky 5 pilot, looking down, and you just see nothing but headlights, and no one's moving very fast. And here we have a tornado emergency for the largest city in the state here, and we had to go through this last week. Here we were again. This had the potential to get incredibly ugly, and we were listening to your reports, and of course, you know, the patrol, the police there kept saying, we don't want anyone on the road. You right here, even on a back road, it looks like it's rush hour traffic. I mean, you see all those cars.
You can see all those cars already trying to get out of the way. There's a tornado on the ground just a few feet away from the road that they're trying to escape on, and you see us turn now, and we're starting to drive away. And as we're driving away, what we call the RFD, rear flank downdraft, that's the part that makes that hook that you see on the radar. It kind of caught up with us, and I'd say honestly there were winds close to 100 miles an hour.
Oh, I bet.
Just in that, and it was fairly wide, and it took us a while to get out of that.
I do wonder if a lot of people kind of caught off guard, not because of the fact that we had tornadoes. We had mentioned the threat for tornadoes there today, Chris, and of course you watched the storms go up, but the fact that this was not your typical supercell severe weather setup where you're going to have this tornado, you can see it visually for miles and miles. I mean, these things were getting wrapped up in so much rain. We kept listening to your reports, and I kept saying, I don't care how good of a storm chaser you are, you're not going to be able to see this tornado once it moves east and it gets wrapped in rain. But yet so many people were out there, and again, this got pretty scary.
Yeah, it did, and there are a lot of people out there. I felt like at that point we were a little too close. We were trying to get out of the way. There's traffic to deal with trying to get out of the way, and there's a lot of people that were a whole lot closer than I was.
Yeah.
And I really worry about somebody getting hurt or killed in a situation like that, just because it's hard to get down some of those roads. At one point we're on two-lane gravel. We're on gravel roads.
Yeah, and there's storm chasers out there, and when you're chasing storms, it's not just about getting on the roads and trying to find the storm. You have to be smart. You're the smartest storm chaser that I know. You know when you're too close and when you got to turn around. You know where a good place to be and where not to be. And of course, seeing you turn around was phenomenal. I've seen people approach into storms like that. You're probably the type of chaser that I hope everyone tries to copy themselves off of, where you know how to stay safe, because again, turning around was again a very smart maneuver on there, but still a lot of people out there just kept driving and this is, I think storm chasing is kind of getting into a point now where maybe they got to make some rules on it at some point, because there are too many people out there that are just getting stupid.
Yeah, well, and it is a scary thing, and I don't know how you regulate it, because there are just going to be people out there do it. But you do have to use some common sense, and you do have to know what it is you're dealing with. And the bottom line is, there's an inherent danger to it.
There is, yeah.
So and the more people are out there, the more dangerous it becomes, because one person has an accident in front of you and blocks the road. That's your escape route. It may end up badly for a lot of other people.
And we kept hearing you this evening say, turn around, let's go back, and you're saying, you know what, I got to get to a safe point. So glad that you stay safe. And again, that video there, certainly, that was probably one of the few tornado pictures that we've seen all day, because it did get wrapped up in rain. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay, guys. And it's so important to hear from Chris Lee, because he has had so much experience with this. And when he says it's a bad situation, it is a bad situation.
And of course, we always appreciate his life-saving information during those dire times when tornadoes are plowing through, and he's tracking right alongside them.
The rain is still coming down. Let's go out to KOCO's Ariel Reshef. Ariel, where are you right now?
Well, guys, we're right off of Route 66, just outside of El Reno at the Canadian Valley Technology Center. I'm here with the superintendent. And tell us, what kind of damage was sustained to your building tonight?
Well, Ariel, of course, I got out here after dark. It's really hard to see, but I walked the entire building inside, and it to me, looks like a total loss. I mean, I can't imagine. The walls are standing. Some of the walls, most all the walls are standing, but there's a lot of walls that aren't. Maintenance building out back, actually one of the newer structures totally destroyed. So I will tell more about it in the morning.
Tell me how many people, sorry to interrupt you there, tell me how many people were inside the building at the time.
Well, there were probably about 15 or 20 people in the building. We had our maintenance staff, custodial staff. We actually had a class going on, one of our adult classes in the evening, and we were able to get all of those folks down into a safe place. We have a basement area here at the school. We were able to get those folks down in there, and thankfully everybody's fine. I mean, that's one thing we're really thankful about.
And I know that you have a special center here where you study wind power. Can you tell me a little bit about the damage that was sustained there? You were telling me just before we got on camera tonight about just how significant that actually could have been. Thank goodness it wasn't.
Well, we do have a wind energy training program out here. We train wind technicians, and the wind industry donated us one of the big blades off one of the big towers, 141 feet long and weighs 18,000 pounds, and it literally picked it up and crushed down on top of our nursing facility and our child care facility out there. So thank God it was dark, it was late, no one was here, and we had everybody out of here and gone. So that was great.
Thank goodness is right. I know you have a lot of cleanup ahead of you and a big mess on your hands. So, Greg, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us tonight. And we wish you the very best. Glad that no one was inside that daycare at the time.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And I know I want to tell you guys that this is something very reminiscent of what we saw last week in Moore. The smell of gas absolutely permeating the air. And you can see behind me all of this metal that was just tossed around, whipped around in this storm. There was actually a concrete piece of this barrier right here that was just ripped off. Looks like it was just a toy thrown into the air. There's also all of these power poles. My photojournalist Billy Drive handing over here with me to show you how many electricity lines there are down around the El Reno area. A very treacherous situation. And again, we can't stress enough, stay off of the roadways tonight. It is extremely backed up on 66 right here. And it just goes to show you how much traffic you will face if you're out on the roads tonight. Again, lots of down power lines. The smell of gas in the air, very reminiscent of last week's. Debris also scattered everywhere, so be careful if you are out and about tonight. Reporting live in El Reno, Ariel Reshef, KOCO 5 News.
Clearly, so many people just trying to get home at this point, 11 o'clock in the evening, and people just need to get where they're going tonight.
Get to a safe place. We have Christy Yeager with the City of Oklahoma City joining us. And Christy, we just got your situation update right here, so let's run down a couple of these things. First off, let's talk about flooded streets in Oklahoma City. What information can you provide us?
Well, we're still experiencing a lot of flooding throughout Oklahoma City. I'm hearing reports that it's specifically bad in South Oklahoma City, but that's not to minimize North Oklahoma City at all. But it's our main problem. We think that that's going to be the bigger issue than tornadoes tomorrow morning. We're also seeing building flooding in some downtown buildings. I know I'm in City Hall, and we had some flooding on our first floor this evening. And we're getting some reports of hearing that some apartments in low-lying areas are flooding as well.
And also, have you heard anything about, because we saw at the Cox Convention Center some pictures from inside because of the Oklahoma City Barons game. What have you learned about any water damage there inside the Cox Convention Center?
We've heard that the Cox Convention Center does have some flooding, and a couple of other municipal buildings. I've been told that the courts building also has some flooding, and there may be a few others downtown. Oh, Metro Transit has experienced some flooding, and they expect to have some service issues tomorrow because they've got 5 buses that are stuck in flooded waters right now, backed.
And Christy, when in some of the buildings, when you say some flooding, at some points, what's some of the deepest flooding that you've been able to talk about with folks tonight?
Well, the only building I'm still in City Hall, and that's the only building I can speak to, and that's just about an inch deep. But I don't know about the courts building. I don't know how deep that is. I wouldn't expect that it's incredibly deep, but I don't know that.
Christy, you mentioned 5 Metro Transit buses that are stuck in high water. Are those buses full of passengers?
Well, I'm trying to get that information. I'll let you know if they are, but I don't know at this time.
Okay. Let's talk now about power issues. Certainly, power has been out to so many different areas, and that causes an issue on the roadways because you don't have street lights.
Right. We've got traffic lights. I should have said traffic lights in the situation update, but we've got traffic lights out throughout Oklahoma City. Street lights are out as well, but the traffic lights are our main concern, just because of accident issues.
And what have you found out about any kind of structures in all this? Any damages?
We are hearing about minimal damage to some structures, some downtown buildings, but nothing big.
Okay, and as far as accidents are concerned, are you hearing many reports of people getting into crashes?
Well, we have an accident tracker on OKC.gov, and the last time I refreshed that, we had about 7 accidents working, and let me see if I can get that up. It looks like we've got 7 injury accidents and 5 non-injury accidents right now.
Okay, Christy Yeager with the City of Oklahoma City, thank you for your situation update of what's happening right now in Oklahoma City.
Hey, your phone probably went off just a few minutes ago like ours, that there are flood warnings going on right now across the metro, so, you know, that's what's going on with your phone. It's hitting all of ours.
Let's go to photojournalist Dan Ryan now. And Dan, the last time we checked in with you, you saw just a big pile of debris in the middle of Meridian. Where are you now and what are you seeing?
Well, I just went back north on Meridian and got on Southwest 29th Street, and I headed towards Portland, and I ran into this flooding here. There must be at least half a dozen cars stranded up here in this flooding. You can see the water just rushing across the road here. There's a semi that thought twice about getting through here, and I don't know if you can see, but there's a whole lot of cars up ahead just west of Portland on Southwest 29th, and all these cars are stranded. They've just, the people have abandoned their cars. Water is too deep to pass through, but still other people are still trying to get through.
Yeah, and the bad part now is you're hearing more about a flash flood warning that's been issued till 3 in the morning for this area. So not a good situation right now
it's going to be a tough night across the metro. We continue to get different situation updates from all different areas.
Right. We have been in contact with Integris Baptist Medical Center, and they've given us some information about patients in different hospitals. They're saying 3 different hospitals. There are patients that have been taken to, first up, Canadian Valley. These are storm-related injuries. A total of 26 people taken to Canadian Valley Hospital. They did report that 2 people had died. Also, 1 person was in critical condition. 13 out of those 26 patients in fair, 7 of them good. We know that 2 of them were children, pediatrics. They were transferred to children's there at OU Medical Center. So that's just Canadian Valley. 26 total patients brought into that hospital from storm-related injuries. Also, Southwest Medical Center has 30 patients. At this point, as far as conditions are concerned, we understand at least 1 in serious and 1 in fair. Also, Baptist, we're seeing reports of perhaps 10 people being taken in, and that includes a baby that is in critical condition. So a large number of injuries that we're getting reports about at some of these hospitals.
We continue to try to find new information for you because I know you're glued to the television with this rain that is coming down now. I want to give you a situation update that we're hearing from Canadian County Emergency Management. They're telling us that several homes have been damaged, some even destroyed. Once again, this is all near El Reno and Union City. But let's go back to the city of Oklahoma City right now. And the Mayor Mick Cornett, joining us. Mayor, what can you tell us?
Well, I think we were fairly fortunate that the bulk of the tornado skipped over much of Oklahoma City, but now we're dealing with these flooding situations. That is, it's becoming more than a nuisance. It's becoming an emergency in some situations. So it's really disappointing. It's been raining for, 3 or 4 hours now?
Just about that, quite some time, and it's not letting up. We can hear it out here. Where were you whenever the storms came through? Because we were sitting here watching this tornado to the west of us, making a beeline across I-40 straight toward downtown Oklahoma City. At least that's what it looked like at the time. Where were you riding out this storm?
I was downtown, and yeah, indeed, the tornado, for a while looked like it might enter the heart of the city. Fortunately, it lifted, and then unfortunately it took kind of a southern turn back toward those areas that have received so much damage in the last few weeks, down toward Moore and Norman.
And Mayor, let me ask you a question about some of the flooding that you have seen this evening. We've seen a lot of flooding coming in, and all the different pictures. What's some of the worst that you've heard about as far as city buildings and facilities?
Well, I haven't heard anything specific to our facilities. I know the Paseo district received a lot of rain. I've seen a couple of pictures from down there. You know, in general, our city drains really well. We don't have a whole lot of areas that have traditionally flooded, but it won't start draining until it quits raining. But once it quits raining, our city, tends to drain out pretty well. But if it rains for 4 hours, it's going to get worse and worse. And I'm getting concerned about it. We've been in a drought for 3 years.
And Mayor, as you have been talking to us, I just had some information that was handed to us, some breaking information from the medical examiner's office that now the death toll has gone up to 5 people. We know at least 2 from Union City, 1 in Yukon, and 2 at this point. They don't have a location. So 5 people killed in these storms. And it's just, especially after what everyone had been through, Mayor, last week and more, you just hate to hear that there has been more loss of life.
Yeah, it seemed to me that there were more people in cars than we typically have during severe weather and tornado situations. And I don't know if that was some sort of reaction to the storms that we had on May the 20th or not, but it just seemed like more people were mobile, trying to either get away from the storms or perhaps be with someone who might be by themselves and trying to get them to join them in another group. And then, of course, you have the traditional traffic that moves down I-40, and I don't necessarily know what the individual situations were of the people that got caught on I-40 when the tornado went through. But I just thought that around 7 o'clock, there were way too many people on the street, and being in a car is the worst place you can be during a tornado.
Yeah, we had a very dangerous situation right there as the thing was sort of rolling down I-40, and we literally had thousands of cars on our roadways out there tonight.
It's unexplainable. People know better than that, and I wish I had the answer as to why that situation occurred, because that's unusual.
Yeah, we had the same concern as you. We kept wondering earlier in the evening, why are so many people out? The warnings came down very early today from our meteorologists telling people that it could be a dire situation, and a lot of businesses actually let their workers go home early to avoid being on the roadways whenever the severe storms were moving through.
Now, Mayor Cornett, tomorrow is certainly not going to be a day off for you. What's your plan as this rain rolls out of here at some point tonight?
Well, I'll be getting a report on the flooding, and hopefully we don't have any more loss of lives. I'm concerned that we're going to have some more property damage. It's been a significant storm, even though it wasn't the tornadic activity in the Oklahoma City limits. It seems like, we did have high straight line winds, we did have hail damage, and now we're going to have flooding damage. And I think with daylight, we'll have a better idea just what we're dealing with. But I think we're going to have significant property damage in addition to those lives that you mentioned.
And Mayor, as we're talking to you, we're looking at some video right now of the flooding. Have you seen this inside the Cox Convention Center?
I heard about it.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City Barons hockey game was going on, and really a lot of water there inside the Cox Convention Center. People had to take cover underground.
Mayor Mick Cornett, thank you very much for talking to us tonight. We appreciate your time. And, as we continue to watch this, Jessica, you just see all the water coming in there, and they're just trying to get it out of that place. And they had to put people in the best places they could as the storm rolled through.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that video. That's a lot of water there. Obviously, we all know the Cox Convention Center is a big building there, downtown Oklahoma City. To see the water coming from, you can see it pouring over the side of that onto the stands there. Lots of people who were there in attendance for the Oklahoma City Barons hockey game, trying to watch their team, and they had to be moved down below to the covered underground parking just underneath the Cox Convention Center, but certainly a lot of water damage inside the center tonight.
I'll tell you what, pictures that are coming in, and you continue to send us pictures into ulocal at KOCO.com. You can also send videos to there, and you just see the people waiting this out, trying to be in an area where the storm could just pass through, and it passed through, but then it started raining, and it's almost as if it never stopped. It's just sort of different waves of this storm. That's what Damon had been talking about.
Yeah, and let's go back now to Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane, because we can hear the rain coming down, and Damon, so many of us got that warning on our phones about a flash flood warning until, I believe, 3 a.m. So just give us an update on what you're seeing there on radar as far as these heavy rains are concerned.
Well, the rain's going to continue, and again, the flash flood warning, we already had one flood warning, and so then they issued another one here, but it appears that for now, the areas that were hit hardest by the rain earlier this evening, those areas are now drying out. You can see this overall rain area is now drifting more so up to the north now, so from the Village up to Edmond. Now we are getting the heavy rainfall, whereas earlier, again, the heaviest of the rain was staying down closer to downtown. So the rain is shifting up to the north, Waterloo, Edmond, Witcher, Spencer. All of this rain is going to have some pretty small hail embedded within it. Here at the TV station, we were just getting pea-sized hail and even smaller than that. So there's still going to be hail cores, small ones, embedded within this. Let's go over to Advantage Doppler HD, though, because this is radar estimates of rain this evening. And as we look here, you can see, look at that. In between Richland and Yukon, we are now getting rainfall estimates up near 10 inches of rain. 10 inches of rain. That is a ton of rain there. Just west of Bethany, we have radar estimates there of 7 inches, about 6.5 inches of rain estimated right now, just in between downtown Oklahoma City and the fairgrounds. And then we're even seeing pockets of 5-inch plus rainfall amounts down around Moore. And now we're starting to see this rain spread up to the north. So we have seen quite a bit of rain. The rain will continue, but we're now beginning to shift this rain a little bit farther up to the north. So again, places like Edmond, northern Oklahoma County here, where we haven't seen the heavy rainfall yet, you can see a lot of it's been to the west and to the southwest. Now we're going to start watching Edmond starting to see the heavier rainfall amounts come in. And probably when all is said and done for Edmond, we're probably going to be up around the 2 to 3 inch rainfall amount there. So this is why flooding has been such a big time issue this afternoon and evening, because usually when we get 2, 3 inches rain, we get flooding going on there. But now when you're talking about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, this purple area here, some of these are going to be isolated 9 to 10 inch rain amounts. That will certainly do quite a bit of number. And as we heard earlier from the gentleman on the phone, Oklahoma City does drain fairly well, but not until the rain stops. So as long as it is still raining, flooding will be an issue. Paul, Jess, back to you.
Okay. You see just from that radar that there's going to be a lot of rain coming down. Our reporters have been out and across the metro tonight tracking some of the heaviest hit areas.
Right, and KOCO's Kim Passoff is standing by live now on the southwest side at Southwest 15th and Meridian. And Kim, you've seen lots of flooding this evening.
Well, Paul and Jessica, the big story here that needs to get out to the public right now, Southwest 15th and Meridian, there is a power line down across the road. There are no power crews out here at this point, but the line is directly across Meridian. If you are trying to go on Southwest 15th, if you are going westbound, it is impassable because there is a power line that is down. We do know that the tornado went through here earlier today, and the power pole is snapped in half. The lines are directly across the road. That there are no emergency crews in this area right now. I don't know if it's a live line or not, but cars seem to be coming right up to it, looking at it, trying to figure out what it was. We didn't realize what it was when we first got here. We were trying to go to another area through here, through Southwest 15th and Meridian, when we saw that power line is down across the road. It is about chest level in height, and it is directly across. So anybody that would drive through it would take it, would hit it. But it can be hard to see because there's no light, obviously, in this area with the power out at this point. but a very dangerous situation here, Southwest 15th and Meridian, where there is a power line directly across the road. Paul and Jessica?
Okay, Kim Passoff there, and you can see that power line there laying across the roadway. A very dangerous situation, whether you drive over it or just approach it at all. And, that's always the thing they say, don't approach any power lines like that because it is a very dangerous and deadly situation.
If in doubt at all, it's better just to turn around. You don't want to drive over anything like that if you're not sure if it's a live wire or not.
We hear the rain coming down. You have been sending us pictures of rain coming through. I mean, it looks like hurricane-type rains out there tonight.
Let's take a look at some of the video from northwest Oklahoma City, I believe. We have some video of all of the rain coming down. A local video that one of our viewers sent in. Let's just listen. Yeah, you heard her. Like a hurricane monsoon. All of that rain, those strong winds, you can see it blowing the trees there, and the sideways rain as well. It's really coming down, and unfortunately, it's not letting up.
No, it is not. I mean, it was still light outside when it was raining like this, and it continues to rain. Before all of this rain came in, we had people in their storm shelters, and that was the best place to be at that point. And we have been getting pictures of people in their storm shelters. Let's take a look at that one.
Yeah, thank goodness for storm shelters. Living in Oklahoma, it's almost necessary. You see a big group of people in there, actually some smiles and some waves, so they look like they were doing okay, at least if you have a safe spot to go.
Yep.
You don't have to worry, all the other stuff doesn't really matter.
Happy to be in a storm shelter when what was headed our way came through. You see babies in there and grown-ups and everybody just snug as a bug, but very safe.
It gets hot in there, too. You can see everyone fanning themselves in there. Canadian County, of course, is one area that really was hit hard, and our crews have been down there by the Canadian Valley Technology Center that we heard from one of the workers there that he believed it was a total loss.
Yeah.
And Ariel Reshef has been talking to folks out there and has some information for us.
We are here outside of the Canadian Valley Technology Center, just outside of El Reno, and we can see just by the glow of the lightning the kind of damage that this building has sustained, and it appears to be rather significant. You can see the debris strewn all over the roadway here. There's actually a tree that's been severed, and here you can see down power lines. Obviously a very dangerous situation as the waters continue to rise here in this area, and just beyond there it's pitch black, but we can see just by that lightning that there is a structure that looks to be completely demolished. Of course, crews are streaming in and out of these neighborhoods trying to assess just how much damage was done by those storms earlier today. Reporting for KOCO 5, I'm Ariel Reshef.
Okay, Ariel. Well, from the things that are damaged to the people that are trying to be saved, IMSA has had a very big task tonight, and Jim Wenham joins us now from IMSA. Jim, tell us about what you guys have been trying to get a hold of this evening.
Well, this has been very challenging this evening. I can tell you from about 5 o'clock to roughly 11 o'clock, we had over 296 responses or requests for service that evening. And to put that in perspective for your listeners, that's usually roughly what we do in about a 24-hour period. So I do know there's been 39 storm-related transports that we've done out of that, many other ones. Most of the calls that we have been on have been assisting fire and police on water rescues, people stuck in their cars in high water. In fact, I just spoke with one of my crews that helped the fire department in rescuing some people, and they were up to their waist in water as they were pulling them out of the car. So it's been a very, very difficult evening. The normal ways that we get into a call when people request help have caused us problems because of the water and the debris around. So it's increased our mission time in getting in to help these folks. So the water's still, I've heard 8 to 9 inches in some area, and it's some of the quickest and biggest flooding that I've seen in my 30 years in EMS around there.
Yeah, and you hate to hear the rain still coming down. It sounds like hail is coming down right now outside as well. Jim, I was just going to ask, as far as your ambulances, have any of them had any issues where they themselves have been stuck or just had a hard time getting through?
No, originally when the storm, as it was coming down through the south part of Oklahoma City, our base of operations where most of our ambulances are, we evacuated that because we didn't want any extra ambulances before we put them out on the streets. We didn't want them to become damaged and inoperable. So we moved them and had to move them further south and further west, staying out of the storm. And we had one, as it was moving out, did get stuck in an area for a short time, got caught behind some power lines and some debris and got caught in gridlock. But other than that, we've been fortunate and have not got stuck. We've had to take painstaking ways to get into these patients. You know, some places where debris fields from across the road, we're not able to get into it, or it's flooded and we're not able to go through it and have to go around and find other ways. So again, it's been very tough, but the medics, the firefighters, and the police departments out in the metro area have done an outstanding job tonight and doing what they can for the citizens.
And Jim, let me ask you this. I know at one point, and I'm not sure how much information you have on this, it was almost like everyone was being taken over to I-40, and I believe it was Banner Road. How many people were injured on the interstate or transported right there that you know of?
All that I know of, I know 4 people at least, and there may be more, and I don't have accurate numbers on that, from that area were transported out. You know, that's originally where it hit and came in and moved into the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. What we do, we have our supervisors that go out with these storms, and they listen to the weather reports, and they'll come in behind it, and they try to follow it in. So if there's a damaged path, they'll come in behind it, and then we pre-position our ambulances in the safe area where they can come in behind it and treat the patients. As this continued on, you know, it's often been my experience in working these tornadoes that they will come in, they'll hit, there's a damaged path, they lift, and you can come right in and start treating the injured in that. This one just went on and on and on, and we were trying to follow it back in and got caught in the rain ourselves, coming in on the backside of it, and that is probably the worst visibility that I've ever been involved with. In fact, we were on the interstate at one time, and it was hard even seeing our windshield wipers. It was so bad. So very, very dangerous situation for everybody who was out there. And some people were abandoning their cars. We were having to dodge those. You couldn't see those and debris. So, again, it's been a very tough evening for everybody involved with this.
Jim, it has. Thank you very much, Jim Wenham with IMSA. We appreciate the information. 296 calls from the start of this storm. 39 storm-related transports that they've had to do.
And hopefully now people are getting home and not planning to go out anymore, because it's been a tough situation for these paramedics, these first responders who are trying to rescue people as well. They've been urging people for hours now, stay off the roadways. It's 11 o'clock, 11:30 almost on a Friday night, so hopefully people will start to heed that warning and just try to get home and be safe.
And you think, man, it's got to let up soon. It just isn't letting up. It continues to come down. It has been coming down for hours, and that's the reason why we continue to see this flooding. You see it right there looking outside, and just the rain just coming down on the cars out there like crazy.
Yeah, and we heard some hail not too long ago as well, and this has just been intermittently at several different times throughout the evening. We have heard hail coming down just here at the station.
And this is a live look out with one of our crews right now, just checking out some of the heavy water and the high water that you can see right there. It doesn't look like it's raining right in that area quite as heavily, but I imagine those trucks may be stuck from some of the water. It may have been even deeper at some point right there. And that's what we've run into all evening. And we've had deep water, and the rain lets up, and it's able to sort of get out of there pretty quickly, but then the rain just keeps coming on down.
And you can see the water there. If you just look at their tires, it looks like it's probably a couple inches up on those tires there at this location from where one of our crews is standing by in the metro right now.
Our crews have continued to track damage, but really what they are finding is just so much water on all of the roads. And you're sending us your photographs all over to You Local. I want you to look at the hail that came in from El Reno. That is unreal when you see that. I mean, it looks like That's bigger than a softball. I'm going to take a picture of that right now with my phone and tweet it out. I cannot believe how big that is.
Yeah,
that is
a child
incredible.
holding that giant piece of, that looks bigger than a softball,
I mean,
say.
I can't believe that fell out of the sky.
There in El Reno, you can imagine the type of damage that thing will do.
Look at that.
And, I mean, this car is submerged in that water, and you can tell it was rushing over there.
I hope no one was in that car when that came through.
Yeah, when you send us your pictures, make sure to give us a location as well so we can let people know, because we don't have a location on that one. I mean, the hail, though, it's just unbelievable. Here's another picture from Hinton, and you can see almost taking up that person's hand.
I'll bet that just went through some roofs out there, not only into car windshields, but you see that stuff coming out of the sky like that. That's a major deal right there. We're going to have just incredible damage, I imagine, coming in out of that. So, I mean, that's definitely a baseball-sized hail right there.
They're from El Reno, so many different areas where people have sent in pictures of that massive hail. Another person serving up a plate of giant chunks of hail there in El Reno, just picture after picture after picture.
Man,
here's another one.
I mean, that's as big as
huge.
This. Incredible. Man, this one's coming from the village. I actually know the guy that sent this picture in. He sent this picture to me, and I said, send it to you local so we can get it on television. And you just look at that. He lives over there in the village. And deep, I mean, deep. Look at, that's the end of a street sign right there. And those are off the road pretty. Those are at least as tall as a person.
Well, they have a creek there. So those barriers that you see, there's a creek or a drainage system. It runs right there through that area of the village, the roadways on either side of it. So that's one of the reasons why we see so much flooding there in the village anytime we have extreme rain like this.
Well, let's go over to Chief Meteorologist Damon Lane. Damon, we heard the rain coming down. We even heard some hail here at the station just a few minutes ago.
We did have some small hail here at this TV station, probably going to be around pea-sized hail. But one thing that I do want to report, if we can jump over to Advantage Doppler 3D, is the fact that the areas that have been impacted by the heavy rain, Oklahoma City, we are now beginning to watch this band of rain almost move a little bit farther up to the north. What that means for the metros, that the rain's probably going to begin to let up here. So downtown Oklahoma City, it appears that for the short term now, it looks like we're done with the rain. But we are seeing that heavy rain spread up a little bit farther up to the north, Edmond, and now making its way in between Piedmont and Cashin, south of Guthrie. So while the rain has been coming down very heavy, and again, we've had that flooding risk, all in all, I do expect that while it can quickly flood here, we can also see the flooding quickly recede, the water there quickly recede. So conditions are improving right now for Oklahoma City, especially downtown OKC, and as you travel south. Again, you can see, looking from the radar vantage point there, that all this is drifting up to the north. Let's go over to Advantage Doppler HD, just so I can show you radar estimates and what we have been dealing with here. Just south of Richland there, we're getting Doppler radar estimates of approaching 10 inches of rain. Just west of Wiley Post, that is going to be over 8 inches of rain. Bethany, 7 inches of rain. This is already going to go down as the wettest May on record for Oklahoma City, where rainfall totals are going to be up around 13 inches for the month here. Again, we picked up a lot of rain last week. We picked up a lot of rain today. You can see there just southeast of Nichols Hills. 7 inches of rain as we look down in some of the heavier pockets of rain down around Moore. And even if I were to query the tornado impacted areas from last week here in Moore, you can see we're talking about 5.5 inches of rain. All right, so it looks like Moore picked up anywhere between 3 to 6 inches of rain. But this is why we're dealing with a flooding risk right now. Will Rogers World Airport today, Doppler radar estimates continue to indicate about 6 inches of rain. And then as we look up into Edmond, the rainfall, it's been certainly plentiful there, 3 inches of rain. And if we were just to query how much rain fell right over Lake Hefner here, we're probably looking at about 6.6 inches of rain right over Lake Hefner on top of the rainfall that is going to be running into the lake there. So that lake is going to be very full. It's probably going to be the fullest that we have seen it and who knows how long, probably at least 2 years now. So these are the Doppler radar estimates coming into the metro. 6, 7 inches of rain. Some areas west, about 10 inches of rain. And then other areas, you can see pockets of areas right around Tinker Air Force Base, around 3 inches of rain, but which is still a pretty good amount of rain. But last week we had heavy rainfall. That rain that moved in right after the tornado on Monday, that saturated the soil, and then this is only going to saturate it even more, which means, A, we're going to still have a flooding risk with any more storms that come in here, and B, turn your sprinkler systems off. All right, let's conserve this water. I've seen many times before that it's pouring down rain, and we put our sprinkler systems on a timer. Just turn that timer off. Again, this rainfall is going to last us for a couple weeks here, as wet as the soils are. Paul, Jess, back to you.
It is certainly going to be good for the yards.
Just unreal. Damon, thank you. And one of our reporters who's definitely seen lots of flooding, as well as an issue with power lines over roadways, Kim Passoff, joining us now. And Kim, you're there at 15th and Meridian. And is that where you saw the power line over the roadway?
Yeah, Paul and Jessica, just take a look right behind me. You can see that the power line is here in the roadway. Look, cars are just approaching it because there's no flashing lights or anything. So people are seeing this power line across the roadway. It goes all the way across the roadway. Here's another car. People are pulling up. They're realizing that there is a power line across the road and then turning around. We've seen large trucks having to back out, getting stuck on debris here. These are actually aprons that are over the power line. There is a Chili's right here on the corner, and some of the employees here threw their aprons over to try to warn people that there is actually a power line down across the road in this area. And I'm joined now. Go ahead and say your name.
Patrick Wright.
Okay, Patrick, you actually heard the tornado going by.
Right, that's right.
And talk to me about that. What time was it, and what was the restaurant like?
It was about 7 o'clock, and we had about 15 to 20 patrons in the restaurant at the time, and mostly out-of-staters here for tennis tournaments or the softball tournament, and so we tried to keep them calm as much as possible. We had about 10 children and some adults here. The adults were very calm, however, the kids were kind of frantic, and so we did our best to keep them calm. We moved them all to the men's and women's restrooms, which was the innermost secure area in the restaurant, and we just stayed over top of them. We kept our phones dialed into the stations and just listening to the forecasters and listening to their warnings and just letting us know when it was all over. At about a minute in to the tornado, hearing it,
what did it sound like?
It just sounded like heavy winds, and probably the most intense storm you've ever heard, times about 3 or 4. I hear a lot of people say freight train. I can imagine that if you're in a smaller home. We heard objects hitting the Chili's. We weren't sure exactly what was going on. I was just waiting for the roof to rip off. But I mean, it doesn't appear to be that strong of a tornado. But it doesn't mean it wasn't scary. And the kids were crying, and we were all just, like I said, trying to keep those kids calm. But we just waited it out. We felt the eye, and we were like, okay, we just got to wait and wait for this to keep going. And we felt the backside of the storm. So.
Did you hear this power?
Pass off there, listening to the guy that worked at the Chili's, trying to keep people safe through all of this. And certainly, when we were looking at this on television, I mean, it was a scary thing. He said it might not have been that bad, but it was scary, and certainly it was for anybody in that area.
Especially after what Oklahomans have been through just over the last 2 weeks. Yeah, everyone is very sensitive and on edge. It's been a difficult couple of weeks for this. Before we get to our next story, I just want to report the Oklahoma Red Cross has opened up a shelter. I'm just reading this from my phone. And El Reno at the Redlands Community College at 1300 South Country Club Road. So we know that there was some damage out there in Canadian County. So if you know of anyone who needs just a place to go tonight, they can go to the Redlands Community College.
That's a good place to go. Let's go out to Ariel Reshef right now. Ariel, where are you?
Paul and Jess, I'm here in El Reno at the Canadian Valley Technology Center. It's a vocational center here just outside of El Reno, right off of Route 66. You can see behind me the damage that was sustained here. You can see this is an air conditioning unit that was just torn right off of the roof of this building. Moments ago, we just spoke with the superintendent here, Greg Winters, and he tells us this building is definitely a total loss. Obviously, a very unfortunate situation, but one ray of light is the fact that there were classes going on here, and thankfully everyone was managed to get out safely here. And they told us a miraculous story. The fact that they have a wind energy station here, and that they have a wind turbine propeller that was actually donated to them. It weighs about 18,000 pounds, and apparently that was just blown right out of the area where it was and lodged right into the daycare center here at this vocational college. Thankfully, this tornado hit after business hours, and none of those children were here, but obviously could have been a very devastating situation if they were. Back to you guys.
Okay, wow.
Thank the good Lord they weren't in there.
We've walked by one of those up in Weatherford. They're have one
huge.
of those in the park right there downtown. Those things are massive.
They really are. They're giant.
Wow, hard to believe. You know, we hear the rain kind of lightening up, and we heard Damon Lane talking about that just a short time ago. The good news is it seems like a lot of this rain is starting to move out of the area. Finally, we need some relief.
We absolutely do need some relief.
We've been hammered with all kinds of things just tonight, and all, you know, starting with the tornado that formed and moved across, and then in came the rain.
Yeah, finally starting to hear it lighten up out there and let up. One of our sports reporters, Brian Keating, he's been out in the field as well for us this evening. And Brian, give us your location.
Hey guys, we're at May and Southwest 29th. We've kind of crossed the street from where we were. We were over there a little bit ago. But you can kind of see, I mean, look at the water, and there's cars stranded all the way up and down this road. I mean, it's basically blocked up, I don't know, 5-6 blocks where it is water. We've seen people walking through here, kind of swishing up all the water. It's almost like we're in a wake zone because we've seen a number of cars try to drive through here. A lot of them have turned back into this 7-Eleven. But when they do that, all this water comes up almost to where we're standing. We have seen a number of cars try to make it through, and obviously these guys here in the middle of the road didn't make it. I think that happened a little bit ago. I want to introduce you here to Casey, and we're standing in a convenience store here, and you've been here about an hour and a half.
About an hour and a half, yeah.
Tell us what it was like when you were here an hour and a half ago.
The road just looked like a lake. I mean, I came to the light and saw all the water, and I drive a small car, so I just pulled in here, and people were those cars are stranded. They're gone. The people that are driving in these cars they're gone. And people come in to get their belongings in the car, and nobody's getting through anywhere tonight.
Was there at what point did you just decide, I've got to pull off the road because we're not going to make it?
Right as the turn-in came, because I had a friend that texted me and said, that you're not going to make it home. And I just live on 30th right there, and there's no way. If I could get through here, I wouldn't be able to get down my street.
Tell us what it looked like about an hour and a half ago. You said the water was up over the tires?
Over the tires. It looked awful. I mean, even big dually trucks weren't able to get through, the big ones.
Well, Casey, I wish you the best of luck trying to get home.
I'm headed. I'm going north. I'm going north.
Well, it looks like at least the water's receding, guys, and Casey might be able to do that. But if the water was up, all the way up to the tires an hour and a half ago, it's gone down significantly just since we've been here in the last maybe 20 minutes. So maybe a bit of good luck since it's not raining. We're not adding any more water to this thing. And that is certainly good news because traffic's backed up everywhere we look around. And a lot of people trying to make it home or wherever they're heading tonight, guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it is one of those deals where at least you're seeing lighter traffic in the area, but you hear Brian talking about how much rain is actually out there on the water, on the roadways.
What a mess it has been. I just got an email coming down from our assignment desk, and they've been in contact with Oklahoma City Fire Department. They're basically saying that they continue to respond to multiple calls for high water. They don't have any infrastructure damage, and they're just operating at full capacity at this point. They've been inundated with phone calls, so we got just a little bit of information from them this evening.
It's been all hands on deck from every different kind of organization that handles these types of situations, and we just need this rain to stop so they can get some relief and get people home to where they're going, because I'd like to know how long it took some people to get home tonight, because people,
I'm sure it
we
took
saw them
hours.
out on the highway, and I think Captain Nelson with the Oklahoma City Police, he said it took him about 2 hours to get home.
Yeah. Well, we're joined now by Trooper Betsy Randolph with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. Betsy, you've been checking in with us at different times this evening, and how are things looking on the interstates right now? I know last time we checked, it was just really congested.
Well, it's a little bit better. It's still not optimal to be out driving.
If you don't have to be out, please do not get out and survey the damage tonight. You can't see anything, number one. We still have first responders out trying to clear wreckage from the interstate that's on the shoulder, checking on abandoned vehicles to make sure that people aren't, still in them. We do have some highway closures. I-44 at 119th Street is closed due to power lines. I-40 in the metro is open. I-40 in El Reno is restricted to one lane each direction. 235 and 50th Street there, Oklahoma City has got that shut down. ODOT is working with us and posting signs about the different road closures, but we still have some problems. The Interstate 35 has reopened. However, we are strongly discouraging travel as emergency crews continue to respond not only to the tornado damage, but to flooding. So we still have some issues out there.
It's going to take a while to get things cleared up, I'm sure. Betsy, as the night goes on, what parts of Oklahoma are you guys going to really be focused? Is the metro really the area that you're going to hit the highways?
Well, we are focusing on El Reno, Mustang, Yukon, more south, more north of Norman. There's just so many. It was so widespread and so crazy today that we've got so many different areas that we're touching, that we're trying to touch base with and check on different areas. Of course, our interstates are our main area of concern. We've got other agencies that do stuff like assessing the damage and that sort of stuff. Of course, we can't get over the fact that we've had fatalities today on the interstates, people driving into storms, and that's just so heartbreaking. We know that 12 people were transported with injuries just out of the tornado damage, and then again the mother and the baby that lost their lives tonight, and we're heartbroken over that. So we cannot emphasize enough how important it is that people pay attention to the weather, that they listen to the forecasters, and that they heed the warnings when we say seek shelter. That's what we mean. We mean seek shelter immediately and stay there until you're given the all clear.
It really just has been awful, Betsy Randolph. And as we go into the overnight hours, is this going to continue to be an all-hands-on-deck type of situation for your troopers?
It really is. Now, we are scaling back a little bit tonight and sending people home so that they can come out in the morning fresh, having been rested. Obviously, we still have a full crew that's working tonight, but some of the people are being released to go on home and get some rest and come back out again early, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Betsy, we're going to need that help tomorrow, I'm sure, just to assess everything. Thank you very much. Hey, I was just looking here. I said I wanted somebody to tweet me, and John tweeted me. He said his mom left Norman, went to Wheatland, and it's a 23-minute drive. It took her an hour and 20 minutes to get home.
Just gives you an idea of how congested the interstates have been this evening. So many people out on the roadways tonight. KOCO's Patty Moon was with storm chaser Chris Lee tracking a tornado across Canadian County and into Oklahoma County as well. Patty Moon joining us live from Integris Health Northwest. And Patty, have there been injured patients being brought there to that hospital?
Jessica, we're here at Integris Southwest, and you guys have been talking all night about how congested the highways were throughout the night and how much of how much trouble that caused. Right now, I am joined by Tony Nash. She was actually stuck, and you can see she has an injury here, her foot, as she was trying to escape this with her family. Tony, tell me where you were at when the storm started moving in, and then what you did.
Well, I was actually at home, and it just got real scared because the tornado was coming towards the metro, and we had to get out of our house real quick before it hit any of our house. And luckily, our house is still standing. It just got flooded real bad, but it's just these tornadoes are just crazy.
And Tony, I want to ask about where you were, because you were on the highway. You said you were pretty much stuck, and you were seeing people get into car crashes around you.
We were heading south and to try to get away from the tornadoes, and it just seemed like the tornadoes kept on coming towards the southeast, towards we were trying to get away from it, and there was just it was real bad. The weather just started getting worse, and cars were wrecking, and people were on the side roads, and everything, just trying to get away from this weather.
And Tony, your injury, tell me where in the car you were, and I understand you had your kids with you.
Yes, I was in the back. I had my 2 youngest kids with me, and we had a big old dog, and it was no seats in the back seat. There was only a 2-seat van, and how I got my foot, the dog just kind of landed on my foot because we were trying to beat the weather, and there wasn't nowhere for me to move in the car to get away from the get away from the dog. So.
But Tony, I mean, driving through that, you must have just thought, are we going to get out of here? I know, because we had that same feeling also.
I didn't think we would. My life was just like on pause for a minute. It just seemed like we weren't ever going to get out of it. I felt like we were going to crash. I didn't know whether we were going to flip over in the van, or it was really scary. It was real scary.
And you talked about people pulling over on the sides of the roads, and something we noticed also is people parked under bridges and overpasses just panicked.
Yes, they were going off on the side of the freeway, just in the grass and everything, just to get past everybody else, because people were just going too slow and they were trying to get away from the weather, away from the tornadoes, and it was terrible. It was real terrible.
Well, Tony, I'm just glad that you are okay and that your family's okay. I know that you guys have...
Everybody's real shooken up, I think. I think everybody's shooken up.
I'm sure, and this will take a lot of healing, I'm sure, for all of you guys to get over this. And I understand you have flooding at your house right now, so that's something else that you have to deal with. But Tony Nash, thankfully, is okay, along with her family. But they were stuck on the highways, as so many people were today, trying to get out of the path of this storm. But Jessica and Paul, like we say, we always warn people, please seek shelter. Do not try to outrun storms. And that's really what we saw today. So it was just a worst case scenario. I do want to talk about the patients here at Integra Southwest. I just got off the phone with a spokesperson. She tells me that they have 30 injuries here, 1 serious, had to have surgery, but the other 29 in fair condition. And she says that most of those injuries are from car accidents, of people on the highways getting into car crashes and then getting injured. So that's really the types of injuries that we're seeing here. She said she also did see some injuries due to tree limbs coming down and cutting people. So minor scrapes and things like that. But she said the good news so far is that they just have 1 person in serious condition, the other 29 here in fair condition. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Patty, thank you. And you were, as we said, I don't know if we can bring Patty back up, because Patty was chasing the storm, watching that tornado. She was with photojournalist Chris Lee. And Patty, I'm curious just to hear from you, because I could see you in some of the footage as Chris was shooting. He was in the passenger side and shooting through the window. What was it like for you guys, as you watched this tornado make its way across?
Jessica and Paul, I think it's a feeling you can't describe. You see that tornado, it's about a quarter mile away from us, and all I can concentrate on is Chris Lee, the storm chaser extraordinaire behind the camera right now, telling me that we need to get out of this. You need to focus. I think I was driving around 90 miles per hour trying to get out of the middle of the storm, but guys, I could almost feel the car lifting up. That is how powerful this thing was. As we were driving out, I could see shingles coming off of what looks like some sort of barn. The most terrifying feeling, just wondering if you're going to make it out. But we were that close, and this thing just blew up. We saw 2 small vortexes touch down, and then after that, it just exploded, and that's when things got really dangerous. But definitely a scary situation. I was just glad that Chris was able to sort of navigate me through and say, we need to get out of this storm, drive as quickly as possible, because we could have really gotten caught right in the middle of it, guys.
Patty, just incredible to hear your story right there. What about all the traffic that's around you trying to get through all this stuff? I mean, you just seem like you were stopped.
Paul and Jessica, that's another thing that we really need to talk about, is there were so many storm chasers, and just thinking about all of them in that area, I don't know if all of them got out okay. I mean, we certainly cut it close, and I know a lot of the people in that area did as well. That caused some of the traffic problems, and then it didn't end there for us. As we were trying to get out of this path, we sort of got caught up in all of the traffic on the highways, and that was a whole other thing. Seeing people, the highways were at a standstill, and we really were trying to find our best path to get away from it, but we got stuck in the middle of it, and the roads were just an absolute mess. That was another terrifying situation that was almost just as scary as being right next to the tornado.
Well, and I think, you know, the thing that we heard you say it, but I don't know if people at home really got it. You're behind the wheel. You're the one driving this vehicle today.
And Paul and Jessica, I have to admit, I'm not a great driver, and Chris knows this, so I think his job today was saying, you have one job, it's to get us out of this, focus. So I really did my best to say, I have one job, I have to get us out of here. I mean, I did my best to navigate us out of the storm, but guys, it was so close. Like I said, when it touched down, it was about a quarter mile from us, and then it just exploded. We started seeing debris as we were driving parallel to this tornado. It just got huge, and as we were talking about all afternoon, it was rain wrapped, so we weren't exactly sure of the placement and whether it was going to move more towards us. So that was really the fear today, that rain-wrapped tornado where you just don't exactly know where it is and where you are in relation to it.
And Patty, I mean, I heard you say at one point it felt like your vehicle was being picked up a little bit from the wind, and you see all of that debris flying around. Did it get to a point where the debris was landing on top of the vehicle?
Jessica and Paul, I definitely, as I was driving, could hear some of the debris hitting our car. It wasn't huge pieces, but just little pieces. And like I said, I was so focused on driving, I thought, I know there's debris hitting our car right now, but I just have to get us out of this. So really, it sort of just made me refocus. There's debris, it's hitting our car, we have to get out of here.
And Patty, I've got one last question for you. I know you've been storm chasing now. You've only been with us not even a year, and you've been out on all these major weather stories. Of the tornadoes that you've seen this season, compare this one today to some of the others that you've covered.
Paul and Jessica, I think this was the scariest because it was a rain-wrapped tornado. We didn't exactly know where it was. Its behavior was very scary. And Chris Lee has been storm chasing for more than 30 years. He has so much expertise, and thank goodness that we were in the field together. But he was saying that this was one of the scariest that he's chased. And so that really gives you an idea of how potentially dangerous this was. And we had been warning people, guys, for so long, saying that today the setup was very dangerous. We wanted people to be weather aware, and we really hope that as many people as possible heeded our warnings, because if you are too late in heeding those warnings, it is too late. And I sort of felt like we were almost on that verge of it was almost too late for us.
We see how close it was to you right there in the video as you're saying that, Patty. Patty Moon experiencing that firsthand. Very scary right there tonight. Thank you, Patty, for talking to us.
Thanks, Patty. Quite the experience. But I remember Chris Lee saying to her, back up, back. You know, he was trying to say it calmly to her, but you know, they have to get themselves in the right position so they're not in harm's way.
You could see that thing barreling toward them. You know, I asked people to tweet out how long it took them to get home. Listen to this. A guy named Alan tweeted me. He was at 63rd and May, and he had to go to 44 and Penn. That's not very far. Took him over an hour, and he left at 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, I believe it, because we were showing you pictures of all of the cars just stuck on some of the roadways because of that high water they were having issues with. We saw a tweet from OG&E. A lot of people in the dark right now. Last check, I believe there were 80,000 customers across the state with no power. I believe 65,000 or so in the Oklahoma City metro area. And OG&E is saying at this point, they still have to assess the situation. So they don't have an estimate on how long it's going to take before the power is back on for people. But you can bet that they are working overtime. Many crews out in the field right now trying to get the lights back on, but our crews have seen poles down, lines down.
And perhaps maybe this rain rolling out of here a little bit can help us out, Damon Lane. We need that. We need all the help we can get at this point.
You know what? We prayed and prayed for heavy rainfall to come in here and help with this drought, and of course we're seeing that this month. This is going to go down as the wettest May on record for Oklahoma City. Now, western Oklahoma, I know there are still areas still struggling. They need to get the rainfall, but we're watching the rain right now on Advantage Doppler 3D. It is now moving north of downtown Oklahoma City. It is now north of the village. It looks like this band of rain is very slowly drifting up to the north, and it It's probably going to impact those of us in Kingfisher County and Logan County and Lincoln County more so now than probably OKC here. So we're getting the rain north of the flooded areas, and again, we've seen a lot of rain this afternoon. Again, even if we zoom in here, you can see the heavy rainfall. The red is going to be from basically Piedmont to Edmond, Arcadia, Luther, up to Wellston. There will be some hail cores within this, but right now, when we look for the hail within all of this, they're very small, right, just west of Edmond. They're probably going to be talking more so about pea-size, dime-size, and nickel-size hail, but we're still seeing a hail core just northwest of Shawnee, east of McLeod here, just north of I-40. This will likely be still golf ball-size hail. Excuse me. So it appears that most of the hail now is headed now into Pottawatomie County. So we still have a hail threat within this. I know there are many people who went to Moore last weekend to do some volunteering work, and let me tell you right now, the numbers of people that showed up was phenomenal. I looked out there, and it looked like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that came into Moore. We are getting some reports that the volunteer group, Serve More, they were basically coming together. They were coming together and arranging get-togethers. They want to say right now, what they are saying is that they're not going to have any new groups going out tomorrow. They're going to assess damage first because, again, we did have some storms that went through Moore. I've got a report from my wife, and she said that we had some more roof damage on top of the tornado damage we had from last week, and some fences blew down. So it looks like some powerful winds went right on through Moore again. And so, again, they are going to be assessing the damage in Moore. And so tomorrow, no new groups until they can assess the damage. But all in all, the severe weather risk, I know it has just been a long 2 weeks here in Oklahoma. Fortunately, we do not have a risk for severe weather tomorrow. We do not have a risk for severe weather on Sunday. And even looking next week, the jet stream, which has been a pretty significant source for getting widespread severe weather in here, it is going to retreat well up to the north. Now, we still have thunderstorm chances in the forecast next week, and there will likely still be a few isolated severe storms. But all in all, seeing weather setups like what we had today for next week, I just don't see that happening, at least not right now with all the data that we have coming in. So the severe weather risk is going to be a little bit lower next week, and maybe even considerably lower as we continue to get more information as we get closer. I do want to show Advantage Doppler HD. I have it in Doppler radar estimate mode right now, so we can look really closely at where some of the heaviest rainfall happened to occur. All this purple that you see right now on the radar, this will be essentially for those of us that are going to be getting up near 10 inches of rain. Look at that. On Wilshire Boulevard, south of Hefner Road, south of West Britain Road, that's going to be south of the Northwest Expressway. Doppler radar estimates right now are over 10 inches of rain. Wiley Post right now has Doppler radar estimates of up to 8 inches. Bethany, 7.4 inches. Downtown Oklahoma City, 7.4 inches. Nichols Hills, 7 inches of rain. Moore, about 5 inches of rain. And then at Will Rogers World Airport, a Doppler radar estimate of 6.7 inches of rain. Again, making this the wettest May on record. What a phenomenal month that we have had here. I mean, it's a month that I cannot wait to say goodbye to. It's tomorrow. Again, June's rolling in here, but man, I tell you what, a lot of heavy rainfall this month for Oklahoma City, and the drought is officially over. Guys, back to you.
Sayonara, May. See you later.
We have 30 seconds left this month. I feel like we should do a countdown like it's a new year or something. Man.
Best news I've heard all night, that the severe weather risk is diminishing as we get into next week, because I think it's safe to say everyone in Oklahoma is over it.
All right, so let's go out to Brian Keating. And Brian, I know you've been over in the southwest part of town. They were hit pretty hard. You had a lot of flooding in that area.
We did have a lot of flooding, Paul. There's no doubt about it. I will give you some good news. Is that we've been in this spot for probably 45 minutes. We've been in this area for about an hour and a half. And just in the 45 minutes that we've been here, you can look at this intersection. When we got here, man, it was pretty flooded. This was kind of one of the ways you still could make it through, but people had to go really slow. I think a lot of people were nervous going through this intersection, but when you made this right turn onto this street, I mean, you looked at this whole block as flooded all the way to the next stoplight. And now you can see if I wanted to walk across the street here, we do have concrete, and cars can make it a little bit farther, but not too far up here, maybe a block. There's a couple of trucks that are basically flooded all the way to their tailpipe. So it gets pretty deep pretty fast here. But the good news is, guys, it has receded considerably in the last 45 minutes, and you would expect that to continue to happen because we're not getting the rain like when we were here, certainly no hail or anything like that. Cars are making it a little more freely here on Southwest 29th and May. The police have been through here, but a lot of people that we had cars stranded here when we showed up, most of those have been taken away. So it has been pretty good news, at least in southwest Oklahoma City, that it looks like this thing's clearing up. And for us, it looks a lot better than when we got here about an hour and a half ago, guys.
Okay.
Love to hear that, Brian. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we want to show you some video, once again, from the Cox Convention Center. Look at all the flooding inside there. It has been a wild day, once again, here in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma City metro area getting slammed. Tornadoes as well as fatalities. You hate to hear that, especially injuries and lots of flooding. We have crews that are going to be out for you, gathering any new information, and we'll be back at 5 in the morning. So we'll see you then. Check KOCO.com as well for any updates online.
Get some rest tonight, folks.